Yo, what's happening? Dober said, "I'd never be a stepdad." Why not? Come up, Dober. What Backstreet say? Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why you wouldn't want to be a stepfather. Let me let's have that. Let's have that. I would love to see why. That's the link there. All right. There you go. There you go. Dober investment. Hit that link, brother. Come on up. Tell me why you don't believe you could be a stepfather. I would love to hear why. Let's hear it. What's up, y'all? What's good? Can't see the bottom of the. I got to get my prompts together, man. I'm all off. I need a camera set up or something. It's not working for me. My baby. Shut the door. Thank you. What's goody? What's goody, man? Trying to see if we can get Mr. Dober investment up here. I would love to hear this. Let's like the screen. Let's like it up. Uh, Michael Shimmer, is it?
Yeah.
What's good, brother?
No. I'm sorry. That's just nonsense. Being a stepfather is nonsense. You have all the authority. Oh, wait. You have none of the authority. That's right. And all the responsibility. Last check was just like slavery.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. If you walk around with all the responsibility for a bunch of little humans that you have no authority over, tell me how that works. How you're not just literally giving money hand over fist and all your resources and all your time to get zero authority over these little punks.
That's not slavery, but
whoa, whoa. So how is it not slavery when you have to endlessly work for no benefit? That sounds like slavery to me. Just because you're black and somehow it's fucking better for you? Fuck off. No, that's exactly what you think. You can chuck. Here, brother. You know what? He's right. And to piggyback off of that, how dare you enter a child's life and, raise them and be a positive role model and, be there for them in a positive light? How dare you do that? They shouldn't have an adult, a positive figure in their life. You should leave that empty void there.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with being a stepfather. You understand?
That's what it fit. I think that's what he was trying to get at. Dober, give me 1 second. Dober, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, hold on. There you go. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. Uh-huh.
Okay. Hey, yeah. Sorry, I'm at work. I'm a little nervous too. First time I'm doing this, ever talking to you.
Yeah.
I follow you a lot. I really like what you say, for the most part. But that last guy was kind of tweaking. I don't think I have that fear. I think I could, I feel like I'd be a good partner enough to earn that respect from the stepmother. I just personally don't like that idea of doing that.
What don't you like about it?
It's just weird. I mean, I've never seen that in my family. No one's ever done that. I would be the very first ever in my life, family lineage, whatever, to have done that. And I prefer to just have my own.
Yeah. Um, but you didn't explain why it's weird.
I think it's weird because I've never seen it before, and so it's like I think it's weird in the sense of its uniqueness and novelty in my life. I didn't even know like until I was like 18 that people really did that because I grew up in a family in a neighborhood where everybody was together. Even my parents say they are together, for over what since '91. So yeah, it's weird in that sense. But I don't like knock. Like I'm not. I watched the Anton Daniels. I think he's OD on telling men, "Oh, don't do whatever." I think I've seen it work with other people too. I think it can be phenomenal and a good situation for people. But I just feel like if I'm going to live my best life, it's going to be with a woman that has no kids, and we just start our own family.
Yeah, I'm not. I think that if you're saying that you don't have kids,
No, no
and
kids.
yeah, and you want to start your own family, I actually respect that. Right? I
Hmm.
can't. I would never tell a person that doesn't have kids that they should, be a stepfather. You know what I mean? Like I get like they're pretty much those are the only people for the most part that can you can't shame stepfatherhood to me at all. Like nobody should be able to or try to. But if you
Hmm.
personally are saying like I wouldn't do it because I would rather start my own family, that's fine. I respect that. I don't. There's
Now,
nothing. There's no
mhm.
pushback
No,
there.
now, let me ask you this though. 'Cause I've heard people say I'm in the morally wrong for doing this, but I've dated single mothers though, but I've never like taken them seriously, nor would I. You think that's wrong?
Of course.
Okay, can you explain why?
Did you tell them that you don't take them seriously
Yes,
and they still dated you?
yeah, and it's weird too. 'Cause I sometimes I peruse TikTok and stuff like that, and I hear these single moms say like, oh, I would never bring my kid on the whatever, let him see it. But in my personal experience, bro, they bring him like first date, second date. I don't know what it is, but they feel very comfortable, bringing them to me. I don't mind like making accommodations for that, but that's also an issue too. You have to make accommodations because they have a kid versus if she has no kids. There's no like, or there's much less accommodations that need to be made.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Um, what is the difference? What do you think is going to change in you if you have kids? If you don't want to accommodate kids now, what would make you think that when you have kids, you'll be willing to accommodate your own children?
Well, I mean, I for sure believe in, marry before you carry. So I would be very due diligent in, getting married. And the stats even show, like, if you wait like 7 months after getting married, your likelihood of staying married goes up significantly. So I believe in that path in doing so. And plus, I think I would have the mental wherewithal to just, hey, if you're gonna marry someone and have kids with them, that's like your life partner, like. So
But
I
you,
would like,
yeah, you didn't answer my question though.
I'm
If
sorry.
you are, so you're saying right now,
Mhm.
um, I don't like if I can accommodate them, but you're like you're opposed to accommodating the children right now. What makes you think that when if and when you have kids that you would be willing to accommodate your own kids? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh, well, I think I'll be in a better situation than what I am right now. Because right now I'm studying for get my master's in nursing. So, and plus I'm only 20. Well, I mean, 20 is not young, but no kids, 28 still, getting my master's in nursing. So I plan on waiting until I'm in a better situation, uh, to where, life kind of slows down a little bit more than, going to school and having to work and stuff. And so I think I'll be better able to accommodate kids. I mean,
You mean
like, when I'm
financially?
time wise as well, financially, everything, I guess, when it comes to
Oh,
having
okay.
kids.
Yeah.
Like I said, when I'm dating them, I'm not like buying Pampers and stuff. The only accommodation I'm doing when I'm dating these chicks is just the time wise, like working around their schedule. But I'm not like picking them up from school or
Yeah.
I'm not doing that
I
type
didn't
of
know
stuff.
if it
No.
was like financially accommodating them or
Oh
like
no, no,
you.
I don't like live with them. It's just like dating. Like it kind of like even more so casual. Like it's just kind of like casual dating. Um, yeah, I don't like live with them or pick him up for school and stuff. I don't believe any of that stuff. It's just kind of casual.
Okay. Yeah, like I
They're
said,
still good looking. So I'm not gonna say, oh, even though she's good looking, I'm not gonna casually date her. Like, no, I don't, she's willing to find the time. I'm cool with it.
yeah, I think my only thing is I don't know about, I haven't been there with you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that working. I don't think that most women, if you were to tell them I'm not really interested in you, that they would still be interested in dating you from my experience, but maybe that's me, what I see. Outside of that, I hear everything you're saying. I don't think, you don't have kids. Do your thing, right? I don't have anything to say about that.
Definitely. And, I wouldn't lie to you. I'm not gonna lie and say, oh, I tell them. No, it's like if they, I bring it up, say, hey, I wouldn't marry somebody that has kids. It's not my thing. I'd rather have my own. But I don't know, maybe I'm just a catch, I guess. So they're just willing to, date, whatever.
All right. Well, let me how do you say your name?
What, Dober Investments?
No, I think they think there's another guy in the panel. What's your name, brother? How do you say your name?
Oh.
You can say Emeka or you can just say the director.
Emeka, what's good with it, broski?
For the record, I'm not the
Igbo man.
Yeah, no, that's Dober. He's on YouTube.
Okay, sorry. No, I disagree with the assessment that
Dober.
this comment about I date single moms, I don't take them serious, and I tell them, and they do it anyway. I think that's kind of, I don't believe that. It's kind of whack. But to surmise it, I don't think there's anything wrong with being a stepfather, and I think that the reason that what's his name, Dober? I think the reason that he has, I guess, an apprehension because he's viewing it from like a personal anecdotal experience. Like, again, I don't think anyone's saying like, oh, you because you don't want to date people who have children, or because you don't want to commit to someone who has children because you don't want to step into that parental role. I don't think that's wrong. If you have that opinion, just be upfront up with that person about it. Like, look, I understand you're a single parent. I understand that's going to be big in your schedule. I would just prefer somebody who didn't have that schedule conflict. That's fine. The issue is when you come up here and be like, you're a slave if you raise another woman's kid or whatever. That's just kind of weird. I think the mentality with that, because I do believe those people exist and have that weird kind of stigma toward single parents, like fathers and mothers. And I think what it comes from is people. There are bad people out there who view children as a burden. And they have this kind of warped idea. Well, if it was my blood, my kid, or whatever, then it's a responsibility. But if it's somebody else's biological kid, they're a burden, right? Mm-hmm. But if you have that mentality, I don't think you have the maturity to be a parent or the responsibility to be looking after, educating children. That's just my thought, because let's say you do end up having biological kids, right? If you have the mentality that because someone you date or a single mom or parent, whatever, already had kids from a previous relationship, and you think that, they want to enslave you or take on the burden of the kid and raising and educating the child or whatever have you, participating and being a positive influence in that child's life, I think that that's very one-sided and selfish, and I think that you're dating that person for the wrong reasons. I think you're only looking for them, like, to say, I don't take women who have kids serious, but I'll date them. That kind of just tells me that, like, you're only trying to, like, mess around and, like, I don't know, play with their emotions, or you're just trying to, like, grab something physically or whatever. And if that's mutual, whatever, but I don't think a single parent, I could be wrong, right? But I think in general, most single mothers or parents who are dating aren't really looking to just, like, play around. I think they're trying to, but I don't think they're necessarily like, I need someone to refill in that father role. I think they're just like, hey, I want to experience that intimacy in my life, and it'd be nice if someone could also incorporate being a positive influence, not just in my life, but my family's life. I think a lot of people view there's a stigma to single parents, like there's this negativity that's kind of whack. But I guess to wrap it up, I'll just say that if you think that kids are a burden, and that the comprehension of like raising and educating someone else's biological kids is a burden, you shouldn't have kids, because you're not going to go from kids are a burden and then like you have your own kids and suddenly think, oh well, a kid is a responsibility. You're still going to think it's a burden, even if
that's why I was asking him that. I was like, what makes you think that once you have kids, like some switch is going to flip, and you're going to be like, now I have all the patience in the world. Like, it ain't going to happen. If you don't respect other people's kids, you're probably not going to respect your kids. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. I just disagree with that correlation. I don't think that really correlates. I think it's completely understandable for someone to want kids of their own and to not want to take care of someone else's kid.
Well, I don't think you're understanding the prompt. If I'm being honest, not to insult you, but like we're not saying that not wanting to wanting your own kids over preferably adopting, let's say, or being a step parent, right? A lot of people prefer that. There's nothing wrong with that preference. The issue is when you someone who is going the alternate route, right? Like who is a step parent or is adopting or whatever, saying that that's wrong is kind of weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I never. Wait, you saying that I'm saying that it's wrong to be a stepdad? I've never said that. I don't think it's wrong for people to be stepdad. I'm saying I wouldn't do it in my own life.
Okay, well then, all right. Well then, I guess we're at an impasse there because the prompt was, "What's wrong with being a step parent?"
No, I'm just addressing your statement. I know that I see the prompt. I can read. I'm saying what we're talking about right now. It seems we're saying that I think that children are a burden. I don't think children are a burden. I just don't want to take care of someone else's kid. But I think taking care of kids is not a burden. I just think
I don't want to take care of somebody else's kids. You know, a lot of the times when you're there just to make sure the kid. I dated women with kids before, and usually if I come over her place and the kid is there, usually my job is just to make sure the kid ain't hurting himself, sticking something in the plug, not running outside. You know, just make sure the kid is safe. I'm not there to be trying to raise the kid. And usually when you're dating a woman, there's a vetting process. You got to vet the woman a little bit, 6 months to a year. I always tell my friends to see if you really want to do that.
Do you have kids, Blank Man?
Yeah, I do. I got 2.
Mm-hmm.
I got a daughter. I got 2 girls. I got a 20-year-old and a 10-year-old.
Mm-hmm. And you're not with the mothers?
The way I met my lady, the way I decided, I think somebody was speaking earlier. You just when you bring your lady around kids, I've been around women or ladies around kids, and they're like, ew, no, get them away from me. And you see that with women, they don't like being around kids. They think kids are gross. Sometimes I look at guys and I'm like, you didn't see no motherly qualities in her, and you had a baby by her. Man, when my lady. I saw the motherly qualities when I brought her around kids. Oh man, she would gravitate towards babies or pick them up. Very nurturing, very caring. You know, stuff like that. I saw motherly qualities in her.
Wait, okay, you know so I mean? wait. Take it back. You got kids. You're now with the mother, right? Or do you have 2 different baby mothers or one?
No, same mom.
Same mother. So and you're not with the mother.
No. We get together, but we end up splitting up.
Yeah. And so you don't think that is you said you don't want to help raise somebody else's child, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how would you feel if your ex gets a new man if she doesn't have one already?
That's a good question. I talked to a friend of mine. You know, when it comes to that, be there, give my daughters advice and stuff like that. But if anything, when it comes to the disciplinary stuff, talk to the mom or talk to me. That's it. You shouldn't be doing that. You know, you make sure they safe, be there to protect them. But when it comes to disciplinary stuff or very stuff that's very personal with my kids, lead that to the parents.
Like what? Like what's personal?
Like if my daughter's going through her monthly or something like that, you know, that's something she discuss with her mom or even me. You know what I mean? I don't feel comfortable with her discussing, like, if she's not feeling well and she's telling her stepdad, like, oh, I'm not feeling well, you know, this and that. I'm going through something. It's my monthly cycle or something. But I don't want the gory details or getting pads or or did you wash your panties, stuff like that. Don't be talking to her about stuff like that. No.
Why is that a problem?
I don't feel comfortable with a man talking to my daughter about her private parts. Not at all.
But what if your daughter's comfortable with that, though? What if your daughter and your child's mother is okay with him doing that? Then what authority do you have saying that he can't do that?
I would tell this. I would tell him. I would have a sit down with the mother and say, "Nah, that's not in your place. You know, he shouldn't be discussing none of that. You know what I mean? Be there, be the protector. If something goes down, be a disciplinarian. But when it comes to real life, personal stuff, nah, that should be discussed with the mom and the father. That's it."
I think the thing that's so weird about your statement is that you're sexualizing something that isn't sexual, right? Because that's the thing there. Like, so who cares? I'm not understanding.
Yeah.
Like talking about a period is that's like talking about eating and going to the bathroom. You know, that's how I look at it. I don't look at it any way sexual at all with the kid, with my wife. It don't matter. There's nothing sexual about it in my mind. So I'm not understanding, like, why would so if I'm the stepfather, I'm not sexualizing it in my mind. I'm saying I've never done that before with the period, right? So I could talk to a woman about her period and then not in my mind not go, ooh, she's like, I don't give a fuck, it's a period, whatever. Talk about it. I'm not embarrassed. She's not embarrassed. We have a discussion. Yeah, you need some pads. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You got cramps. You want some Midol? Okay, let me go. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never had the conversation about washing your underwear out, but if that needs to come up, hey, do you need me to throw something in the wash? Whatever it is, but basically, you want him to be a part-time parent. And what is she supposed to do when he's there and you're not, and the mom's not? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, for me, just call me up. I'll do whatever I can over the phone the best way I can. Like I say, when it comes to stuff like that, I just don't feel comfortable with my daughter talking to another man about that.
I feel you. Hold on. I feel you. I feel you. Wait, blank man. I feel you.
Yeah,
I feel you. But here's the thing. Once you leave, you don't get to say that. To me, if you cared that much about it, y'all would be together. In my mind, that's how I look at once you out there, I don't care if they did it, I don't give a fuck. Whatever happens, I'm saying. Once that union is broken up, what the fuck can you say? You know what I'm saying? I mean, within reason. I get within reason, but that to me, what you're saying is unreasonable. That doesn't make any sense. Like I don't understand that at all.
I agree.
That's a good little, you overstepping some boundaries. And I know you think, oh, that's my daughter, but if you cared that much, you would be there. You know what I'm saying? Like if you,
I mean, people. To be honest with you, I mean, people split for all kind of reasons.
They do.
Just because I'm not there doesn't mean I'm not there. That don't make sense what you're saying. Just because I'm not there doesn't mean I'm not there.
No, I think you're missing what I'm saying. So you care that much about a man potentially stepping in, and
it ain't stepping in.
I'm saying no. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
No. Listen what I'm saying.
In whatever capacity.
Certain situation.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying, Blake, man. I got you.
Certain things you can talk to my daughter about, and certain things you can't talk to my daughter about. And I know my daughters. And there's certain things that she's not going to feel comfortable talking to another man about.
Then she won't.
Blank period.
I know, but then she won't then.
Yeah, then she won't.
I've been in my daughter since she was born.
Hold on. Wait. Blake, man, brother, I hear you. If your daughter is uncomfortable talking to the stepfather about it, she won't talk to him about it, and that's fine.
Exactly.
But if she is comfortable talking to him about it, she should be able to talk to him about it. That's the point. It shouldn't be your decision to make for her. That's weird. You don't think that's weird?
Would you come again? Sorry about that. I missed that last one.
No, I'm saying, okay. So I agree. If she's uncomfortable, like the same,
I'm on the phone.
I'll say the same thing. I'll say the same thing. Hold on. I'll say the same thing, even if it was the mom, like the biological mother, biological father in the same house. If the daughter doesn't want to talk to the mom or the father about something, she doesn't have to, right? Or the son, they don't have to. You can't make them do that.
Take her to the bathroom?
I don't mind, but I didn't want to leave my windows down.
Okay. Yeah.
Go, yeah, I'm just saying. I think that's where the line kind of gets drawn for me is like, if you ain't there, you just gonna have to, you know, you're gonna have to give up whatever you think. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to let that. If a parent steps in, I'm just hoping that my wife or my ex-wife or whoever, I'm hoping that she is picking a good mate, and you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna still be involved just as much as I was before, and all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, what the fuck can I say? You know what I'm saying? Like honestly, like to me that's the reality. Go ahead, Jay. What's good with it?
So you gotta get this take out. I'm at work, so I gotta get this shit out quick.
Okay.
Get a call.
All right.
But what I find funny is y'all boys always talking about community and care about the community until it's time to do community work. And that's why y'all bad stepdaddy, stepfather, stepmom, stuff like that. That shit made no sense. Y'all view everything as a damn competition instead of looking at it as twice the love from another new dad, a bonus dad, or whatever. Everything got a competition. It's like y'all got ego issues. And then seeing moms, single moms is subhuman. Like y'all come up on these panels and y'all talk about them like they like the value because they giving birth to children. You don't see them as a viable option. That shit don't make sense. It's actually demeaning. I'm going on YouTube talking about you'll date them, but you don't take them seriously.
That's a wild take. Hella disrespectful.
How is that disrespectful though? That's just my preference.
I think that's why date them?
Because they're still hot. You can still be a good looking woman and you just so happen to have kids. I just don't want to raise your kids.
You're wasting her time.
No, not if you tell them though. I'm telling them up front. They know my stance.
Wait, so I think the thing you got to understand that's unbelievable about your story, because we all have dealt with people that have kids. Some of us have kids. So you mean to tell us that you're telling multiple women that you aren't serious about them at all? You just want to have fun with them, and they're like, okay. Like
we're not in that nerdy type of way. Of course, there's some tact to it, and sometimes it's not even brought up. Like sometimes. You know, women have that urge too. Like if they see an attractive looking dude, they're not just always trying to cuck every single dude they see. Yeah. I might just be that one.
How are you telling these ladies? You said in a tactful way. How are you telling them without what are you saying to them exactly? What is your word trap?
I'm like, oh, I feel like if we're talking about our future, then I'm like, hey, I see myself, with getting married and then having kids with somebody that's, preferably doesn't have kids of their own, assuming it's brought up. Also, like I said, it could be just like, I'm not gonna lie, it could be one night stand.
I'm glad you said that, because that's not, you're misleading them.
What do you mean?
That's not the same as telling them.
The one thing I know about single moms, they time is precious.
Yeah, you
time on nothing.
Yeah, you wildin', bro. If you told them, if you were honest and you told them straight up, and I mean, you could say it in a more tactful. I don't know how else to say it, to be honest with you. But if you're just like, hey, I like you, but in all seriousness, I won't, or whatever. I'm not gonna race. I'm not gonna be a stepfather, and I pretty much only want to settle down with a woman who doesn't have kids. If you told a woman that who had kids, I guarantee you would have no shot with her.
No, I mean what you just said. That's basically what I say to them.
Nah,
there's a way you don't say it like you don't want to be rude, because it can be a little rude. You still
I don't think that's rude.
Huh?
Does anybody think that what I just said is rude? I don't think that that's rude at all.
No. How you said it is that's how I said. But I'm saying some of these dudes are saying hey, you got to say she's disgusting and that you don't want to deal with her kids and stuff. I'm not going to say all that, even though if that's
nobody is saying that. But here's what I'm saying. I know that you are not telling these women where they know that you aren't interested in them long term. I know that for a fact, bro. And that's the thing about men. Men, you don't have enough value to a woman to tell her I'm not interested in you, in any real serious way. I just want to have fun with you. If you told a woman that in any real way where she understood that to be true, you wouldn't have a shot at 99.9% of women. Because who are you? Who are you? You know what I'm saying? Not even shitting on you, but I'm saying for real. You ain't.
But is there any way to say, even let's say,
but you and me, I'm not getting away with that. Are you crazy?
But is there any way to say that to anybody ever? Like even with us, you shouldn't have kids. Let's say you don't like her attitude. You don't like I don't know, something about her. Is there any way to say, hey, I'm not gonna take you seriously, but I'll have fun times with you? Is there any way to ever say that about anything ever? I don't think so. That's why I feel like that's a unrealistic standard.
Not for men. If women can tell men that, and men will still deal with, them. But you're not. Most men are not able to tell a woman that I just want to have fun with you, and
That's just such a socially awkward thing. Like I don't even think I've never heard a woman say that. That's such a socially awkward and untactful thing to say to somebody. Like it's just rude. I don't know. You don't think that's rude just to just say to somebody?
Y'all both talking at the same time.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you go ahead.
About value and all that. Me personally, I'll tell a woman straight up, look, Ma, you know, me and you, we can hook up, we can have some fun together, we can kick it sometime. I ain't looking for nothing long term. We can have fun, we can hook up. And if it goes, we'll see where it takes us and go from there. But I'm not finna be around taking care of 3, 4, 5 kids. Nah, that ain't me. That just not me.
I'm not saying y'all can't tell women that. Y'all can tell. Y'all can tell women that. Hold on, what's going on, man?
3, 4, 5 kids.
Hold on, Blank man. I don't know if you can hear me, but when I start talking, I need for you to stop. I'm not saying y'all can't tell women that. You could tell a woman that if you want to. What I'm saying is, if you tell women that, I almost guarantee you that not many women, if any women, are going to deal with you guys. That's all I'm saying. Like I'm not saying it's impossible to tell any woman that and she still deal with you. Cool. I'm saying 99 times out of 100, that woman's going to be like, oh, thank you for telling me that. And she may not like hang up in your face and you know what I'm saying? Like she ain't going to do all of that, but she might respect it. Don't even get me wrong. She'll be like, I respect that. Thank you for telling me that. But she ain't going to deal with you. Like, let's just be real. Like, I know.
I guess this is how I would put it. Like, I put that on my bio, right? Let's say if I have like a dating, I'll put that on my bio and I'll still have single moms hit me up. Like, do I need to now say, hey, in your face, I'm not going to take you seriously? Like, I think we both know. It'll say no single moms. Just straight up no single moms.
Uh-huh. And then single moms still hit you up?
Yeah, there'll still be, bro. I live in Atlanta, bro. Like, it's like, what, 50? Isn't it like single Black women are like 54% of single Black women of like adult age have a kid? I think that's the stat, right? So I mean, a lot of them have at least a lot of my coworkers have them. They know my stance. I've been with them. A lot of friends, not friends, but you know, dating apps. Like you don't say it to their face just because it's kind of rude to say, hey, I'm not going to take you seriously to your face. But you let your, choices out there. And if they choose to still deal with you, they kind of tacitly are agreeing to that. And you never you don't gas it up. You don't take them for a ride, and you don't I'm not gonna move her in and start paying for child support, and then I'm gonna leave them. Say, oh, now I'm trying to settle down. I'm gonna leave you or something. Does that make sense? I guess.
I don't know. They paid to drop you. I can't even hold you. Shout out to the YouTubes. Who was that? Thanks for the super chat. That was Minas. Minas paid to drop them. Yeah. Go ahead, Nomadic, and then say Grace, and then Mo. I need to get all the new people in here real quick.
How's it going? Thanks for having me.
No problem, brother.
I wanted to touch on two. So the first brother that was talking about his baby mama and his daughter having a new man in the home and trying to control the dynamic in the home. I mean, you way off on that, bro. Like, your communication needs to be with your baby's mother, and you need to trust that she is going to bring the proper type of man around your daughter.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's the only conversation you can have.
Yep.
Now, if I was the stepdad, and I'm sitting in there, and I've been in that home for 4 or 5 years, and say the little girl was 6 years old when I came around, and now she's 12. And I'm sitting in there watching the game, and she comes in there, maybe her mom's at work or something, and she tells me, oh my gosh, I'm dad, or whatever she calls me. Maybe she calls me by my name. I'm bleeding or something.
Yeah.
You think
activating.
I'm going to be like, oh, do you think I'm going to say,
no.
Oh, wait a minute, I can't talk to you because your baby, your
I'm activated, bro. Instantly. What we doing? Let's move around.
I'm taking care of every aspect of my household.
Yep.
And some outside man is not going to tell me what part of my household I can and cannot take care of. Now, if you want to have a conversation with that man,
yeah, we can talk. Yeah,
about your expectation, we can have that. But that's up to the little girl who she wants to talk to.
Yep.
Because when kids experience different things, be it maybe it's the, like you said, the period coming about, or they've got bullied at school, or they've been molested, whatever it may be, they choose who they want to talk to about it.
Yep.
And you can't get mad at that person because it's not you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It might not be you. She might not talk to you because you don't live in the house. Maybe she decides she wants to tell the man that she sees every day.
Yep.
So what I would say is have a little bit more faith in the type of man that your baby's mother would choose.
Yeah.
And relax, bro. Understand that he's going to handle it with integrity, whatever it is the situation is.
Yep.
And now with the next conversation about the baby's mother or about the stepdaddies, this is what I feel about that, man. I see Russell Wilson, we'll use him as an example. He gets a lot of flack for taking care of
baby Future,
wifing up Sierra. And my thing is this: first of all, 99.999% of the men, if they had an inkling of action at Sierra, would jump at the opportunity to take care of
yeah, they take a CC off the rip.
Stop capping.
Yeah.
Stop capping. A lot of these single moms, you guys that talk all this red pill or whatever they call it, y'all can't have the women you talking about anyway. Even with a baby, you don't qualify for her. There are some women that have children that are amazing. There are some women that don't have children that are not amazing. I've dated some women that, on paper they look amazing, but they just so if a man wants to date a single mom, that's his business. The fact that other men have so much energy about that speaks to how they feel about themselves, because I like myself. I'm comfortable with who I am, and I don't care if a man wants to date a single mom. I don't care.
Yeah.
As long as you happy, as long as y'all are good, why would I care about that?
That's facts.
Why do y'all have so much energy about what the next man is doing? And do you expect that woman to be miserable for the rest of her life because she has a baby?
Yeah, they do. That's what they want to do. They want to punish the women. So they want to shame the baby daddies, or they want to shame the stepfathers so that the stepfathers won't feel comfortable being with the mothers. But let me get on to Say Grace and then the Mo. Go ahead, Say Grace.
Hey, what's going on, my brother?
Chilling, man. What's good with it?
Yeah, just to piggyback off my man that just got finished talking, I am that stepfather. I don't even call myself a stepfather. I'm a father. Okay.
Respect.
My wife had a son. His father wasn't in his life since he was a baby. I met my wife at 10 years old. Okay. I came in his life at 10 years old, took care of that boy like he was my own. She saw my character in me, how I loved him like if he was mine. When I looked at him, I'm like, how can any man not be a part of, what they help create? That's number one. When me and my wife met, she was pregnant with her second daughter, or her second child, first daughter. I came in her life at 3 months old. Me, I was, in my 30s, no children at all of my own.
All right, Jay.
I raised her from 3 months old. Her father is in her life. But in the beginning, he tried to give me, give hell, give me a hard problem. Or he ain't no man gonna be around my daughter. But it's time, like I said, I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. All I can do is show you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So a time when my wife would go to work, if he have her, he taking her daycare or whatever, school, whatever. Oh, she don't have that. She don't have that. I gotta go up to school and bring stuff up there. You know what I'm saying? Stuff he's not doing, whatever the case may be. But as time went on, he knew, hey, this man loves my daughter. Why I got to beef with this man? You know what I'm saying? He's taking care of my daughter. He loves my daughter as if it's his. You know what I'm saying? As time went on, this man shows me so much respect now. You see, my daughter now at 3 months, she just turned 13 in February.
Damn.
So the whole thing about the whole menstrual cycle. So, we know they're coming to that time. It's going to happen. And I already told my wife. My wife travels a lot with her job. I own my own business. So my goal was to work for myself, be able to, be there for my kids. You know what I'm saying? School calls, I can leave work. and things like that. Make it happen. Do what I got to do. So my kids and me and my wife, we got a 10-year-old that we had. That's my first biological child. He's 10. So as time goes on, I already knew. Me and my wife had these talks with my daughters, and they're getting older, getting in them teenage years. You know the cycle's about to happen. But by my wife traveling a lot, they're home with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm picking up from school, working my, catering job, and she's traveling a lot. My wife just left for Chicago this past week. She just got back yesterday. But I said, you know what? When she started having those talks with my daughters about them having their period and things like that, I let them have the talk. But I knew I had to, chime in, put my 2 words in. I want my daughters to feel comfortable that if mommy's not here, daddy's here. You know what I'm saying? And I told my wife, it might be a time. I said, you know what? When this happens, it's probably going to happen on my watch when you're not in town. Yeah. Even though her father is in her life, he's not here on a daily basis.
Yeah, he's not there. Yeah, you got to do it.
He comes by, picks her up. Hey, I'm going to come by and get her. And sometimes now when he come pick her up, he asks, can he take my daughter with him? Sure. Go take them all out, let them have fun. Yeah. I don't have no problem with that. But
go ahead. I'm sorry. Land the plane.
The day my wife left to go on this trip for her job was the day my daughter had her cycle.
Damn. Wow.
The morning she just had it this past week. Damn. The day my wife left, that morning she left, my daughter had her cycle.
That's crazy.
So she calls her mom. My wife was in Chicago. She calls her on the phone. First thing my wife said, well, did you tell daddy? Because we've had these conversations. We knew it was coming. She said, no, not yet. So my wife calls me. She just had her cycle, and you go check on her. She tells she's freaking out. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I walk in, I knock on the door, on the bathroom door. Hey, are you okay, baby? You okay, sweetheart? Yeah, I can hear her voice. She's terrified. So I'm trying to help her get together. So what do you expect me to do? To stop? Like, oh, I'm not her dad. That's a conversation I need to call her dad about. Yeah, to have him come over to my
super,
home.
yeah.
She's like, she feels comfortable talking to me.
Yeah.
So if I want to say, oh, that's not a conversation you should have with a person, that's crazy to me. She's in the house with me 24/7. Yeah. You come and get her, you're still active in her life, but you got to understand, when you're not in that household, and if it would have happened on his watch, he even told me the other day, man, if it had happened, if she was with me, I wouldn't know what to do. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And he said, I probably would have called you to bring her back home. You see what I'm saying? So he wanted to take her. He wanted to go take her out a couple of days, 2 days after it happened or whatever. So I'm showing her how to put the pad on.
Wait, we gotta land. Say grace. We gotta land the plane, bro. I got you, though. I hear you. But yeah, I hear you, though. That's a crazy story, though. That just happened too recently. It
just happened. But even after that happened, like I said, a couple of days out, she feel comfortable still coming to me, Daddy. I feel better. This or that. So my man that was saying that earlier, you can't. You're going about it the wrong way because you got to understand, if they feel comfortable talking to somebody, you got to let them feel comfortable in talking to somebody. You can't take it in a sexual way. It's not like that.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Mo Money. Mo Money, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's going on? How you doing?
Chilling, man. Your phone kind of going out. Let me talk to me.
Hold on, I have my AirPods. Let me take them out real quick.
No, there you go. All right, you good now?
I'm good?
Yeah, you good now.
All right, bet. Yeah. I just want to say, I'm kind of young. I ain't gonna lie. I used to be one of the type of dudes that look at Russell like he was just a cornball. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. After dealing with, after being out here and dealing with like women, so I ain't gonna lie. I'm a mature guy for my age, so I always like attract mature women. And after dealing with those women, especially when they got kids, bro, they be the coolest people, dude. Like, I swear to God, the women that usually have kids. And before I go and I'll be honest, I told them like, hey, I just, I'm still young. I don't want nothing serious. So I don't, be honest with them so they know I'm not playing with their feelings. You know what I'm saying? But dude, I do see why people, be stepfathers. Because it's cool. It's a cool thing. Especially when I think he was like 10, but she was just so cool, man. Just so submissive and so nice. I thought about, cuffing her, doing something serious, but it's just like I thought I was just too young for it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm 26. I feel like I still
26.
Yeah, I'm 26.
I thought you was like 19 or something. 26. What you talking about? You could easily have some kids right now.
I thought about it. I thought about it, but it's just like I just want to, I just want my own legacy. I just want to start my family with somebody else. Start, doing stuff like that. But
that's not a legacy.
I do see, not legacy, but start my family with someone else that don't have kids. So
why?
So, yeah,
I'm just curious as to why. I'm not even just why. What's
to be honest with you? I mean, I just past trauma. The baby daddies usually always be tripping, and I don't like dealing with stuff like that. Like peace, so I just don't want to kind of involve myself. It's like I don't know. Mm-hmm. I just prefer like my woman just to have we have our kids together. If I was to have a kid, then you know what I'm saying, out of wedlock or whatever, then it's whatever. But I don't have kids, so
yeah. Like I said, I don't. For me, this is really the only people that, for the most part, the only people that I really be accepting that be on that like I don't want to date you if you got kids type shit is people that don't have kids. Or if your kids are grown, if your kids are 20 years old and you like I don't want nobody that got no 9-year-old, 8-year-old, it's infant, whatever. Totally understand that too. You know what I'm saying? Like I get that. I'm good with that. Once your kids are raised and gone, you to me, it start all over again. It's like you ain't got no kids no more. You literally don't have kids. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't, like your kids are adults, so you don't have kids. You got adults. You know what I mean? So I respect that, but yeah, it's just weird listening to people who do have kids, or also people who they themselves were raised by stepfathers and stepmothers and things of that nature. A lot of contradictions going on. And I feel like the number one reason that men try to shame other men for having kids is for, like I said, it's really just to hurt the mothers. You know what I mean? Like, cause they don't talk like that about single moms. I mean, they don't talk like that about stepmothers. Right? You don't. I don't hear Anton Daniels saying you a fool for being a stepmom, but he says you a fool for being a stepfather.
No, it's so backwards. I ain't gonna lie because my dad got lucky. I tell him this all the time because he had 2 kids before my mom. My mom didn't have any kids, and I always tell him like, dude, like you got lucky. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's backwards though. And I also thought about, that's another reason why I thought about, even entertaining the woman that had kids. Because, my mom did it. And I didn't look at it like how people look at reverse, like, stepfather, whatever. I didn't look at it reverse as like, my mom did it before, I could do it too, you know what I'm saying? So I did think about it, but I just felt like, I don't know, I just wasn't ready for that life. If that makes sense.
Yeah, like I said, I think that's perfectly okay. Right? Like I said, I think it's reasonable. You don't have kids. You don't have kids and you don't want to have kids. You want to have your own family, or you don't want to have kids at all. You don't want to deal with kids. Totally respectable. Totally understand. I just be more curious as to why, because even listening to you, I mean, it's like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with the baby daddy, but what if the baby daddy isn't an issue? What if the baby daddy is fine and you guys get along? Is that still a problem?
No, that's facts. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing I'm trying to understand. Like, why are we wholesaling the idea of being a step parent? Right. And then to me, a lot of people who say they don't want to be one, they can't really rationalize it in my mind. I haven't heard anything that's like, no, that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with you, like, even you saying like, I don't want to have kids, like that, to me, it's more just like your choice. And I'm not going to shame you for your choice. But what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? Like, she already has kids. So what? What's the problem? Like that in and of itself isn't inherently a bad thing, right? It isn't a negative to me. I don't see what is the negative part about having kids.
I think it's a beautiful thing. It's nothing wrong with that. I was blessed to come from a 2-parent household, so I know the effects of having a good home. Mm-hmm. I believe everybody should experience that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a beautiful thing. I just think, like I said, I want to do it the right way. Basically, I want to get married and then have my kids and then go that route.
You know what?
We both have our first kid together.
You know what the right way is?
What's that?
Whatever way you deem it to be. There is no right way. You saying you want to do it the right way based on what? Who told you it's the right way? Are you talking about like some religious shit?
Yeah, religious, but it just seemed like it's just
what is immoral about having kids?
Like, I don't think it's nothing wrong with it. Like I say, I did have a kid. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, having kids is a beautiful thing. I believe it happens for a reason. I just want to make sure it's with someone I actually trust. I feel like a kid. This is just my opinion. Like, I feel like a kid is kind of worse than a marriage in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like a kid is someone you always have to deal with. Even when they're 18 or over 18,
a kid
you
is
still have to deal with them.
A kid is 20. A kid is 1,000 times more of a commitment than a marriage will ever be.
Exactly, and I feel like I just want that person I have my kid with, someone I can trust to the end. If that makes sense. I know marriage, you don't have to be married with someone just to know if they're the right person. I know that, but I'm just saying, like I just want to be very careful with the kid thing. Like, I take the kid, having a kid very, very seriously. I'm not just out here trying to make babies for anyone. Because I feel like I said, like that.
But Mo, that doesn't have anything to do with you dating a woman that has kids. That's what I'm saying. Like, I hear that. Like, that's fine. That's your choice moving forward. But she already has a kid. You meet her, you like her, or whatever the case may be, and you're like, nah, I want to do it the right way and all of this other stuff. Like, I'm not hearing like a real reason as to why you don't want, you know what I mean? Like, why are you opposed to it? Because you don't want to deal with the baby dad. Okay, what if the baby daddy's perfectly fine? A lot of baby daddies ain't even there. Most of the time, you ain't got to deal with a baby daddy.
You're right.
So there's no beef there. What I'm trying to get at is there might be something there for you to unpack. You know what I'm saying? Where you think it's like, oh, because even the language that you're using, you're saying I want to do it the right way. Kids are even worse than marriage. Like, what do you mean worse than marriage? It doesn't, like, all that's is like a lot of the language you're using kind of is telling what you really think about these things.
I didn't mean worse as like, you know what I mean? I just meant like more as it's like on a commitment side. I think it's a bigger commitment. I believe having kids is a bigger commitment than getting married.
It is. I could tell you that as being a married man and having kids. Having kids is a way bigger commitment than being married. Being married isn't even a commitment. Like, I don't even think people understand that. Getting married isn't even a commitment. Seriously. Like, it's really not much of a commitment. Being in a relationship, right? That's the commitment. When you guys say, I'm going to be like, I like you, you like me, I'm going to be monogamous, you're going to be monogamous. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the commitment. You already made that commitment. You going to go get paperwork, that's where's the commitment in that? You already made the commitment to one another. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you spent a little money. It's cheap. It's cheap to get divorced and, whatever. I mean, I don't want to say that to people. I don't want to sound classist, or elitist, but it's not that expensive to get divorced. And it's not that expensive to get married. The paperwork is like, it's like going to get a driver's license. Like, where's the big commitment? Right? So, wait a minute. You can post, Ma. I just want to ask Daniel, what's good with it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I think the problem is the benefit of it. They look for the benefit is why, they find it, being a problem of being a stepfather. You know what I'm saying? Most of them don't see no benefit in being one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they shame other guys who choose to be stepdads and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Who choose that role.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't really see nothing wrong with being a stepdad. As a matter of fact, like, I grew up in a 2-parent household, but like my uncle was like my dad. And you know what I'm saying? He was a stepdad, but like he wasn't no joke, you know what I'm saying? So like I kind of salute my dad for being like that and being a stepdad at the same time. Like the child that my aunt had before him, you know what I'm saying? She looks at him just like a dad. So I think most of it is being, the benefits of it. They don't see no benefit in it. So why be one?
What I think the thing is what is the benefit in being a parent? Forget a stepdad.
There is no benefit.
Exactly.
like the only benefit that any parent, stepdad, stepmom, dad, or mom, the only benefit that I feel like parent or step parent should look for is like the child or the children growing up to be better human beings than what they were.
Yeah, I mean that's what you try to do, but I'm trying to figure out is like what is the actual like benefit in being a parent? You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like I love being a parent. I love my kids or whatever the case may be, but I also could have not been a parent and I would have been perfectly fine. I wouldn't have been, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't have been like a hole in me or whatever that I didn't have kids or whatever the case may be. So anybody saying there's a benefit to being a parent, what is the benefit? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the benefit? The kids benefit from you being a parent, right? The kids benefit from that or whatever the case may be. But the thing is don't get it twisted. You owe that to the kids because they didn't ask to be here. So, don't get it twisted. You know, right? Like I owe my kids everything. My kids don't owe me shit. But I'm trying to figure out what is the benefit in being an actual benefit in being a parent. Do you live longer? Are parents happier than people who aren't? You know what I'm saying? Like you got to show me where the benefit is in it. I think the idea. Now I'm talking about for the person, for society, it is a benefit, right? But no, I don't think kids don't make you. I don't think, and you guys can tell me this. I haven't seen a study that said people with kids are happier than people without kids. Because last time I checked, childless women are happier than women with kids. So I'm not so let me know what that would be the benefit to me. That would be, you see what I'm saying? Like, so if I were single, if the studies are saying, hey, if you're single without kids, you're happier than people with kids. So how is that a benefit if you have kids? I'm not saying kids don't make you happy, but you're telling me I could be happier without them? Where's the benefit? Make it make sense. I don't think there's a benefit in having kids, to be honest with you. I don't. I think it is nature, compels, thank goodness, compels people to have kids, right? Cool. We need to have kids so our species could live on. Fine. That doesn't mean there's a benefit in it for the parents raising the kids, though. I haven't. What are we talking about here?
Well, I mean, that's what I've been hearing. You know what I'm saying? Mostly going around, you know what I'm saying? Men feel like, oh, being a stepdad is wrong because there ain't no benefit in it. And like, to be honest, like I agree, with the benefit thing. I don't really look for it. If I was a stepdad in a relationship with a woman, I wouldn't look for no benefits. And I mean, if there is some that exists, then the only benefit that I would look for, like I told you, is making sure that child or those children grow up to be better human beings than me and their mama.
Yeah, that's the goal. Absolutely. That's my goal. That's always the goal, to make sure that they, that they level up, as everybody would say. Rich, come on up, brother. I definitely want to hear from you. We're gonna mute you. Oh, there he goes. Hold on, he's here. My bad. I messed up. My fault. Go ahead, Rich. You said you would never be a stepfather. Why not? Hey, I appreciate y'all.
Because why would I raise another man's kid when I can have my own kid?
Why does one affect the other one?
It affects the other one because it's a difference between raising somebody else's kid and raising your own kid.
What difference is it?
The difference is I'm going to actually have a bond with my own seed.
You're saying step parents don't bond with the kids?
I mean, yeah, you can bond with your kid, but guess what? That kid is not you. If I have a son, guess what? My son is going to be me.
He's not. He's going to be his own person.
Yeah, but he's going to be his own person after he develops into his own person.
They're their own people from birth.
So you telling me?
Do you have kids?
No, I don't.
I'm okay. Yeah, I was gonna say you sound like somebody that doesn't have kids. Yeah, babies are their own people from birth. They're not you.
No, I don't believe that.
You don't have kids. That's what I'm saying. Why would I? I'm not lying to you.
I've been around kids my whole life. So
you don't have kids.
What does that have to do with raising kids?
You don't have them. So how do you know what kids are like if you don't have them?
I have a nephew.
Yeah, but you obviously aren't paying attention. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm definitely paying attention.
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you don't know that children are autonomous beings in themselves. They're not you. They're not an extension of you.
Definitely get their personality from how they grow up and what they see in life. Stop the cap.
I didn't say they didn't, but they're not you, though.
Okay, then. So if you're getting your personality from your parents,
you can do that with a stepchild too, by the way.
Life, how is that not true?
Because you can do that with a stepchild too.
I mean, you could. That's how I might look like you.
So is this for your own vanity? Is that what you're saying?
It might be.
Yeah. So it's like to feed your ego. That's why you couldn't be a stepfather. It's not for any real legitimate reason. You just got an ego. You know, you want to play God. You said what?
I want to lower myself to raising somebody else's kid when I can have my own. It just doesn't make sense.
Lower yourself.
Yeah, I want to lower my standards.
Lower your standards because stepmothers are lower.
To me,
are mothers, single mothers are lower.
In the dating market, yeah.
And kids are lower too, right? Like, so you don't really like kids though. That's the thing. Clearly,
you just said it was no benefit to raising kids. So what are you talking about? Come on now.
Who cares? Either way, that's what I'm saying. You're not. You think that made your point? Huh?
You say I better have a single mom? No, my mom's married. Try again.
Is she married to your father?
Yep.
So yeah, you haven't a mom. I'm sorry, you saying that you think single moms are a step down is highly disrespectful.
I'm a single man with no kids.
Also,
right?
yeah, I hear you.
Said it's no benefit to raising kids.
Your kids or somebody else's kids. Rich, hold on, you're missing the point, life, right? Rich.
So why would I bring a knowing burden into my life when I don't have to?
That same question you can ask about your own kids. In theory, it's the same question.
I'll make a sacrifice for my kid because it's me.
It's actually not you. They are their own people.
So you're telling me your kid isn't you?
What the fuck? No, I done told you that. My kid he's his own person. I make sure of that. Actually, I try really hard to make sure he is his own person. He likes different music than I like. He likes different foods than I like. He likes different video games than I like. Like, he is his own person, right? We got a lot of stuff. Don't get me wrong, it's my son. Of course, we got some stuff in common.
The base of who he is, where he got everything from, is you. So he's still
you. We didn't grow up. What are you talking about? How I got my personality was where I grew up and how I grew up. What are you talking about? I didn't get that from my dad or my mom. I got that. I mean, some of it was from my dad, some of it from my mom, but a lot of it was fucking environmental.
So you're proving my point. If you have a kid, your kid is going to get certain genetics, which personality is a part of genetics, from the parent.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything though. That's not how.
I want my son to have my genetics. Simple.
For what reason?
For what reason?
Yeah, I bet you can't explain it.
I want to be able to see myself in another form. That's why.
See yourself in another. So for your own ego, right? Yeah. There's no real you don't really. Hey, Rich. When I start, please stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, please, sir. You are just saying that you want to have a kid to feed your ego. That's it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
All right. I'm supposed to feel bad. Don't care.
Yeah, you should feel bad about that.
I should feel bad about wanting to raise my own kid. Okay.
No, you should feel bad about. You should feel bad that you should feel bad about a lot of stuff. You should feel bad about saying that single mothers are less than. You should feel bad for not wanting to.
Man in a dating market, a single woman is going to come with a kid. We already established that kids are no benefit. So why would I do that?
Why would you want a kid?
Why would I do that? I just told you why, so I can see myself in another form.
I know, we know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm just trying to help you understand. When you try to, Rich, listen, when you try to make that argument, it doesn't work in your favor. That's what I'm trying to help you understand. You repeating what I said doesn't make sense. you trying to repeat it in this instance, it doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? Saying like, oh, kids don't benefit. Yes. So your kid isn't a benefit to you, nor is her kid a benefit to you, right? In that regard. So who fucking cares?
I want to see myself in another form. So me having a kid, clearly he's going to be a benefit to me. How are you going to tell me what's a benefit to me and what's not a benefit to me? You can't tell me what benefit.
The reason, you know what's crazy about this? The men who think like you, they are the ones who abandon their kids the most. Right? The men who have kids out of their own ego, they're the ones who abandon their kids the most.
You paint your nails.
So I have what you want.
Let's be real.
Rich, I have what you want though. With my painted nails and everything, right? I look better than you. I'm smarter than you. I make more money than you. I'm more successful than you. I got a family. I got kids that I'm raising on my own. I'm not on the dating market talking down about single mothers. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got everything you want. Are you talking about my nails? So what?
Nah, I don't want nothing you have, buddy.
You don't want a family? You don't want kids? Hold on, wait, Rich. Hold on, wait. See how stupid you sound? Wait, hold on. You don't want kids? Hold on, you don't want kids? You don't want a son? You don't want sons? Because you were just talking about I want to see my son and myself. I want to see myself and my son. Look at you. You sound stupid.
No, you sound stupid. If I wanted a kid, I could have a kid. So what are you talking about?
And you would leave that kid. That's my point.
No, I'll be there for my kid until I die. I'll do anything for my kid.
Cap.
Crazy, man. I'll treat my kid just like I'll treat
You would treat your kid just like you treat them stepkids.
You can't gaslight me. Try again.
I ain't gaslighting you.
Try again.
What does gaslight mean?
Try again.
Rich, what does gaslight mean?
Try again. You're doing it now. Try again.
No, what is it? What does it mean?
Try again.
So you don't know what it means?
Try again.
Oh, poor Rich.
Try
Yeah.
again.
You should try again.
Look, I'm just not there, no single mom. Simple as that.
That's cool.
I'm not going to take on somebody else's burden. If I'm going to take on a burden, it's going to be my burden.
You're not going to take on any burden because you don't respect children. You don't respect women or children. That's what I'm saying. like make it, hold on, make it make sense. You think single mothers are less than. So in essence, you think women are less than. You expect me to believe that you are going to dedicate your life to a woman and some kids? Fuck out of here, bro. You gonna leave that woman or that woman gonna leave you because don't nobody want to have no babies with you.
As a person, or did I say in the dating market for me? Because I'm not interested in single mothers. Exactly. Try again.
What did you think you ate? I'm only talking about you.
Did I say single mothers were terrible people? Nope. I said
who said that?
Market, I don't want a single mother.
Hold on, Rich. Let me read this super chat. Erica says, Rich, you're contradicting yourself. If kids are no benefit, then the kids you birth would also be no benefit. That's what I'm saying. That's why every time he says that, it sounds stupid. But also, please don't have kids. Hold on. Rich, stop. When I'm reading the super chat, please stop. Seriously. But also, please don't have kids. No one needs that piss poor lineage to continue. Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I don't know what to tell the brother. It's clear as day. If you have kids, you're gonna abandon them.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
My kids would be better off than yours.
Okay, I hope so. I'm rooting for you.
So.
I'm rooting for you. The kids that you don't have with the woman you don't have, you're gonna have to find you a woman and then get the kids and do all of that stuff. And I'm rooting for you. I really am. They put 10 on his head. What?
They're everywhere. Said find a woman, they're everywhere.
Are they?
Yes.
Then what are you waiting on?
I'm going to have a kid when I'm ready.
What are you waiting on? I know. What are you waiting on?
I'm waiting to be in a position where I can give my kid the world. Honestly.
What if you're not gonna do is smoking weed? Like, what are you talking about? How are you in a position? What are you doing? Hold on, Rich. What are you doing? What are you doing, Rich? I know, bro, but I know, and most of them ain't doing shit. I got you. Here's the thing. What are you doing to put yourself in a position to give your child the world? The child you don't have.
Working. What do you expect? Getting money. What do you expect?
I mean, doing what?
Doing what? Now you want to go into personal business.
All this is personal.
No, this is about dating.
Which is personal.
Yeah, but it's not about business and careers and shit.
This is talking about kids is more personal than business. What you talk? See what I'm saying? You talking about the most personal shit. You talk about I don't want to talk about my job. What? Kids are more, sir. Kids are more talking about your dating preferences.
Why are you bringing up business?
My God, shut up. Talking about kids is more personal than talking about your job. Jesus Christ. What are you not understanding? Talking about your dating preferences.
Business, you dumbass.
Because you just said that you're doing all of this stuff to set yourself up for your kids. And I don't believe you.
Gaslighting again.
What does gaslighting mean?
Stop.
You don't know what the word means. Stop using it out of context.
I'm used to dealing with feminine little boys like you.
What? You're used to dealing with what little boys? Hold on.
Do you think your son is
Rich, hold on, wait. Say that word again.
Your son is gonna respect you when you see your nails? Be real.
My son paints his fingernails. You deal with
You let your son.
feminine. What'd you say? Is your tongue wait?
Let your son paint his fingernails.
Is your tongue numb?
Did you just say that shit out your mouth?
Yeah.
Ain't no goddamn way, boy.
They put 10 more. Here's 10 more. I hope that cheap sperm never prevails. They rooting against you, Rich.
Hold on. Why do you let your son paint his fingernails?
They don't want you to have kids because he wants to. He has to. He painted them before I painted mine. My son actually is my inspiration. Hold on, Rich. Stop yelling.
Nah, so your son is you, right?
My son is actually my inspiration. He actually was a big reason that made me comfortable with painting my nails because my son taught me that, boy, like it's okay. My son taught me that lesson. Not an adult, not another man. A child taught me that. Right?
Man, ain't no goddamn way. You're supposed to be teaching your son. How the hell is your son teaching you?
That's what I'm saying. You don't know nothing about raising kids. They actually can teach you stuff.
Definitely know. I learned from my nieces and nephews.
You don't learn shit.
You're letting your son paint wrong with painting your fingernails.
Yeah, we know that.
You're right. There's nothing wrong with it at all, but it shows your mental. It shows the type of person you are. You're fruity. Let's be real. You're feminine. Let's be real. I thought you just said there was nothing wrong with it. You are so contradictory. There's nothing wrong with being sweet. There's nothing wrong with none of that. But if you paint your fingernails, you're most likely sweet. Let's be real.
But what does that have to do with the type of person that I am?
Bro, it just goes into like it's psychology. Bro. You can tell by how a person live their life, the way they think, the way you think. It's like
I can tell by how you speak.
the same shit that you do.
That's wild. My cousin paints his fingernails. He started painting his fingernails in the first place because he bites them.
They told me that TikTok made me drop Rich. They said drop him, so we dropped him.
Yeah, no, it's all good. No, yeah, I mean it's just like I don't know. To the topic, what is wrong? There's
and they put a restriction on my live, which is whack because of Rich. Go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
Yeah, we can't do all that. But I definitely. Also, they're obsessed with disciplining the kids because it seems that the bio dad doesn't have any power. Is my hold on a minute, let me see something real quick.
Hey, let's get up over 100,000 likes, y'all. What's good with it? We at 79,000. Let's get up over 100. We should get to, let's do 125. We got damn near 600 people in here.
Let's see if I can hear everything. What did I do? Did I break it?
I can hear you, Mike. Oh, what up, Alex?
I broke everything.
What's good with it, Alex?
Oh, you know what? All right, my bad. I can't hear anything. No, I finished the book. Connecting my headphones. I gotta go. Sorry.
Okay. What? You read A Will to Change?
I finished it.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm a fast reader. I don't want to talk about that right now, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to derail the conversation.
I have a potentially problematic take that I want to ask the group.
You're good, Michael.
I think potentially from a male perspective, there's not all single moms are built the same. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So like you could have somebody who was in a long-term relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then things just didn't work out, and then all of a sudden they're raising a kid on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Versus you go out one night, you have a random encounter with a stranger, and then you wind up with a child. Is there a meaningful difference when
men are looking at, is this somebody that I want to be a partner with?
Not for me. And men that I think men who do that are just looking for ways to shame women. Because what does it matter if you had a baby in a relationship or outside of a relationship? Like, what I'm saying is I hate when men judge women for things like, if I'm irresponsible, right? When I've had sex with women and I've had unprotected sex a million times with women and I just so happen to not get a woman pregnant, then that's just luck, right? That's not like I was being responsible or anything like that. I just literally got lucky, right? Cool. Now, if a woman does the same thing with another man, not with me, and then she gets pregnant, then who am I to turn around and be like, oh yeah, they're irresponsible? Like, now, if I never had unprotected sex, I was protecting myself at all times, I was careful, I was then cool. You, once again, I wouldn't call you a hypocrite at all. That's not hypocritical. I'm with you. That's how you feel. Like, hey, I have the same standard for other people that I put on myself. I'm good with that, right? But as soon as you tell me like, oh no, I've had unprotected sex with a woman, I've ejaculated, and whatever the case may be, do you have any kids? No, you just got lucky. So who are you to judge this woman? Because she had kids. See what I'm saying? I think that's weird, as if you've never had unprotected sex with a person that you weren't in a committed relationship with.
Right, and I guess that's the difference, is that in this context, it would be somebody who waited until they were in a committed relationship, whether they were married or not, because we've gone over that doesn't really matter. That they, quote unquote, did it the right way, versus somebody who was being irresponsible. From my point of view, it just, because you look at that, you naturally try to guess what somebody's future behavior is going to be based on what they've done in the past, right?
Having sex?
No, I mean, it's the way in which you go about, are we going to wait until we've...
I think you missed the whole point. If you have unprotected sex, which I think most of us have, with the person you weren't committed to, which I think most of us have, the baby is just like, I don't know why people act like the baby means something different or something like that. All the baby represents is you having unprotected sex, most of the time, unprotected sex with the person. That's all a baby is at the end of the day. Have you had unprotected sex with a human being outside of a committed relationship? Yes or no?
I don't think I have, actually.
Okay. The vast majority of us have. The rest of us, we have. So who am I to judge them? Now you can, like I said, if you haven't done it, great. If you haven't done it, like I said, I think that's fair for you to be like, I am going to judge that person because I don't want a person that doesn't have those standards for themselves that I have for myself. I ain't gonna hold you, brother. You got it. But for the rest of us, y'all bet not ever. You better not ever judge another person for having unprotected sex with somebody outside of a committed relationship when your ass done did it dozens of times, some of us hundreds of times. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
No, it doesn't make him better, but that's his standard. I'm not here to tell him that that's not, like, you don't have the right. Like, same thing with what's it called? Like body count, right? If you're 30 and your body count is 10 and you're like, yep, I don't want to date a woman that has a body count over 10 and we're around the same age, you can do that. That's fine. I ain't gonna judge you. That's your thing, right? But if you've been hunching, if you've been in this world hunching and you got 40, 50, 70, 80 bodies, and you a man and you talking about, oh, women body count matter, but men, no. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, obviously.
Shut the fuck up. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that's what it is. Your personal preference could be your personal preference, but to me, it should be consistent. It should be a reflection of your decisions, right? It should be how you've been living your life. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. Like, I just want people to be consistent. And the reason why it's important is because if people weren't being hypocritical about this stuff, a lot of this stuff wouldn't even be it wouldn't even be an issue.
Okay.
Right? So if men stop being hypocrites, most of misogyny would go away tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like misogyny really can't exist outside of hypocrisy because men are the biggest hypocrites. So if men stop being hypocritical, then all of this judgment and all that shit would go away because men, whatever men do, we are saying women do, men do it 10 times worse. So stop being hypocrites. If you're gonna shame a woman for having a high body count, start with the boys. Shame the boys for having a high body count because men have more sexual partners than women on average. So let's shame the men if that's the case. Shame them. There you go.
No, and I totally agree with that. I'm just thinking in terms of, okay, I swear to God, I had a point, and I was trying to also pay attention to what you were saying, but
you was reading the comments.
I mean, I got one eye on them.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, this is what I was going to say. Where is the line between, because I'm not trying to shame anybody. I'm just trying to say, like, for me, when I'm trying to pick a partner, there's a certain things that I look for. So in terms of, where is that line between when you can just say, this is something that it's fine if you do that. That's just not something I'm looking for in the person that I'm going to be with versus you're wrong for doing that.
I don't know. As long as you're not doing, like I said, to me, it's mostly about what you're doing and what you're not doing. If you're not doing whatever you don't want the person to do, then cool. That for me, whatever it is, man, whatever it is, like I'm good. Like if you work out all the time and you're in shape and you want to date or marry somebody that's in shape and works out all the time, I think that's fair. If you got a fucking dad bod but you want your wife to look like a Insta model, I think you need to quote unquote lower your standards or whatever you want to say, right? Change your standards. I don't say lower them, but like change your standards or whatever. Move that shit around.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna get up here and say that I would never date a single mother because I have. I was just recently in a long-term relationship with a single mother. So it's not something that I have any kind of issue with. It's just, and the reason that I think about it is because she was more of the former category of she had a long-term relationship, things just didn't work out. And then she happened to have a child versus she had a friend who had a very different situation. And you could just tell in like the type of people that they were, that there's a level of maturity difference and just the way that they kind of thought about life and like responsibilities. So I don't know. I wonder if it indicates anything or if it really is just not relevant to any kind of like evaluation of the person.
I don't think it is personally. I don't pay. Picking a person is not. I think people overcomplicate it, and I think because a lot of people have built up. A lot of people have like made up these like ideals in their mind of like what makes a good partner and all of that shit. But Vanessa, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I wanted to share, well, to piggyback on what you said, I think it's a matter of a cultural thing. And I know because I'm cross-cultural, that certain things that are tolerated in certain groups are frowned upon in others. So, whereas being a single parent is not an issue. But if you're a single parent with 5 children with 17 different baby daddies, that's an issue. You know, when you don't know.
That's an issue because that is mathematically impossible. So that definitely would be an issue.
You know, but we've all seen the show, the Maury show, right? She brought 11 guys back, but you don't know where your children from, because that says something about your lifestyle, your sense of self-value. That's very sloppy if you can go with several different children, especially if they're close. We're not talking about age gaps, like, oh, I had one when I was very young, 5 years later I had a relationship, it didn't work out, oh, I hooked up and maybe I had a baby, a goose baby or whatever. But you love your children.
I think that we have to, for me, we have to stop. What is the assumption? That's what I'm trying to understand. Once again, wait, listen, hold on, wait. What I'm saying, Vanessa, is, let me go back to what I was saying in the beginning.
Okay.
A baby is nothing more. All a baby represents is you having most of the time, unprotected sex with a person. That's really all it represents, right? So if you had a baby, you just with 5 different, you're just fertile. And you just, you know what I'm saying? Like, because there are plenty of women who have had unprotected sex and they didn't have a baby with a man, or with the 5 men that they slept with, or the 7 men that they've slept with. So I don't so the thing is that I'm not understanding, how do we get to this situation where we're like judging people for having kids? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't get that. I don't understand that concept.
Because depending on how he grew up and where he grew up, culturally, certain things may be frowned upon. I know we live in a new age right now, and we are more comfortable with ourselves, and we can choose our lifestyles or whatever. I choose to be celibate right now, and just so people know, I'm not a pick-me. I've been married, I've been widowed, I was married again, I had children, so my children had a stepfather, and my second husband had a daughter and some other children. And so I'm a stepmom. To this day, they call me mom, even though we're not together for many years now. So I've had some life experience, and I'm still young, because unlike when that guy said he was 26 and he felt like he was young, I was 23 with a husband and 5 children, which was different, but you know, we were responsible, because I guess, you know, what am I, Generation X? You know, we had a certain level of responsibility. I think a lot of the men who claim they're not interested in taking care of other people's children are failing at life. They can barely take care of themselves, most of them. And a lot of them are not at that level of emotional or financial maturity in their lives. They're struggling just to feed themselves, and they don't like it when they see a man like you who can stand up and take care of that responsibility, because it makes them feel less adequate. More so than trying to just talk about the women. I noticed that most of those men cannot fill that position. They're not qualified. And I had a father that adopted me. So I'm thankful, and I loved him to death. And I can't imagine. I mean, I love him more than my biological father when I found that out many years later. He was always my father. And so anybody who spent that time and dedicated that kind of energy to developing another human being, only by doing that will you know what the value is in raising a child that you didn't necessarily create. And there's no guarantee that when you have a child, they're going to look like you or act like you, or any of those things. You know?
Yeah. Kids are when you mix the DNAs up, and you don't know what the fuck about to come out. You mix it with the environment. Like I was telling old boy, my environment had a lot to do with who I am, and my kids are not raised in the same environment at all. It's a complete 180. It's not the same environment at all. My kids grew up in an affluent home. Their mother has a master's degree. We collectively make 10 times more money than my mom and my dad make. Well, I won't say that. My mom made a lot of money, but we make a lot more money. We don't live in the projects. You know what I mean? Like, they go to better schools, they eat better food, they've been to more places, they read, like, everything. We're more involved in their life, like everything on every single level. They're just not there. They don't have the same friend groups. My kids are not. They aren't like. They didn't get the opportunity to be like me, for better or worse. But they really didn't get the opportunity to be like me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. So that's why I find that to be funny. And people who have kids, they understand that. You will see, right? Because I do like I see like I'm hella into sports, right? I'm hella into sports. My son, you know, he don't really watch sports at all. He likes to play some sports. You know what I'm saying? But I don't force my kid to. I don't want him to be like, you know what I mean? Like it'd be cool. I want him to find his own thing. Yeah, whatever his thing is, whatever he likes, I'll be interested in what he likes. I don't need him to be interested in what I like. And I think a lot of
because he's developing into who he's becoming someone.
Yeah, a lot of parents, specifically men, they do that a lot with their kids, especially their sons. They make their sons be like them, like
they're living
vicariously through their kids. Like I know a lot of men whose sons are like, and this could just be me, but I know a lot of men who are obsessed with basketball, and now their sons are obsessed with basketball, right? And I'm like, now I think that that's dope. I love that for them, but I kind of question, how did they become obsessed with basketball? Right? Because you can make your kid obsessed with something.
But that's all of their exposure. See, your children have the opportunity. Like I can say, my parents, when I grew up, I tell people, because I had the benefit. My father's black. My family's mixed. My biological family's mixed. My mother's mixed. But my father was a black man, and we grew up in Jamaica, Queens. Mm-hmm. And he was on a softball team. He played in a jazz band. Mm-hmm. He worked himself. My mother didn't work. So I grew up more traditionally. And when we watched the Cosby Show, people were saying it was fake. But we were like the Cosby Show, but on a budget. You know, like we didn't have that money. But that literally, that guy, Bill Cosby could have been my dad. That personality, the guy who does sports, the guy who comes home and we used to sing and put on shows and everything. And I think the problem is that everybody in this society tries to put their values upon the next person, you know? And it seems like, unfortunately, and I'm looking at you, a brown man, I happen to be a brown woman, in the culture that's promoted for people who look like us, it's a race to the bottom. And the reality is, I don't care what the next woman does with her stuff. She's not sleeping with my husband or my man, right? Not my business. And when you're out there and you try to choose something for your life, a lot of these men, the ones that are responsible, know that it's their responsibility to take care of not only the woman that he's planning to have a child with, but also those children. And so in my mind, before I came on the live, I was listening to these guys who were sounding foolish and desperate. You could hear them smoking and stuff. And it's like, he's not prepared to take care of himself in reality or by himself. No woman who has a child that's serious about life should entertain a person like that last guy. And he's not prepared. He's not qualified. And I think when it comes to the conversation with men that look like you, with other men that look like you, that should be the discussion, because you have to raise the standard on these men. The women, they're always discussing us. And like people always discuss the brown women. We get discussed all the time by everyone. We're the most educated. We're the most driven. We have to hold everybody down. We have to be the finest one out here. And if you come up short with one thing, or if you have a child, or if you have something that is not in alignment, the whole world feels like they can judge women, especially the brown women. And it's not fair.
Who is that?
That old boy who crashed out. That was your first view.
Oh, the first dude. I was like, wait, who is that?
Looking like something from the hills have eyes.
That boy was crazy. He was mad. Yeah, no, I hear you, Vanessa, and I definitely appreciate you coming up. Definitely spend a block on this one time. Hey, y'all, let's get the lights up, 100. Let's get up to 150,000 real quick. I appreciate y'all on the YouTubes, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Let's definitely let's get the lights up though. They're kind of low for the people that's in here. Let's keep the engagement up. Definitely bang the cash out one time. Let's keep the live alive. Thanks for the super chats. Go ahead, Kay. Oh, did you want to go, Alex? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alex, and then go ahead, Kay.
So I wanted. This is a little bit off topic, but I was wondering if you could talk more about how dealing with your son has helped you in maybe like unpacking masculinity, because one of the things that it was in that book that I read was talking about how little boys are often the only males who are able to actually be emotionally expressive. Mm-hmm. So we were going back to what's the benefit of having children?
Yeah.
As a man, who is interested in growing, then that could be a benefit. Is how being involved in a child's life can actually be helpful for your own healing process.
Yeah, definitely. For me, it, because I don't want my son to have my brand of misogyny, it forces me to unpack my own misogyny, right? So like when my son says little stuff, when he says, because his little friends they're still little friends and their parents aren't doing the things that me and my wife are doing. So, like the other day I was looking on his messages on his Roblox game, and he has all these messages. And my little nephew, my son and my nephew were messaging each other, and he was calling my son GAY. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's the type of stuff he's hearing, right? Or they do like that stare game, like whoever blinks first is GAY and stuff like that. And then I so I got to tell my son like that's stupid, and why it's dumb and all of that stuff. Because nobody told me that when I was playing those games, when I was his age, nobody told me that, so I'm just trying really hard to like everything that I'm seeing that is all the misogyny that's cropping up. I just try to like chop it down immediately in real time. But that also helps me, to keep my misogyny in check, right? Because I got to be watching for the same stuff in myself, because I can't be around him, playing that game or whatever. Like, he's gonna be like, wait, you just told me not to play that game. And kids, one thing you know about kids is kids don't do as you say. They don't do as you say, right? They do as you do. So whatever they see, that's what they're going to do. They may do what you say one time, they may do it twice, but as soon as they see you do the opposite or something different, they are going to do what you do. So I try to do what I say. Like, so if I'm telling him to do this, I'm trying to do it. I'm not being like, oh, you got to do this, and then I'm doing the complete opposite. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's not how it works, right? That's one of the reasons why I stopped drinking and like smoking and stuff like that when my kids were really young, because I was like, I never want them to see me drunk, and I never want them to see me high. I don't want to give them any like reason to gravitate towards that at all. And it's not like I'm gonna hide it from them. Don't get me wrong. Like, I will never do that either, because that's wrong too. But but I'm also not in the business of like, I'm not in the business of like, like, oh, I never drank anything, and I was a perfect angel. And a lot of parents do that, and come to find out your mama was a whole crackhead, and your daddy was addicted to H. And you like, what? Now y'all church folk, and you pray every Sunday, and y'all go to Sunday school, and you know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. I can't stand that. But you find out your mama, you find out your daddy and your mama was 304 and out here, and they really didn't fall in love. They just he fell into some vagina and got her pregnant, and now they got me. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm gonna tell my son the truth. Like, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I've done that before many a times. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I found out that it wasn't good, and that's why I stopped doing it. And you know what I mean? Like, that's how I'm gonna do it, right? And if I haven't done it, be like, I've never done it before. From what I know, doesn't seem like a good move. I ain't gonna make it taboo. I ain't gonna be like, no, never do that. Like, that's how you get yourself in trouble, trying to scare them and shit like that. You know what I mean? Got to be
something off limits. It gets more attractive.
Yeah, once you make something taboo, they want to do it naturally. That's the mind of a child. Most humans too. Go ahead, Kay.
Hey man, I was just telling Phil, my daughter earlier. She was like, "Mommy, I wanna be a grown up like you and say what the hell like you, because it's boring." She said it's boring. I want to say what the hell and like what the hell and bro. I tell you,
snuck that in there.
Oh my God, I was crashing out.
I'd have been rolling. I'm gonna tell you something. I let my son curse.
And here's here's the thing.
Don't care about it.
My mama is over here like helping with the kids. Well, now that we moved back to Florida, my mom is like coming over here helping with the kids. So whereas I wasn't like adamant about correcting her, I really don't want her to go to school doing that. So I'm trying to reiterate, but then I keep explaining to her that she has to be a grown up. So then she said, why can't I be bigger and be a grown up like you so I can say what the hell and everything?
So, you know, so what we did, so we gave my son the power to curse, like freely, right? And then he started to curse. But we gave him rules, we gave him parameters. We were like, you can't curse around like other kids because they're gonna be like, hey, why is Lennox cursing? You know what I mean? So we removed that from him. And we said he couldn't curse at his school, obviously, whatever, right? And he'd been good at school, like he doesn't curse at school. But he would curse around his cousins, and his cousins would tell on him, and then, you know, we would look like, because they told me the first time, I was like, he can curse. And my wife was like, don't tell him that. And I'm like, why? You know, so we had to go back and be like, hey, you know, yeah, it's not right for him. Oh, shame on you, Lennox. And then, you know, afterwards, like, bro, calm down when you're around your cousins, man. Just so, I forget what happened. He ended up cursing at some point in time when he wasn't supposed to. And my wife, like, because it happened in front of her, she stripped away his privileges and he couldn't curse for like months. And then she removed the privileges and, you know, now he can curse again freely around us. And he says F every other word. He goes, what the fuck? Every other word. Like, that's his favorite saying in the world. But for me, as long as he ain't cursing at school and he abides by our rules, he can do it. It's the house. I'm gonna let him express himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the word. Like, I'm not, you know, I know I don't want him to get in trouble at school, so don't get me wrong. But outside of that, I'm like, yeah, bro, I don't give a fuck. I curse.
But I used to cuss down. Like my mama don't know that, but baby, I used to cuss down. That's why I cuss so good now, baby. I had practice. But I came up here to say, because I heard the first gentleman up here talking about how can you raise other people's kids that you have no authority over, and he kept throwing around that authority word. Like, why y'all want to control people so bad? Like, why y'all want to be an authoritarian figure or in charge of something so fucking bad? Like, that's just weird to me.
Yeah, most parents see. So somebody just said that sounds something. I invited him up. JMD, please come up. But the thing is that most parents operate on that old operating parent, you know, the old OS system, the old OS, and the old OS, the old parents didn't see children as human beings, right? But I humanize my children every chance I get. That's like my whole thing, is just to make sure that they understand that they're humans and, you know, they have autonomy and so on and so forth. And I don't lie to them and I don't scare them unnecessarily. So I'm not going to scare them with a word like fuck and be like, oh, that, like, because I ain't fucking religious. I say fuck all the time around my kids. What do I look like telling them you can't say it? It is arbitrary as fuck. It really is. Shit, arbitrary as fuck. We don't even know what these words mean. Let's be honest. It doesn't mean anything. You say fuck, what does it mean? You say fuck for everything. Fuck this, fuck that. I fucked her, she fucked me. We got fucked up. Last night was a fucking trip. Like, we say fuck for everything. Like, who cares?
Bro, stop for the line, get mad.
What are we doing? What are we doing up here? This is wild for educational purposes. What are we doing up here though? Right? And I don't ever feel compelled. I don't really ever feel compelled to like shame my son or shame my children. Like, I just don't. I don't think it's necessary. JMD, what's good?
All right.
What's happening?
I'm good.
What's going on with you?
I'm good. So you asked me up, so I came up.
Yep. I wanted you to elaborate on your comment.
Okay, so when part of the reason I thought to elaborate is for several reasons, and it will probably take some time for me to explain why I thought I would do it differently and not do that. First of all, as someone who as a clinician and someone who actually studies words and studies the mind, I don't think that words do not have meaning. The word "s," I mean, using those words, they definitely have meaning. They were created for a reason. I don't necessarily think that cursing is something that is appropriate for anybody, especially for children. I know I can go into some esoteric stuff.
What is fuck? What does fuck mean?
Okay, well, in what way do we use it? Is it? I know that fuck is used to describe sex. I know that.
That's one of the ways. Yeah, we use it. We use it in, like, if a word means something, right? Like, think about what, because you said words mean stuff. Okay, cool. I'm talking about curse words specifically, though, in this context, right?
Curse words, they mean something too.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but hear me out. So, what is a light?
What is a light?
Mm-hmm. Like, describe it. What is a light?
Are you talking about light years, or are you?
No. I'm saying a light. Like, what is a light? What is it? Like, describe it. What is it?
Are you asking me to describe electricity?
No, just like a light bulb or whatever. I'm just saying, like, that is a word. When you say light, I know what you mean, right? Like, there's a literal definition. When what is hot? What, like, these are, yeah. But hold on, wait, JM, hold on, wait. So that's what I'm saying, right? Okay, cool. What does fuck mean?
When the meaning that because we give meaning to words, right? Just like if I were to say apple, I know that we've given the meaning to a word. The word fuck, we've given it a meaning, and the meaning is not something that is positive. It's something
what meaning is it? That's what I'm saying. What is the meaning? You said we've given it a meaning. What is the meaning?
The meaning is, okay, maybe we should look up what it says in Merriam-Webster dictionary. What is the meaning? But the meaning to me, that it seems as if I think everyone in the world has understand fuck to be. It is something that when we're talking about, it is, I'm trying to think of a word right now and I can't think of it right now. But it is, okay, it's a word that I would say it's a euphemism we use for sex, or that we can use for sex.
That's one of the ways it's used.
Right, okay, so that's one of the meaning of it.
That's one of the ways it's used, but will you agree that word is also used 50 other ways where it doesn't mean that?
True. But to me, it's in, I think fuck, or even the word bitch, I think one of the meaning.
No, bitch has a real literal definition though.
No,
but
I get that. But so does fuck. It has a definition as well, and part of it is that there are two people who are actually engaged in a really hard and abusive.
Girl, what the fuck is esoteric? Because I'm lost.
He was talking to me and he was asking me for the meaning. So
yeah,
it's a so. What the fuck is esoteric?
But hold on, wait. I think what's going on here. This is what I'm saying. It's just a thought exercise, JM. I'm just making the point that fuck doesn't mean anything to us in this day and age. I understand the history of the word. I understand. JM, hold on, JM. Please, can I finish my thought?
Yeah.
Okay. So, fuck doesn't mean anything to us right now. Like, that is how the etymology of words work often, right? The meaning of the JM. Please, can I finish? JM, are we okay? Is it okay if I finish what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that there is no when we use the word, it doesn't mean to have smacks all the time. Like, if you drop a plate of food and you say F, you're not talking about smacks. right? You're just, it's a, you know, and I'm not saying the word doesn't have negative connotations. It does, right? But it also could be positive. What if you hit a 3-pointer in a game and you go, fuck yeah, right? Or you get that job, right? See what I'm saying? We about to turn the fuck up. We about to like, fuck. It doesn't, my point is clearly the word doesn't mean anything to us. It can mean something good. It can mean something bad, right? I don't believe in the concept of curse words because there are very few actual words that like stand alone are offensive, right? Like the N-word is one of them, by the way. But there are and that is a very specific word. There aren't many words like the N-word though, because the word bitch is just a female dog. But it's when you use it to describe a human being, now it becomes offensive, right? You use it to describe a woman, that's offensive now, or a man or whatever. Now it's offensive, right? It stand alone though, the word in a vacuum, the word doesn't. What is it? Bitch is a dog. It's a perfectly it should be a perfectly acceptable word, right? So I think that the reason why I was trying to have this conversation with you is I was trying to understand why did you make that comment when asking you now seems like you don't even understand what these words, like you haven't really thought about it that much, right?
Actually, I have. I just don't want to be offensive. I am trying to carefully choose my words so that I don't offend anybody or offend you on your platform. And that's just the way that I speak, so that I am not trying to be offensive to you.
Honey, you can't offend us over on this side of TikTok.
Yeah, I'm like, how would you be offensive by just saying like this is?
I'm not saying that I am. I'm just saying that I'm choosing my words carefully. It doesn't mean that I don't know what I want to say or what I'm trying to say. But anyway, yeah, I'm just saying that I do know what it is that I would like to say. I don't think that any children, honestly, I don't think that anyone should use curse words, especially words as fuck, especially when it's associated, when we're talking about fuck this or whatever. And if it were the case, then you even had neurologists talking about and helping us to understand that part of the reason why, or the area of the brain that we even use curse, is that basal ganglia area, which actually can be somewhat distorted or deformed, that creates the idea for us to even use curse words. But anyway, I don't.
But they say cursing. They say cursing. People who curse tend to be more intelligent. So how could that be so?
I haven't heard of one neurologist to say that, or one neuroscientist to say that.
Okay.
I have heard them say, but anyway.
Girl, it's just like salt and pepper. It's okay. You were pretty much the point that he's emphasizing is you seemed a little bit judgy in the comments. We now know why.
Hold on, wait. I got a quick. Wait. JM, hold on, wait, real quick. What site would you like for me to source on this about cursing? It says swearing is actually a sign of more intelligence. What you said you haven't heard one neurologist, right? I don't know how invested you are in studying.
I have not heard one neuroscientist to say that cursing is actually makes someone more intelligent, but even I don't know what the source is that you're using. I don't know how reputable the source is, but nevertheless, I mean, I made a comment and you thought to call me up. I did not mean to necessarily offend. It's just I thought that because even me saying, because I wrote the comment, it was ignorant, right? So we're applying a meaning to what I said. So the application of the meaning to what I said was something in your mind was negative. So in the same way that the word to me, fuck, or allowing children to use it, especially when children's brain is still developing, they're impulsive, they still don't really know when and how or what context to use whatever. I just personally, I don't think that it was a wise idea. That's all. I don't think it's wise. And that's all. And I stand on that.
Yeah. You stand on that, and here's the funniest thing. So I got one more question for you. What do you know the etymology of the term curse word to begin with? Like that phrase, like where did that come from? What do you think when you hear that curse word?
When I think of the word curse word, I think about, I have not looked at the etymology of the word curse itself. But when I do think of the word curse word or curses, I do think about curses. And when I'm talking about even like maybe witches or something like that, I'll tell you that's what I think about.
Yeah.
When I think about curses.
So for a person, would it be safe to say that for a person that's not religious and that's not spiritual, and like I don't believe in any of this, I don't believe that you can curse a person at all, right? Mm-hmm. And so, because since we're talking about science, do you think science believes in curses?
I don't necessarily know, because I don't think that I've looked on, I've looked at science and the way that they're looking at in terms of curses. So I couldn't answer that, but I don't think, from what I know about science, I don't know they look into curses. So no, I wouldn't think that they would. But what I am saying is I know that I have, and you can look up even Dr. Ian McGilchrist, who's a neuroscientist, who talks about cursing and talks about the area of the brain that causes people to curse. So I can tell you about that, but no, I have not.
And what did they say about it? That's what I'm trying to understand, because I think there are way worse things, way worse words you can say in this world outside of fucking shit.
Okay.
Right? Do you not, like, here's what I'm saying. I've heard people drag people and like, is ugly a curse word? It's not.
No, I know. I don't think that ugly is a curse word, but
I know it's not. That's what I'm saying. So calling a person, so what do you think would affect a child more, if them hearing the word fuck or them hearing being called ugly?
Both.
No.
Both.
More. What do you think would affect the person more?
If you call the child ugly, and if you, I don't know if one will be worse than the other, because I think both would have the same. Oh, can I? Well, you just asked me a question.
Come on, JM. You not be. You know. Come on, JM.
I think both would have the same negative implications on the person.
One of them doesn't mean anything, though. We just went through this. My son doesn't even know what fuck means.
Okay. With all due respect, oh my gosh, public offender.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree I completely disagree with you. I do.
Okay, I'll call my 8-year-old son in here right now and ask him, does he know what fuck means and does he know what ugly means? I bet you he knows what. Hold on, JM. Hold on. I will bring my 8-year-old son in here right now. I will ask him. We can conduct an experiment right now. I'll ask him right now on camera. Does he know what fuck mean and does he know what ugly means? I will. Let's see. I'm just curious. If he says, I'll be shocked if he knows what fuck means, because I've never told him what it meant. And secondly, I'll ask him which one would hurt him more if I called him, if I said those words to him. Right? Do you think that's fair? Because I feel like that's fair. My wife said no. They said no. I think it's fun. I brought my son on camera before. He's smart. He can do it. What? I'm not gonna make him say the word. You guys are tripping. Anyways, yeah, this is interesting. I don't think fuck means anything. I don't think shit means anything, personally. I think ugly means something. I think stupid means something. I think dumb means something. I think these words are harmful. I don't know. To me. And saying that one of them isn't worse than the other one is, to me, disingenuous, to say the least. I'm not buying that at all. I know you know. Would you rather somebody say you're ugly or say the F word? Sure.
I just feel like in a world where you can do what you want to do, like let people raise their own kids. I think there's a lot more bad shit happening in the world than for you to be in somebody's comments telling them how to raise their kids. I'm just saying.
I am not telling anyone how to raise their children.
Well, the comments was giving. That's what your comments were giving.
Well, excuse me for being able to comment in a place where people are commenting. Are we serious?
I'm just saying, you want to come up here and act like you're not being disingenuous.
He asked me to come up, lady. He asked me to come up.
He did, because you were kind of a little reckless in the comments.
Oh, so I was reckless by saying something was ignorant, but so we applied a meaning to what I said, but we can apply a meaning to the word fuck. Okay, thank you. All right,
girl, get the hell on, please. Viciously.
I did not disrespect you, ma'am. I did not. I really didn't. Okay?
All right. Okay. But anyways, we were talking about stepfathers over here and their attempt to shame, pretty much shame single mothers and women. That's what the fuck we were talking about. How about that? And they're obsessed with disciplining kids. So yeah, first guy who crashed out, that's his picture. He was talking about the authority thing. And I always think that it's very funny, and I think you mentioned it the other day, Public, where men say, I can't protect what I can't control. Mm-hmm. And they take that stance with women, but they also take it with children. And I just think it's so weird. For me, whenever I hear it was, I don't know, because I don't feel like, so my dad was in the house with us, but he is not the biological father for my sisters. But I don't feel like he took a hard approach on disciplining other men's kids, right? Mm. And not saying that he should have. I'm just saying I didn't see it pushed, or I didn't see my mom saying, y'all listen to your daddy or listen to your stepdaddy, whatever the case may be. Like, I didn't see her doing that. So I hear what you're saying, Public, in that whenever a man steps out of the picture, he really doesn't have immediate say because he's not there physically. Like, mm-hmm. if things need to be done, if kids have questions, etc., that man in the house should be able to be a voice, should be able to be comfort. But on the flip side, where you have instances where there's child essay going on, and you have stepfathers who groom children, it becomes murky waters. So I kind of understood what old boy was saying, not sexualizing her cycle, but about certain things being intimate and not wanting another man to cross into that territory. Mm. Because those kind of things do happen when that man is in the house and he's overstepping certain boundaries and he's buying gifts and he's doing that. Like, you have to be very mindful of those are some of the first steps in grooming a young child.
I do think that if you're going to groom a child, though, you're going to groom a child. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm being honest. Like, I don't think her coming to you and talking about her cycle is going to be the thing that sparks the grooming. Like, he was going to groom you anyway. So if it wasn't that, it was going to be something else. You know what I mean? I don't know if that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't think that that's like the thing where we're like, don't talk about periods because that can open up the door for da-da-da-da. It's like that. If the door ain't open, it ain't open. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would never be open with me. You could talk about that. A girl, whatever, could talk to me about anything. The door ain't open. It's closed. But you can talk to me about anything. You know what I mean? Like, because you start talking about smacks, I'm going to be like, oh, here she goes. It's time for me to, like, no, the door's closed. I have total control over myself. Oh, damn, that's crazy. Damn, yep. Oh, wow, you like to do it like that? Cool for you. Anyways, you know what I'm saying? Or if it's a daughter, hey, I'm on my cycle. Oh, you need some help? Yada, yada, yada. Let me help you out. Yada, yada. You good? All right, cool. Hey,
right,
hot water pack. Go ahead.
But Public, that's how you think as a dad because you're not a predator. And to my cousins in the chat, like, I can get some of y'all saying that I'm rude. And on my worst day, I'm never rude to a bitch who wasn't rude first. She was being very passive aggressive and disingenuous in the comments. Mm-hmm. JD or JW, whatever the fuck her name is.
JM.
and you calling somebody or you saying somebody's parenting style is ignorant, that is a direct attack on that person. So while y'all trying to be funny and y'all calling me rude, like, here's the thing, a bitch can never spray me with my own tea. Don't come trying to be funny because I'm funnier, okay? Like, I'm ha-ha funny, not funny weird. But yeah, we're not even finna pretend like if the shoe was on the other foot and you were sitting in Public's chair and somebody came in here saying the way you were saying that you raise your kids or interact with your kids is ignorant, that you wouldn't be fucking offended. So and let's be fucking for real.
And to you personally, she was like, lady, like like that, like what the fuck? Where was that? Her name is right there on her damn.
And lady for what? And I'm just trying to tell you, like, you sitting up here, even though your tone was soft and you sounded articulate, you were still a fucking dummy because you couldn't even articulate your point.
Talking about, I don't want to be
like,
offensive.
You can't even answer the questions.
She was saying she was saying she was trying to, she didn't want to be offensive, but she started. Her comment was offensive. Her comment was offensive already. So I'm like, why are you scared to be offensive now? You was offensive in the comments.
She wasn't rude. Like, yes, the fuck she was. She started off rude. That's why Public requested her up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what made me, literally, I saw it. I was like, oh, that's an interesting comment. Let's bring that person up. And then she came up here and was like, being weird. And I was like, there you go. Just like I thought. Like, look, man, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. But I got a nose for sniffing out people who haven't really thought about stuff. Like, whatever you want to call it, like people who haven't really finished the thought. I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. That's what I do. So when she said that, I was like, I was that ignorant. Let's get to the bottom of it. Because here's the thing for that woman, right? I want that woman to understand. Also, not to whatever, but my wife is a psychologist and does this for a living. So whatever you think you know, trust me, she knows more of it, right? When it comes to this. I've never heard her say the shit that lady was saying, ever. Talking about the part of the brain that talks about curse words. Can we also talk about when you say other words too? Why are we only highlighting curse words? Because like I said, I'm sure if they talk about fat, ugly, stupid, dumb, N-word, like whatever, a bunch of words we can put in there, not just the F word and shit, right? And curse is some bullshit. Just so y'all know, that is some bullshit. Curse word, I don't believe. Yeah, the R word, I don't believe. Get the fuck out of here. Curse word, you don't.
Not for nothing. If you meant what you said and you said what you meant, stand 10 toes down in that shit. Come up. I would have came up in that box. Was like, you know what? I said you was ignorant. And that I think that's ignorant as fuck for you to be raising your kids like that. And it is what it is. Change my opinion.
Yeah.
Period.
But I would have
ate Public ass up.
But I would have made it. But I would have made a point though. I would have came up in here and made an actual point. I wouldn't have just said it's ignorant. I would have said this is why it's ignorant and blah, 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 blah. But like pussyfooting around it and acting like you really like, oh, I just don't want to say anything offensive. You are too late. But I wasn't offended by it, by the way. I just thought it was funny. I was like, yeah, come on up. You feel that strongly to put that in the comments? Come on up and explain that to it. That's it.
Cursing to me is like salt and pepper, baby, or a little bit of oregano. just
Eve said it right. Hey, Eve said it. Eve said curse words are sentence enhancers. Just a little. Curse words is salt, pepper. You know what I'm saying? They just spices. That's all they is. Dumb, stupid, and stuff like that. Them whole sentences on their own. Like you, like them just bad. Like as soon as you say them, hey, I'll fight you way faster for calling me dumb, stupid, or whatever than calling me a B word. Trust me, I'm way more offended by calling me dumb or stupid or putting me down in that way than I am by if you say F you. F me. Cool. I'm moving around. Yeah, all right, that person's a little off. Let me get on up out of here. You call me dumb, I'm like, what?
If she's still in here, I'm gonna just let you know, ma'am. I would have respected you more if you would have came up here and stood in that shit and stood on business.
Me too.
We stand on business over
here.
Yeah,
that's all I know. Go ahead, DJ. What's good with it, man?
I'll see you inside. If not,
DJ, what's good? Oh, he don't even know we up here. DJ Charlie, what's good, brother? Oh, there he goes. He dropped. Okay. Lenice, what's good with it? Lenice, what's good? What's up? I'm no expert.
What's happening?
Chilling.
So I've been listening for a hot little minute now, and I find it beyond disturbing that these red pillars have reprogrammed the minds of these young men, and it's just sad to hear, and not even comical anymore. It's scary because I have a niece, right? She's soon to be 40 years old. She had 2 children from 2 different relationships, and she met her now husband, and they have a child, so she has 3 children. However, like I said, he met her when she already had 2. I had not been around them in quite a while because being a truck driver, I'm all over the place, and I don't get a chance to see my family as much as I would like to. So I recently surprised her, and I went to her home for Thanksgiving. I finally got a chance to just sit around and be with her family, right? It was right after Thanksgiving, and she started setting up for Christmas and everything. She's putting up the decorations in the tree. And now her husband, who is the most wonderful man you ever want to meet in your life, big little round jolly guy, just always laughing. He's from Baltimore, so he got the accent, and how they talk. And he's just sitting back and enjoying his family. What these men who are denying themselves the I don't even know what word to use, experience of having a family, a ready-made family. This man turned to me and said, Aunt Kiki, at the end of I don't even want to die. I said, what do you mean, baby? He said, who would want to leave this? And he looked around at his family, his beautiful family, and his beautiful home, and his beautiful children, and his beautiful wife, his children trimming the tree and putting up decorations, because she goes all out. She decks out the house with everything imaginable. And over the years, they have collected individual like ornaments and stuff, and they all have significant meaning. They travel all over the place, him and the children and her, literally all over this country, all over the place. They recently just got back from Madagascar, Africa. They take trips to the Caribbean and all kinds of stuff. He has the most wonderful life with this woman who had 2 children when she came to him, gave him another child, and he loves his life so much he does not even want to die.
Nice.
Excuse my word. F1 in the comments. I know that's one of them words. But this man does not want to leave this earth because he gets such joy and fulfillment from having this family with this beautiful woman. And my niece is a humdinger. She honey, she ain't no wallflower. She loud, she rowdy, but she's fun, that kind of way. And we from Philly, so we loud and we kind of hood. But he, his family is a little bit different. I guess they're a little more suburban, but this man has such joy and fulfillment, and he works to provide for his family as she does.
Nice.
And he could not imagine anything else. So to all of the fathers or the men who, want to be stepfather, who stepped into that role, it's because they were not looking to be selfish and be served. They were looking to be of service. And when they were of service, they got back tenfold, if not 1,000-fold, what they put in, because those children love and adore that man. They respect that man. They get life lessons from that man. He now has the oldest boy, which was not his child, has a son. So he gets to be a grandfather and watch he would not have any biological children right now because their child is only 5. Mm-hmm. He would not have a grandson had it not been for my nephew.
So now I have a great-great-nephew Matter of fact, her son is my great nephew. He would not have grandchildren at this stage in life if he had waited until he had his own children. So when y'all sitting back talking about it doesn't benefit you in any way to raise another man's children are loving on him so much that he does not even want to leave this plane of existence. That is what you are missing out on. And what the other, I think she was a Latina lady, said she was raised by a black man. The experience that she had so much that she still talks about this man to this day. That they pour a man that pours into you and develops you as a person. You will love for the rest of your days.
That's right.
And they will love you for the rest of their days. And that's all I had to say about it. I need people to know that exists.
That's facts. I know it exists.
Does not want to close his eyes.
Yeah, they need to. Some people definitely need to hear that because they be acting like, there's nothing positive that comes out of it. Which that wasn't what I was saying. When I was saying there's no benefit to it, I was saying like overall, comparatively to not having kids. There's no where's the benefit?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean because I have 2 daughters. I have 2 biological daughters, and I sacrificed everything for my daughters. I was a single mother until my oldest was 16, and then I got married.
Yep.
And I had another child prior to that. They're 5 years apart, but I got married later in life, and I raised 5 stepchildren. My ex-husband had 5 with his first wife, and I raised a total of 7 children, and those children were my life. And they gave me joy and fulfillment. But my own 2 biological children, as much as I worked and sacrificed and gave everything I had as a single mother, these kids don't even speak to me.
Oh no!
So just because you have your own children, my kids didn't even call. I just turned 49 last Wednesday. My kids didn't even call me birthday.
Oh no!
So if y'all out here thinking that just because you biologically create some kids that you're gonna have all of this bond and all of that with them,
they gonna connect.
They will turn around and bend over, spread their cheeks, and give you their whole ass to kiss.
Damn. Sorry to hear that.
My kids was spoiled rotten. Hey, it is what it is. I got some little millennial motherfuckers that's on some other shit, so I don't even care no more because I'm living my best life. I'm partying my ass off now that I ain't got to worry about, coming out of pocket for this and coming out of pocket. Mom, can I borrow $50? And Mom, can you need it? Everything and anything that they needed and wanted, I sacrificed for.
Fact.
Yep. And then they be on some other shit. So if y'all think that just because you give birth to somebody or you sprouted some kids up in somebody's Virginia, that they gonna love and care about you, them motherfuckers will turn on you and tell you you ain't did shit. Don't get it twisted.
That's terrible to hear. But
it is what it is.
Yeah. We gotta
y'all need to rethink some of that shit.
Yep. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. Hey, thanks for coming up. I'm no expert. Happy birthday too, by the way. Belated. It still is belated, but 6 cents, man. What you yapping about in the comments? Saying problematic shit. Let's go ahead. Hold on. Let me read the super chat from Osa. I missed this one, Osa. My bad. She made it. She put it up here when JM was up here. She said, "Ma'am, you said you do this for a living. It has a meaning. Oxford states to have sex with someone. That was the first part. 2, to ruin or damage. $5 on your head." She put $5 on that girl's head, but I missed it. My bad, Osa. I got you. I need a sound to go off when I get the super chats because I'll be looking at this screen sometimes. But go ahead, 6. Go. What you got to say about the topic, brother?
Public. I never.
I don't want to hear it. What you got to say about the topic?
Always sat my neck, yo.
Yeah. What you got to say about the topic?
About the topic?
Yep.
What's wrong with being a stepfather? I don't think there's nothing wrong with
being
a stepfather.
Do.
I just wouldn't do it.
No. Yep. Why not?
Why not? I'd rather have my own family,
Why?
Isn't that better? If you had the choice, wouldn't you choose to have your own family over?
I have my own family, yeah. But I also would have stepkids too. Right? Like I don't care. Either one.
They're still your stepkids. Like that's still your family.
Yeah, I'm not understanding.
I actually wanted to ask that lady. She said,
I already cleaned this up. It's not playtime. It's bedtime.
Go ahead. We listening.
She said, we're missing out having a step family. I wanted to ask her, what are we missing out on?
On the benefits of, like, it's the same. What do you, okay, do you want kids?
Eventually, maybe, yeah.
Eventually, maybe. Why do you want kids?
Well, I said maybe not.
I know. Why would you want kids if you were to have them? Why would you want them?
I don't know. I think it'd just be pretty cool, you know?
I mean, that's some shit you say about, like, putting together a fucking drone or something. Like, but a kid, you should, like, have strong feelings about.
Why did you want to have kids?
Because I wanted to, like, I felt that kids would bring, like, a different level, like a meaning to my life. And I wanted to connect with a person like very deeply. And I like the connection that parents and children have. I always wanted to, like,
yeah, I can give you motivation. I can see that. Yeah.
I wanted to guide somebody, and, you know, it'd be like a, you know, like, kind of give them the knowledge that I have attained and pass it on to them. And, you know, and also wanted to make somebody happy. Like that's something that I like too. I like making people happy. Like, I think that's a good thing to, you know, but that's not specific to my kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would do that for, if I didn't have kids, I met my wife, she had my sons, I would feel exactly the same way about raising, you know, helping her raise her kids. Like, I would bring them on, they would be my kids. So I don't see anything different.
You would much rather do that with your own kids though, right?
Yeah, I would rather, I had my own kids. You see what I'm saying? It's harder for me to, like, I had my own kids. I'm saying either way, it's not about the kids at that point. It's the person that, you know what I mean? It's the mom, not the kids. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, so basically what I'm saying is I would have chosen my wife whether she had kids or not. And I would have been perfectly content with being with my wife, even if she had kids. Like, who fucking cares? Because I chose my wife. I didn't choose the kids. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't dating. I'm not dating somebody for their kids or whatever the case may be.
Look, I want to ask you this question, but it's going to be hard because you're already married. You're in too deep right now. But let's look at the average man.
Okay.
There's two girls side by side. They're the exact same people. You know, 100% chance that guy's going to pick the woman without the kids, right?
Yeah, if the women are equal, like everything being equal, of course you're going to pick the woman without the kids. But the question becomes, why?
Because you want your own. Like,
I know why.
Well, when does that happen? When do you?
Alex, it never happens. But I'm playing his game. Why? Because that's the bigger question. Why? I'll give you another analogy. People who have puppies, right? People who have puppies, and, like, you know, like, go get a newborn pup or whatever. And people who are like animal advocates, they'll be like, no, go adopt something from the, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's already kids out there there's already animals out there that need a home, right? A good home.
Yeah, but the safer route is to get that newborn puppy because you could train it. And you also, too, if you get one from the shelter, it could be a crazy ass dog and bite the shit out of you. So it's better to get a puppy that's brand new that you can train. And yeah.
I don't.
That's true. You can't. There's no. That's true.
No, that's not true. Because you can bring a dog in, and you can make, like, you can teach the dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can heal their brain. So whatever trauma they've experienced before, you can heal them up, and they'll be perfectly fine. So but
you're rolling the dice though. You're rolling the dice. Why would I do that when I can get a brand new puppy?
Because there's already dogs that need help. So you're just being selfish. That's what I'm saying.
You're still rolling the dice with a brand new puppy too. Like,
you're still rolling the dice with a brand new puppy too. But
I have like 4 dogs in my house. No, you're not.
Hey, somebody said every child. Hold on, wait. Somebody said every child bite, and she ain't lying. New kids, old kid, don't matter. All kids bite, brother. You're gonna get bit a couple times. Like, that's just what it is. The only point I'm not comparing kids. I'm just saying the idea of there's, like, the reason why you want a puppy is for selfish reasons. There's really nothing logical about it. There are very few instances when hold on, wait. There are very few instances when getting a puppy makes sense, right? You want to train a puppy, you want to train a service dog, you want to train a specific type of dog to do a specific task, because bulldogs can do the same thing that poodles can do. They can do the same thing the terriers can do. Like, they have different, whatever. So if you have a specific meaning, like sheepdogs are sheepdogs for a reason, right? You gonna have your dogs on a farm, cool, go get you a sheepdog. Totally understand, right? I get that. I ain't gonna hold that against you. But for the vast majority of people, adopting an animal is way more beneficial to society than you having your own. There's already a bunch of animals out there who need help, and the only reason why most people want to go ahead and get have a newborn puppy is for their own selfish reasons. Oh, this is mine. It's a possessive thing. Same thing with your kids. There's no real logic behind it. You can't really make it make sense logically. Because if you mean to tell me you meet a woman, she got small children, 2, 3, 4 years old, how aren't you going to influence those kids? You're in those kids' lives every day. What are you talking about? Those babies you will see, because the thing people don't know, you will see those kids, they'll start to eat like you. They'll start to talk like you. Like me and my brother, we don't actually look alike. Me and my brother don't really look. We got different dads. We don't really look. If you look at us really hard, you squint our eyes, we got some similarities. But guess what? When me and my brother are talking and we're sitting right next to each other side by side, people actually have said, oh, you guys look alike. But that's because of our mannerisms. You know what I'm saying? Our mannerisms are so similar, right? And my brother is 6 years older than me. So a lot of my mannerisms I got from my brother. So you know what I mean? Like I grew up watching him. So I just adopted a lot of his mannerisms. Like the same thing will happen with you and a child that is not your biological child. The same thing will happen. You will see a lot of the same stuff happen in that kid. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so outside of that, what is the reason why you want to have your own kids? For what reason? Like, what is the preference? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I just want it to actually be mine,
Exactly.
Look like me, everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like you would want your son to look like you.
Your kids might not look like you.
What kind of do? What do you mean? What kind of do? What do you mean?
Like you can't be a step parent and have a kid of your own.
Why would I want that though?
What?
I don't get why would I want to be
what?
Like I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it.
You are saying there's something wrong with. I'm sorry. You are saying there's something wrong with it, Six. That's what you're saying right now.
How? I'm not saying that.
That's literally, bro. Why would I want that? That is saying something is wrong with it.
Okay. Why would I want that over having my own?
Shan just.
You keep saying. Yeah, I don't even understand why we keep having this conversation as if it's like mutually exclusive. Like, if you become a step parent,
you can't have your own
somebody
kids.
Else's child, you can't be a biological parent as well. That's like not a thing.
Yeah, but like I get, as I said, there's nothing wrong with being a stepfather. If you want to do that, do you. But like,
I'm not trying to talk you into being a step parent. What I'm trying to get you to understand is you keep saying, why would I want to do that over having my own?
Yeah.
You can do both. So it's not about you raising your own kid, because you can also do that. It's about you having a aversion to dating women who have children, and you should just say that.
I think the reason why you don't want stepchildren is for exactly the same reason that I laid out, because you keep saying to finish another man's work and all of that stuff. It's all about dominance and control. That's all it is.
I never said that.
You did. I saw you.
No, you never see me say that. That's a lie.
You said you don't want to. You said you don't want to finish some other guy's game or something stupid like video.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did, bro. You did.
Public,
I'm not tripping, bro. Don't try to gaslight me. It was you.
Bro,
you just said it when I brought you up. I saw it.
Wait, what you say? Say that again?
You said, I'm not saying you said that exact thing. You said something very similar to that, though. You were like, why would I?
I didn't say that. I didn't say nothing about save game or nothing.
Okay, I'm saying, I got you with the save game. I'm saying, but you said something similar to that. You did. I know you didn't say the game thing. I got you. You said something very similar to that, though. You were like, why would I want to, like, finish?
Look,
I know, bro. I know. I'm not arguing with you. I already conceded that you didn't say the video game thing, but you did say something very similar. You were like, why would I want to, like, basically you just said why would I want to take care of another man's, like finish another man's family or something stupid like that. You did say something like that.
Say that public. You're mixing me up with one of the other guys,
Okay.
bro.
What did you say?
When I came in here, the first thing I said was there's nothing wrong with it. But if you had the option, everybody's gonna want their own. That's all
bro.
I said.
Y'all saying he didn't say that. I promise y'all he said it. I saw it, and that's when I brought him up. That's when I brought him up. I'm not making it up. Like, I'm not, bro.
No, I repeated what the lady said. That's what I said. Then you muted me and brought me up here.
Okay. Go ahead, Vince Gonzalez. Vince, what's good? Who microphone is that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can hear you, Vince.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. For me, I find it's quite difficult to have men say that the reason why crimes, why do we have unruly, undisciplined people is because of fatherlessness or the lack of a parental or father figure. And then you find these people who shame, stepfathers or men who want to step up to take care of a child who does not have a current father figure in their family right now. So that's the part where I don't understand. I mean, if they're
I know why they do it, Vince.
They're looking at this from a Christian or Abrahamic perspective, even their scripture itself. Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I was just saying I know why they do it because all of these like misogynistic talking points, they're all circular, right? Like they don't make.
The scripture says you can take it. It's good to take on a woman's child. So you're a liar.
Oh no, wait, no, it's not. He's not a liar.
It does say that. You guys don't know the Bible. You guys are devil worshippers.
I didn't say no. We didn't say that you're supposed to take another woman's child. I only said, what I said was that the Abrahamic perspective, or the Abrahamic perspective of, for example, treating a woman or a woman who has already been with another previous partner, you would treat her the same way as you would treat a woman who has never been with a partner, and that's even inferred. I'm not sure if you're familiar with
He's not.
Ruth, and I forgot the name. It's been a long time since I've
Me too.
read that passage, but I think Ruth, the story of Ruth, I think.
He's not familiar with it.
The Gospel of Ruth?
Real quick, hold on, y'all. So, like I was saying, Vince, the reason why the men say that is because in one instance they want to shame single mothers. They want to punish single mothers for usually because single mothers are the women are the ones who drop the men. They get rid of the men or they leave the men or whatever because the men are so terrible, right? So they want to punish them. So one of the ways that they try to punish them is they try to shame men who are willing to step up and be stepfathers, right? And they go around and they say you're going to be kicked out of the cult if you step up and you're a stepfather. We're going to shame you like we shame Russell Wilson, like we shame all these other stepdads, right? So that's a part of it. They want to hurt the mother, and then the part of they want the mother to ultimately be so desperate that she'll settle or accept the abuse from the original father. Like if women, in their minds, they think that if they can just stop men from signing up to be stepfathers, right, then that will scare women who have children enough to remain in shitty relationships with these abusive men, right? That's one part of it. So it's all about getting the women to stay in the relationship with the shitty man or to punish the woman if she chooses not to. That's the first part. The reason why they blame the single mothers for the crime or whatever. That part is also linked to them trying to control the mothers to gain access to the single mother. So they go, oh yeah, the reason why your sons and daughters, your daughters are turning out to be 304s, and the reason why your sons are turning out to be thugs and criminals is because you don't have a father in the home. And then the women go, and they expect the women to be dumb and go, oh well, what's the cure? And then they go, and then they expect, and then the man will go, well, I mean, you know, you could just stay with your baby. Like, I know he's not the best. I know he's not treating you the best, right? I know he's abusive, but you know, just go on and stay with your baby daddy. Okay, I'll stay with my baby daddy to make sure that my kids aren't criminals and da 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 da. And then that's their hope. That's what they're hoping happens, right? Also, they also want to shame. They want to make the single mothers to devalue themselves and settle for them. They want them to, you know what I'm saying, to be like, well, shit, I got to have a stepdaddy in here. I got to get a daddy to raise my kids. And so they'll set in like, and then they look up and it's some shitty man that's just as shitty as the man that they had before, but he's like, I ain't the last man. And then the woman goes, yeah, I choose you, Pikachu. And then she brings him in, and then there we go. Now, you know, now everybody's happy, right, in their mind. So that's really why they say those things to me. That's what I've gotten. Jason the Washington, what's good with it?
How you doing, sir? Greetings from Germany. Hope you're doing all right.
I'm doing all right, brother. What's going on with you, man?
Just enjoying the conversation. Just subbed and kind of wanted to join this conversation about why men should be stepfathers or why men shouldn't.
Cool. What's your thoughts?
Well, I'll say from our culture, especially from Black America, we kind of have this thing where I think that we're kind of programmed to be stepfathers before we learn how to be fathers. And what I mean by that is that we're kind of already as men, it's put in our head from other men and from women in our communities to go ahead and step up and be with a woman who has children and play that role before you have your own children. And this is something that happens in a lot of communities where it's like once you're 19 and want to get out the house with your mother, you end up getting with a woman who has kids and you play the stepdaddy role even before you get married. This happens in the community all the time. Am I wrong on that point?
I don't know
when a boy wants to when a boy wants to leave the house before at 18 years old, what's the first thing he usually does?
When he wants to leave the house, I don't know.
So he usually gets with the girl to get in, and he doesn't have a credit right usually in our community, so he has to get with a woman who already has kids to kind of get into that stepdaddy role. And then most of us, we do that. I did it too in my age. We do this before we even have our own kids. So that's why I think that it's counterproductive for us to now try to go back on that when it's already kind of been embedded in us to have a stepdad culture. As men, we were kind of already taught to kind of come into the role and play stepdaddy roles. And now we're trying to go backwards. It seems counterproductive.
I've never heard of this before.
You've never seen where it's like where a lot of young Black boys, because I've mentored kids a lot, but they have to get out the house at 16 or 17. So what they usually end up doing is they'll end up getting with a girl who's like 22, 23, who already has a child, who already has some housing assistance, and he plays the stepdaddy role to her.
Yeah, I don't think this is usual, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Young men specifically, definitely homosexualism is very high for younger men, no doubt about it. Women who don't have kids also have their own apartments, and they typically just have their shit together sooner than you know young men do. So you don't need to get with a woman who has kids. You just need to get with a woman, right? If that's the case.
No, usually those girls are already in college. If you want to get housing, then usually the move is for a young boy, if you want to get out your mom's house, is to get with a woman who already has kids and play the stepdad role. If the girl doesn't have kids and she doesn't have housing, you can't go live with her in her dorm. You can't go to her university and live with her. This is what happens in most poor neighborhoods. It happens in Oklahoma, where I'm from. It happens in larger cities. So that's why I'm saying that.
What if I told you that I got with my wife when she was in college and I lived in her college apartment with her?
Not say that's awesome, but I say that's also an anomaly.
That's not an anomaly.
You think your situation of getting with a girl you're getting married in college to a girl and you lived with her in college is not an anomaly?
Listen to what I'm saying. I got with my wife when she was in college. She lived in the dorms when she was younger, but she moved out, and most people don't stay in the dorms for their whole college career, right? So She moved out. She got an off-campus apartment. I ended up moving in with her on her off-campus apartment. She had roommates. One of her roommates had two boys different times live with her, live with them, right? and that was it. Yeah. So there was 2 other boys, young men at the time, who lived.
Were you over 21, sir?
At the time, I was 24. They were 20.
Yeah, okay, but my scenario is like boys who are 18, 17, and 19 who are getting out their mom's house.
They were, yeah, they were.
If they don't have the credit or anything to get housing, and let's say they're low income, then normally what do they do to get into a housing situation? They get with a woman who has kids and they live with her.
That's cap.
That's what a lot of young black men have to do in the situations.
But nobody, first of all, never has that ever been a conversation that I've ever heard. That's what
okay,
I'm saying.
sir. I'm understanding that maybe that's not a conversation that you've had, but I'm letting you know that it is a reality, and it is something that for a lot of young boys who don't, who look, it's in our community that kids are kicked out at 18. Do you understand that? Yeah. That young boys are kicked out the house as soon as you finish high school. It's told get out the house. Yep. But if he doesn't have the financial skills, or if he doesn't have the credit, or if he doesn't have anything set up beforehand to get his own apartment, then what does that young black boy usually have to do?
A lot of them go to the military. Some of them do end up going to college. Some of them go to trade school. Some of them go to jail.
Okay, majority. I'm talking about the majority.
Some of them go to jail.
I'm talking about the majority because 1, job corps have been shutting down state to state. 2, black boys aren't going to the military like they used to do in the early 90s and early 2000s. That's just a reality. So yes, you're saying it's an option, but it's still saying the majority of black boys don't do this.
Jason, wait. There are more black boys and young black men going to the military than doing the thing you're describing. Let's just be honest.
You really believe that's not true, sir?
Sir,
that's
please
not.
Stop it. Be for real.
No, sir. I'm not going to stop that because
Jason,
what you're being facetious.
Time out, Jason.
Yeah,
Jason.
that's cap.
Okay.
That's cap. That's total cap. That's not real.
Pure cap, bro. That's not true.
Which part is cap?
The everything you're saying is cap to me, but specifically, because you tried to when Shan just said a lot of these dudes go to the military, and then you instantly pivot into, well, they're not going to the military like they used to. Even with that, not going to the military like they used to.
They're not. They're shutting down job corps. The job corps is not an option like it used to be in the early 2000s, and neither is the military. I'm just pointing that out that it's been a decline.
Nobody is denying that, right? There are other things like you can't trust me. You don't want to go down this slope. It ain't going to work for you. But like,
go down the slope and have the conversation. We're not having an argument, but I mean, still, I'm just saying that in our culture, being a stepfather is something that's already been embedded into us, and so us.
Hold on, brother. I'm talking. Please don't interrupt me. I've been letting you talk this whole time. So let me finish my statements. First of all, going to college. Going to the military. More young black boys are going to the military than are deliberately going out of their way and getting with young single baby mothers.
How can you qualify that? What statistic can you pull up to say?
Hold on, wait. How can you?
Wait, you're saying it's not true. So how can you say that black boys aren't doing that? That's not the option. How are you saying that more black boys are going to the military and doing that versus the other option?
Hold on. I didn't say black boys aren't doing what you're saying. I'm saying several things.
You're saying that it's less.
Hold on, Jason. Why do you keep unmuting when I mute you? I'm not. It's not for you to unmute. I'll tell you when I want you to speak, but right now, let me finish. What I'm saying is that what you're saying, isn't quantifiable. You have no data on it, no studies on it, nothing to quantify what you're saying. You are literally, at best, it is anecdotal, right? And that's fine. I'll give you the anecdotal argument. I'll say that there is a group of young men who are 18 or 19 and they see no other way out and they go find a woman who has kids and so and cool. I'll give you that. All I'm saying is that there is a way larger group of black boys who are doing the things that Shan is saying. More black boys go to college than do the thing you're saying. That's what I'm saying. There are more black boys who go to the military than do the things you're saying. More black, like, I don't know what you're talking about. This ain't, nobody mentioned Job Corps. You brought that up. That's a straw man. I don't give a fuck about Job Corps.
No, she brought up Job Corps, sir.
She didn't. Shan,
yes, sir, she did.
I said the military. I never said anything about Job Corps.
She said Job Corps, jail, college, and going to trade.
She said Job Corps, sir. I know what Job Corps is.
I didn't say Job Corps. I said the military. I said trade school.
Ask your chat. She said Job Corps, military.
I never said the word Job Corps.
She don't even know what the fuck that is, really.
Well, then ask your chat, because they were the ones listening, and I heard her say Job Corps as well.
Yeah, but you were wrong. It's okay.
No, I'm not wrong, sir. She said Job Corps.
What is a Job Corps?
He's wrong, and this is weird. Instead of him just conceding like, "Oh, you're wrong," he's like, "No, I'm not wrong," which is a red flag.
No, sir, I'm not wrong. She literally said
super
Job
red
Corps.
flag.
Okay.
Huge red flag
So
here.
okay. So when you go back in your chat and she says Job Corps, then what? You'll apologize?
How do I go back in my chat? My chat disagrees with
When you end your live, I'll go right back to where it is and make a timestamp of it where she said Job Corps. And then when I do that, will you apologize?
Yeah, I will. But will you?
Thank you. Okay, then no problem. And if I'm wrong, then I'll apologize.
I did say trade school.
I
didn't say Job Corps. I said trade school.
Oh, maybe that's what he's thinking. You were talking about Job Corps, but she's at trade school.
I didn't even know that that's what that was. So no, I never said the words Job Corps. I said trade school.
Yeah.
Okay, then we can meet. Then I took trade school as Job Corps.
Yeah, I heard trade school, jail, college, and military. Those are the 4 things I heard. I didn't hear Job Corps.
So yeah, you were wrong.
Yeah, it's okay. You were wrong. It's okay. Yeah, it was a misinterpretation. But anyway, miscommunication. But back to the point. So no, also, I don't know where you're from. You say you mentored a lot of boys. That's cool. I would have been one of the boys you possibly could have mentored because I came up out the hood, out the projects, on Section 8. I'm a project baby. And
I'm a reservation baby from Oklahoma.
You said you're what?
I'm a reservation baby from Oklahoma.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. That ain't the hood, as far as I know. But I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know what a reservation is, sir?
I do. I'm saying that ain't the hood, right?
Okay, I didn't say. I never said I was from the hood. I just said you asked. I said,
Jesus Christ. Where?
Jesus Christ, you're getting frustrated. I don't know why.
I'm getting frustrated because you talk too much.
Well, then I'll end that, sir. It's no problem.
You keep talking and not know what you're talking about. It's ridiculous. Somebody said, Maud said, based on Jason's scenario, being a stepdad isn't embedded in culture. Being a parasitic bum is embedded in the culture. Absolutely. That was crazy.
Also, most what he said doesn't make sense either because most 22, 23-year-old Black women aren't mothers.
That's facts.
So for all of these 18-year-old boys to be finding them a 22, 23-year-old single mom to go live with, most of them aren't mothers at all, let alone single mothers. The average age of childbirth is literally 29 at this point.
That was weird because he was Black, but he grew up on a reservation and he was talking about Black culture. There ain't no Black culture on the reservation, sir. How the fuck do you know? But he tried to legitimize what he was saying by saying, "Oh, I mentor a lot of boys." Okay, but I grew up in the shit. So let me speak on my personal experiences. I'm gonna tell you because all you got is anecdotal shit. This is not nothing you're saying is quantifiable, right? All you got is anecdotal shit. Let me give you my anecdotal experience. I've never heard that in the hood. I'm way more in touch with the culture than he is, without a doubt. Because I grew up in the shit. What are you talking about? The boys that you're talking about, they do not come from middle class circumstances, right? They come from the places where I come from. He said government assistance. I was on government assistance, right? I was on government assistance. The places where these women live, they lived in the hood that I lived in. I would have seen it more than he saw it. And I'm telling you that at no point in time in my life did any of us ever have a conversation about, hey, bro, hey, your mom kicking you out. Hey, you know you can go stay with Keisha because she got kids, bro. Go find you a good baby mama and go settle down with her, man, and just use her. Nigga, what? Never. That's crazy. And I'm not saying black boys and men in general aren't taught to be parasitic as fuck. We are, but that wasn't the lesson. That was not a part of the curriculum at all. Not even a little bit. That's crazy. What up, BPG? Oh, sorry, Shane. Did you get to say what you wanted to say?
I don't even know what I wanted to say at this point because
that was a lot. But y'all go ahead.
He straight up lied. Like everybody in the chat, everybody's like, "What? I've never heard of this before." And he's acting like it was just a commonplace thing. Like, yeah, you didn't know everybody did that. Like black boys, when they turn 17 and 18, they just go find them a single mom to live with. Like, there's not enough. Like, it's just not mathematically possible. There's not enough. Is there maybe a small population of people that did that? Sure. Oh, and y'all, sorry about if y'all heard me telling this child to go to bed for the 50th time. He still has not gone to bed. He in here again talking about his eye hurt. I know you don't want to go to bed, and this is the problem we're having.
Not to mention, that would mean, too, that these young men are getting with women who are older than them. Like, I know, obviously, it happens, but is that the norm?
Is it okay if I go? I didn't know if anybody else had a turn before me speaking. I didn't want
Go
to
ahead.
step in front.
Go ahead, Dimitri. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that guy that you had on before was nuts. I've never heard of anything like that in the black community. Like, I mean, number one, he grew up. I mean, he comes from a reservation, so that's probably. I mean, I doubt if he's even black, and that's like a totally different. That's a totally different culture.
He sounded very anti-black.
Right.
Like, he was spewing anti-black rhetoric. That was crazy.
But the thing that I wanted to say in regards to the prompt on stepfathers, a thing that I'm noticing is like this sort of bizarre obsession with like biology and like you having to have a family and produce a family and have kids directly from your own body, and somehow that's more valid than you caring for someone else's child. I don't know. I just think that it just comes from like an extremely um right wing, and I was even say like fascist sort of understanding of family. Like, it's a sort of reinforcement of the nuclear family in a way. Like the whole concept of family that we have in this society and in this culture needs to be completely like transformed and like revolutionized. Why is something only yours if it's comes from your body? Like, I just don't understand the logic of that. Like, why 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 isn't it valid? Why isn't the relationship that a man develops with, in a heteronormative sense, like if a man gets with a woman who already has children, this child is young, maybe they're like a 3-year old, he has been there, he gets married to the mother, he raises the child from the age of 3 to the age of 20. Well, that's his kid. Why doesn't the time and the effort and the resources that you pour into the development of this human being mean that that's yours? Why is it only your biology that makes some? It's just weird. Like,
I think a lot of men want to put a baby in a woman to trap them. That's what
right.
And they understand that if you are the biological father, that the odds go up that woman stays with you.
Why are they putting this on me in the comments? I never said that. That's crazy.
Who said what? I don't know. I don't read the comments.
I said if you want to go be a stepdad, go be a stepdad. But every man is picking their own child. That's a fact.
Picking his own child? What are you talking about?
Would have their own child.
Yeah, Miss Cece made a very interesting comment. I'm pretty sure. Miss Cece, you can come up and you can prove me wrong. I think you're the person that just dropped, because Miss Cece said, "I love your content, public, but you was being a bit offensive with the guy. You can disagree with someone without being disrespectful and argumentative." I was being disrespectful and argumentative. What? That sounds like an LJ move. That's like something like LJ when he log out and come back as fun guy or whatever. That's like the type of stuff he be doing. But okay, you can come up, Miss CC. I would love to see.
And can I also say?
Person.
Oh, my bad. Sorry to cut you off. Can I also say I also think that there's a generational difference here. And I mean, I know that we want to speak in generalities, but just to speak in the black context, like the guy that you had on before, Jason, where it seemed like he was kind of like sort of demonizing being a stepfather. Like, black men for the most part, and I think it's mostly older generations of black men. These new generations are fucking cursed. Like they're all right wing and fascist and conservative freaks at this point. It's really sad. But black men in the past, there was this thing of like, you might have, a father in your family or a grandfather in your family or a play cousin or something like that. Someone, this a male figure or someone like that that was not like biologically kin to you. They weren't married into the family, but this is someone who may have had a relationship, a very strong relationship with someone else in the family, and they've just been there and they've been this um, step in, father figure. And I'm a product of that. Like one of my grandfathers, a person that is still in my life to this day, he is not. I'm not biologically related to him. He's not married to my family, but that's my grandfather because he was there since I was a kid. Why isn't that valid? Why is that wrong? And why isn't that seen as something like that's beautiful and powerful and innovative? Like why is that disgusting? It feels like they just, all of these conservative black folks, they just want us to be like whites. like no, like that's a sign of how resilient our community is, how resilient our family structures is, that we're just not going to let our young just be out here without anybody caring for them. So someone that's not biologically related to them has to take care of them. The only people who can afford to just have biological families or whatever the fuck that means and then only care for them are like wealthy whites, and we're not that. So I don't know, it's a lot of white supremacy, it's a lot of capitalist right wing stuff going on. It's sad.
No, you
It
brought
honestly makes me sad. It's really heartbreaking. That's all I want to say.
yeah. BBG, go ahead.
I think he's right. It's very much eugenics. Like that's, and that is one of those facets of fascism where you talk about like creating the best version of yourself, or creating a family that's tied to a legacy, and like that will always be weird. Like that legacy thing, even the belief that if you have kids with your wife, that you get a chance to like see yourself in another person. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that ain't even how genetics work. Like them kids could look like whoever the heck they want to look like. I will never forget seeing my kids for the first time and literally going, who the hell are these people? Like I don't know who these kids look like. Like they literally pick whoever face they want, from whatever pool they pick the faces from, and they will look like whoever they look like. Like you can have kids that look like your mom, your great granddaddy, your great aunt on your, on your dad's side. Yep. Kids gonna look like whoever they look like. So that's already weird, but also they have an idea of how they want their kids to perform. And I think that that's why people who say stuff like that, who talk about like particularly not wanting to be a step parent because they want kids that have their genetics or have their personality traits, that is already a sign of a person who's going to be a bad parent, because you have already developed in your mind that these kids will be a variation of you. They are not. As a parent, you cannot go into it with the idea that, hey, these kids will be some form of me that I can fix, or they can be the parts of me that I like that are good, and I can fix all the parts that I don't like, and I can make them the better fit, more, more attractive, more educated version of me that makes more money than me. No, sometimes you're going to raise some kids and you're going to do everything within your ability to be able to give them the world. And sometimes those kids end up jacked up.
It is what it is, man.
Sometimes. But also that take about black boys being raised to be stepdads. Oh, that's very, very, and I've never heard of that in my life. And like even my experience is very much like the one you was talking about, public. Like I had a homegirl who when we was in college, freshman year, her boyfriend, he was one of those older guys that like, would kind of creep around campus.
And by like second semester, he was living with her in the dorm.
Oh.
So like, and we saw that a lot. Like there were a lot of girls, and our dorms weren't even co-ed. They were, especially the freshman dorms. The freshman dorms weren't co-ed. So of course you stick out like a sore thumb having a dude sleeping in your room. But it was a lot of girls who had boyfriends who would sleep in their rooms consistently and had to sneak out, you know, early in the morning and come back late at night, and they would like consistently come. Like that's the part that, you know, I'm familiar with. I ain't never ever heard of no 16, 17, 18-year-old boy moving in with some woman and her kids so that he can have a place to stay. Where do y'all be living at? Like, what be going on the west side of Whoville that they don't have jobs or like any place else where people can stay, where you have to use somebody's mom in order for you to be able to have living arrangements? Like that was a weird take. That was a very
and specifically baby mothers. Like I said, there's a ton of homosexuals, tons of them. Young men. I was one. I ain't gonna sit here and shade nobody. You know what I mean? Like I definitely didn't have my shit together when I was that. Well, I don't know. I had it together and I lost it. I was fucking going through some shit. But yeah, there's homosexuals, no doubt about it. There's young men that they can't find nowhere to stay and they end up, you know, they stay with somebody or whatever the case may be. That happens. You know what I'm saying? But to specifically target single mothers is not a thing. I'm sorry, it's just not a thing. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. Like y'all can say whatever. Y'all can tell me till you blue in the face. I've never heard that before. I've never heard it before. BPG, we talk about this all the time. Being hood babies. Did you ever hear that in the hood? Because I never heard that before.
And you know what? I think that the part that's weird to me is that it implies that there are a lot of women in the hood who are just like P3DOs preying on young men to help them with their kids. And I have never, ever seen that. I have never seen a woman who got kids bring in a 16 or 17-year-old son.
Exactly. Another child.
To bring in another kid, that's not even beneficial to women. Like on the opposite end, you do hear of a lot of child brides and a lot of like people who, a lot of men who will find these young girls and bring them in, and they are having them take care of their kids. I have seen that. I have seen that with my own eyes. But the opposite way, no, because a 16 or 17-year-old boy, even if you using him for his body, which is absolutely disgusting. First of all, most women don't even want to be around women like that. So she's losing all her homegirls because that's gross that you got this 16-year-old living with you. But also, they act like another kid. I have a 17-year-old nephew who is irritating as hell. I cannot imagine if some woman was trying to live with him so he could help with her kids. He can barely help himself. And you want him to move in with you? That doesn't make sense.
DJ Charlie, come on up, brother. Wait, what? Y'all be saying
crazy thing to say.
Y'all be saying some like I don't think you guys understand how wild some of the stuff you guys say is. Like it's just.
But also, you're not a stepfather. You're saying, man, a stepfather is okay, just don't marry him. You're not a stepfather. You his mama or her mama boyfriend.
You her mama. You that baby's mama little friend.
Exactly. I'm not a stepfather.
You ain't a stepfather. Penelope, what's good?
Hey, Bob, how's it going?
Great. What's happening with you? Oh, we got Tony in the house too. My bad, Tony. My fault, brother. I got you right after Penelope. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I have a couple of problems with this live and this prompt in particular. One of them being everybody keeps throwing around this word misogynist, and I feel like you can't say misogyny without it being a slur. You can't say misogyny without saying massa, and that's really offensive. And I think that just because you're invested in the genetics and like the policing of people's genes doesn't mean that like, you know, you have any ties to structural racism or anything like that. And that's really, I don't know, I just wanted to say I don't think that that's really valid. And then the other thing is I think there's a lot of stepmom erasure going on because, yeah, maybe stepdads aren't great, but anyone in here, I'll be your stepmom. And that that I think really needs to be more seen as something that we can do to benefit our communities.
How do you deliver this with this without laughing? Because I would be fucking crying. I would be fucking dying. That shit is so funny.
It's funny. It's really
It's definitely funny. It's definitely funny. This shit is so funny, man. That shit. I was trying to like hold it together, but as soon as she said that you can't say misogyny without massa, that's when I knew it was over. I was trying to hold it back, but it was gonna come out no matter what happened. Oh my God, you can't say misogyny without massa is classic. Oh my God, man, that's funny as shit. All right.
They're not tight at all. I don't want people to associate the two things because it's really not a laughing matter.
Got you. It's not funny at all. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at it. I couldn't help it. I tried not to laugh at it. That was the thing.
That was hilarious.
I really tried not to laugh at all, but I could not laugh. But I wanted you to finish what you were saying. That shit was
No, it was what got me was the if you need a stepmother, I'll be your
yeah, that was the coup de grace.
I'll be your stepmom. Like, what?
That was the crescendo. That shit was funny.
We're all adult.
I'll be your stepmom. Oh man, that was funny as hell.
Been playing that Sarah McLaughlin songs for that speech.
Damn, that was a good one. Did she write that down? That's what I'll be wondering. I know that wasn't off the top. If that was off the top, that's some top tier comedy.
It's from the bottom of my soul.
God damn it. Jesus Christ, man. I gotta be able to focus, dude. So when I start crying, I can't see the screen. Oh, all right. Jesus. Stepmom erasure. That was funny.
Yeah, we need to get to the YouTuber at this point. I can't.
Damn, that was funny. Okay. Moving on. All right. That was really good, man. That was good. That was good comedy. Oh man. All right.
Don't forget about Tony again.
I know. I'm about to get Tony right now. Go ahead, Tony. What's good, brother? Oh man.
Nothing much, Papa. What's good with you, man?
I'm chilling, fam.
Same here. Same here. Have myself a Blue Moon Belgian ale and enjoying the show.
Blue Moon, you got the orange in it?
No.
You don't got it. You don't put no citrus in that?
No, but I should.
Definitely drop an orange in there. Blue Moon tastes best with an orange. You could do it with a lemon, but it don't taste as good. If you do Heffenweizen, you could throw a lemon in there. But Blue Moon, definitely put an orange in that motherfucker. It's top tier, baby. Top tier. Go ahead, though. I'm listening.
Fair enough. All right, so I want to go back to the prompt that says, what's wrong with being a stepfather? And my answer is there's absolutely nothing wrong with being a stepfather at all. I think that if you come into a relationship with someone who has kids and you have a mind to do right by the woman and her kids and treat those kids as if they were your own and accept them as if they were family members, just like anybody that you were biologically related to, I think that that's a wonderful thing, and I think that that should be praised. And I think that if we had more people like, the Russell Wilsons of the world who were ready and prepared to be of service to women and their children, I think the world would be a better place.
You know what? I gotta say something about, we've been having this discussion about stepfathers, but the thing that I find odd in all of this is that you don't even need to be a stepdad. Y'all could just be a fucking, like, contribute positively to the community, but that's too much to ask for men. Like, men won't do that. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, like, I don't be believing y'all gonna be good parents because y'all not good people. How you gonna be a good parent and you're not a good person? Right? That's what I'm not. That's what I'm not understanding. Like you out here talking about, I want to raise my own family, my own. You see it as a, you see your kids as like a possession, another thing. Y'all even objectify y'all own kids, which is disgusting. It's already bad enough you objectify women, right? But at least women are adults, right? Like fuck it, they can handle it to some extent. They can fight back. Y'all, you objectifying your fucking babies? They doomed. The kids are doomed. Them is little babies. You just bringing them in the world, treating them like
everybody's a collectible to them.
Everything is like something to possess. Like the kids are something to possess. I want to see myself in my kid, nigga.
Yeah, and I think that's how you. First of all, that's how you end up breaking your own heart, because, like, I'm not a parent myself, right? So feel free to tell me if I'm actually wrong about this, but just like, I'll put it like, I'm not going to put my whole life story out there, but like, I've been raised large. Me and my siblings were raised largely by a single mom, and we did have, 2 stepdads that were not very good, right? And the thing about that experience is the concept of having, like, when a lot of kids go through a lot of stuff that we went through, we tend to look down. We tend to basically say, like, the concept of a stepfather is bad, effectively because we're not really ready to deal with the idea that children are the responsibility of an entire community, right? Not just the mother and the father, but of the community at large, and of the people that surround us. And I'll just say that, like, if me and my siblings had great quality step parents, our lives would have turned out differently and for the better.
Me too.
You know what I mean? Like, and the thing is like,
the worst step parent I ever met in my whole life was my own biological daddy, because he was a step parent to my brother and my sister, and he did horrific things to my sister, terrible things, and did bad things to my brother too. I was his son. He treated me completely different. Like, he treated me like you would treat your son, you would think, but he treated my brother like a redheaded stepchild, and he treated my sister like a wife slave. So yeah. So he was the worst. He was the worst stepfather I've ever seen in my entire life, by far, not even close.
Yeah, and I really am sorry to hear that. For what it's worth, public. I don't know if it means a whole lot, but
it does. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing to go through, but no, like, there's nothing wrong with being a stepfather at all if you come in with the right intentions and you come in ready to serve and ready to give and ready to open up your heart. But I think that the reason why we do look down on stepdads as a culture largely is because we want to see moms punished. We say that, the moms deserve to, we want to punish moms. We want to punish women, and we want to see women suffer because they didn't stick around for the people that we think they should have stuck around for. Not realizing that we are setting so many women up for failure by insisting that they stay with the father of their children. But, like, what if the father was abusive? What if they were cheating? What if they died?
Yeah, there's so many reasons that men don't even think of. Well, yeah, because they don't care to think about it. But like, I think y'all correct me, isn't it somewhere like 25-30% of whatever single mothers they're like widowers. So you know what I'm saying? It's like, y'all not even, I don't know, man. Men don't, they just really be on some just shaming single. I don't know. It's crazy. Hey, DJ Charlie, man, come on up, brother. Come on up, man. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry. Finish up. Land that plane, brother. I'm listening.
I was gonna say, no, like, I'm pretty much done. There's nothing wrong with being a stepfather. It's just going to require, at least from my point of view, it's going to require selflessness. It's going to require kindness. It's going to require courage, and it's going to require checking your ego at the door. And if you're not prepared for that, then don't do it. Because if you come in with the wrong attitude, or if you come in with an attitude of being possessive, those women are going to be, the women and the children are going to be better off without you.
Facts.
If you don't come healed and if you don't come correct.
Facts. 100%, man. That was a word. I appreciate that.
I do want to respond to something DJ Charlie said, because he said men, period, are not signing up to be stepdads.
Bullshit.
Men. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, there's literal stats on that. There's a whole lot of blended families. Like, for you to believe that no men, period, are signing up,
They have no other option.
Actually, a lot of men are signing up to be step-parents, and they do. They have plenty of options. But at the end of the day, blended families. Can you be quiet for a second? Like, why does that trigger y'all? Why does that make y'all mad that a woman might be able to actually get married after she has a kid?
I hope the way that $50
off is beyond me. But anyway, plenty of people are signing up to be step parents. Blended families are a thing, and also you can also have your own kids that you're bringing into the relationship and still be a step parent. So it's not just you coming and taking care of somebody else's kid. That woman is also doing that for you. Like I said, blended families is a very common thing in a world where the divorce rate is 50%. Use your brains.
And if the divorce, the thing about it is that most people aren't together. Like, you know, most like when you actually like do the math on it, when you look at it like beyond marriages and whatever relationships, right? Most people who have kids together aren't together with their biological people aren't raised, you know what I mean? Like biological kids aren't in the home with their biological parents, both parents, the majority of the time. Like that's not, you know what I mean? Like in America, as far as I don't think that's the norm, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm talking, and when I say that, I'm saying from from birth to 18, right? Let's say from birth to 18 to put it in context. Because we know most people get divorced by within the first 7 or 8 years, which most likely the kids are going to be young. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, this is anecdotal to me, but most of the women that I know that are married actually had somebody else's kid first.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's me personally. And again, I know that's anecdotal.
Yeah,
but it's just funny to hear people act like that never happened. When I look at the women that I know that are married, it's like, oh, most of them was somebody else's baby mama before they got married.
I'm gonna say something about stepfatherhood as well. A lot of men are better stepfathers than they are bio dads. A lot of men figure out a way to show up for their new family versus their original family. A lot of men do that. I've seen that many a times. He abandoned his family across town, but he across town hugged up with Sheila and her 2 new babies. And maybe he had one more. He added one more to the bunch, but he loved them down. He taking care of them. He the best dad. Them step kids, they ain't got nothing bad to say about Big Mike. Big Mike raised them babies up and put them through college and all that stuff. Meanwhile, his biological kids on the other side of town don't even know what that man looked like.
But you know what though? He's there for those kids in the sense that he's hugging them because they're literally on the other side of the couch where the mama is.
Yeah.
Like he's not hugging them in the sense of like, I love those kids. I come home to those kids every day. And if need be, if push came to shove, I would be there for those kids above my own kids. He's there literally because she's there. And that a lot of people don't want to deal with the idea that there are a lot of dads who are good dads based on the fact that they have access to the mom. Like that's the reason why they are good dads. And it's the reason why they can go across town and make a whole other family. And you like, oh, he taking them kids to the park and he taking them to the baseball games and he doing this and he doing that. Yeah, he's doing all of that because he knows at the end of the day, he's going to get some vagina from that lady because he took something off of her load. But the reality is like, if he had to do that on his own, if he had to actually like care for children just based on, I want to do something for a kid, he wouldn't actually do it. And like because they don't see the benefit in doing something for another person that doesn't like yield results that are beneficial to them, like it creates a vicious cycle. Like if you look at family annihilators, a lot of those dudes, the reason why they do that is based on the fact that they feel embarrassed or ashamed, and because they don't see their wives and their children as a separate entity from them, when they unalive themselves, they have to unalive the entire family, because they have to erase every sense of that idea of who that person was. I wish
just to put this out in the cosmos, not to say anybody in here is this person, but yeah, if you're gonna do that, just go on and jump off that bridge by yourself, baby. I'm not encouraging that, but
you ain't gotta take nobody with you. It's much easier. It's
clean.
Less travel. Like you can do it yourself.
You can do it yourself. One of the most annoying things in the world for me is when they do it to everybody. I'm like, why wouldn't you just what?
They don't see their family as a separate part of themselves. Like they see them as their feet. Like, you know what I mean? A lesser part of themselves, still integral, but literally a part of them. Like moms have the ability, and I can't remember where I was reading that, but moms have, it's the second sex. That's why I was reading that. Moms have the ability to be able to sort of, at some point when their kids reach a certain age, they detach themselves from their children and their kids go off to be whoever they are. The reason why men see their children the way they do and why they fall into issues like, if their kid is gay or trans or whatever, that they have to cut them off or put them out or all these, is because it's a reflection of them. Like that's who they see. They see themselves in their kids. So they can't support it because that would be acknowledging that that's some part of them that had that idea before. It isn't, obviously, but they would have to see it that way.
Let me read these 2 super chats and I want DJ Charlie to go ahead. Osa put 5, she put 5 on 6. She said, real talk, any man who talks crazy about being a stepdad really don't have good intentions for women and children, period. I 1000% agree with that. Tawana said they demonstrated what to do with the Brady. She said that's how you have a blended family. Marsha. Go ahead, DJ Charlie.
Okay, brother. I came up with. Ask me what you want to.
What you want to say, Charlie? You've been in them comments cutting up, brother.
All I said, the only thing I said was just men aren't signing up for this. I mean, like, okay, you having a conversation. The majority of men, I didn't say not all. I didn't say not any man. I just said. You mean most men? Because when you say men, you mean you mean most men aren't signing up to be. The vast majority, right? That's what you said. Yeah, you just saying that most men not signing up to be stepdads, but right. I disagree. Not signing up for that. I didn't say none weren't. I think most men are okay with being stepfathers. Say again. I think most men are okay with being stepfathers because most men have kids. And they ain't with and most men ain't with the original baby mama. So I think most men are perfectly okay with being stepfathers. They're not having lives saying that. They're lying, DJ Charlie. They lying. You been in here enough to know that men be lying. They lying, brother. Yeah, I know you ain't talking about what these men be lying about online, brother. You know better than to listen to men online. You know they the biggest liars ever in these lives. It's crazy. They lying. Man, I'm not marrying nobody with kids. You got kids?
I don't have to.
You got kids?
Wow.
You not marrying people with kids?
That means yes.
Yeah.
You got kids, right? Or you had kids. They might be grown now, but you had kids.
Yeah, they grown, bro.
Yeah, you got grown kids. I'm with you. I'm with you, right? You don't. Yeah.
I'm 54, brother.
Yeah, I hear you. That's what I'm saying. That once again, that's fair. Your kids are grown. They already out the house. Why would you want? You know what I'm saying? If you were 54 and you had a 10-year-old son or daughter or something like that, and you got up here saying, I'm not marrying nobody with kids or whatever, okay, that's different. I knew you were gonna say that. I mean, but yeah, they grown. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm with you. Your kids are grown.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
That's why I said if they're 19. Choice. I said if they're 19,
yeah,
I might. If they're 19, I might go out the house, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm not doing it. You know, don't want to pay. I don't want to potentially pay child support for somebody else's kids. I'm not doing that.
But that's your personal choice. So why do you need to project that onto everybody else? Like, obviously, you're 54 years old. I don't even know why you're in this conversation. But your personal situation is not the majority of people's situation. Most 54-year-old men are probably not going to be on the market to begin with, let alone looking to be a step-parent.
Well, who told you that? Why they ain't on the market? Hold on, Shan. Why them 54-year-old men ain't on the market? They be single and miserable every day. They be single as they be single as them dollar bills at the strip clubs, man. They out here single, ready to mingle.
Yeah, DJ Charlie, you wouldn't sign up for it at 54 years old. That ain't got nothing to do with most men. Most men ain't 54 years old.
Well, we can always talk about possibilities and probabilities.
I hate when y'all old, miserable, bitter-ass men come in these conversations.
Nobody's old. What's old? What's old? I'm older than you. I'm not old. No, see? So you age shaming in here? Age shaming. We all gotta go. We all gotta go sometime, but I mean, wow.
Hey, I ain't gonna hold you. DJ.
Nobody disrespected you, lady, personally.
Hold on, DJ Charlie, real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick.
It's not old.
I got you. It's old and subjective. To her.
You don't even look my age. Say again, sir.
What? What'd you say?
You don't even look my age.
Oh man.
I don't look 54.
I
don't look 54.
I love you like a play cousin, so you ain't about to hear me shame you. I got nothing but love for you, brother.
Ashamed of your age. I don't think that 54 is. I wouldn't say super old. I do make fun of my mama because she in her 50s, but it's old. But I will say though, I don't know. I think the worst way to go is to play the game of, I don't look my age, Charlie.
Yeah. I don't.
I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, baby.
I don't look 70.
You don't look 70.
You don't look 70.
I don't look 70.
You know what? Honestly, if I were you, I would tell people that I was that age. I tell people I'm older all the time, so they can be like, "Oh my God, you look good for your age." That's the better way to go, because when you say you 54 and you don't look 54, immediately we call it. What y'all say? Calling cat?
How long do I look then, BPG? How old do I look then?
I think you look 54.
Are you gonna look 54?
Because but DJ Charlie, you gotta wait.
I'm gonna dye my beard.
Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you something how I look at age though. Like I think I look my age. I don't think I look younger. I think I look 42. Right? That's how I look at myself. I think I look 42. But you can look 54 and look good. I don't associate. You know what I mean? Like it's not like there are some people who are your age that look bad for you.
I only said my age because she said I'm old. You know what I'm saying? So maybe she said that after the fact, but she didn't know my age. It's ain't like this is a dating.
No, I said that after the fact. No, I said it after you said 54. 54 is old.
Right.
The average age for men to live is like 70.
What's old to you, Charlie?
The death than you are birth, Charlie.
What's old to you?
What's old to me?
Yeah.
75.
Once you start getting
75.
75 is the average age of death. Like, what are we talking about? You only old when you dead?
That's the average age of death in my family. They're the average age of death in my family.
But old is not. It's not an insult. It's just like you're closer to unalivement than you are to birth. That's all that means.
No duh, young lady.
God damn it.
No duh, young lady. Obviously, I've already lived 50 years. I'm probably not going to live another 54 years. So, no duh.
You're older than my parents.
I'm old. Hey, DJ, if it make you feel better, I'm old. They call me Hey,
you know what? I'm going to just say I'm old then. I'm old.
Yeah, I hold that all day. I'm old.
I'm blessed to be old.
Yeah, exactly. It's a blessing to be old. Exactly.
And if I marry a woman, her kids needs to be old.
I'm with that too. I respect the hell out of that.
Her kids need to be old.
Older.
They say young lady and some old shit. You been up here calling me young lady.
Yeah, I keep calling you young lady for a reason.
Young lady.
For a reason. Yeah. I'm trying to shame you.
Old lady, definitely see me. Hey, hold on, wait. Hold on. Let me read. I gotta hey, hold on, y'all. Wait. I gotta read the super chat. Osa said $5 on Charles. I think it's hilarious that these men think that they even have a shot with the woman who have kids. So ED affects the brain now. Wait, I didn't read that last line. That was crazy. That came.
I like that. That's another shame. That's another shaming thing. Whatever.
Yep.
That don't apply to me, but okay.
Charlie Earl said he said he
Oh,
got
hey, look at the doggo.
on debt. Charlie Earl said he got his Bluetooth subscription filled. Okay, don't try to shame that man. They said does Charlie look his age? 100% said hell yes.
I didn't even realize this man named Charlie Earl. And he's arguing with me about
Charlie Earl. It's not. There ain't no R in there. There ain't no R in there. Actually, it's Charlie Earl.
Charlie Earl.
Charlie Earl. Charlie Earl.
Charlie Earl. Yeah. Charlie.
Yeah.
Hey.
But listen, man. Hey, I gotta make me a playlist. You know I don't normally come up.
I know, man. I love when you come up, Charlie. I think it's fun. I don't know why you don't come up more often.
But when you listen, when you slide through my line, at least say hello, brother.
I will. Hey, man, I be moving. I don't even be. But I got you though. Next time I'm gonna come up in there and definitely.
Just say what up.
I got you.
Just say what up, bro.
My bad. You right.
But it's all fun. Listen, no disrespect. I just wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that a man wanting his own kids is bad. I know y'all had that subject about 30 minutes ago. I don't understand why that has to be a bad thing. If a man wants his own kids, he wants his own kids. I mean, why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing?
Did anybody say that was bad?
Well, what they said is he can do both. Well,
that's one thing. Both. Also, we don't think it's bad.
If he don't want to do both, he want his own. If he want his own, he want his own.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna adopt a child if I'm able to have my own.
Why not?
I'm just saying.
Sounds selfish to me.
I'm able to have my own.
I know, but it sounds selfish. That doesn't sound selfish to you? That doesn't sound selfish to you?
Not if I'm able to have my own. Now, if it was a situation where I wasn't able to have my own, yes, I would look into adoption or something like that. But if I'm able to have my own, I'm gonna have my own.
All right.
I don't need to do both.
I have a question for Charlie.
Go ahead. Tony wants to ask you a question, Charlie. Go ahead.
Charlie, if a woman has kids and you decide to enter into a relationship with her and you make it serious, why wouldn't those kids be your own since you're already entering into a family?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Once again, brother, if she had kids, I would have found that out on that video chat. I'm like, do you have kids? How old? And then when she had said yes, I would say, how old are they? Are they at least 19?
Wait, you missed no, wait, but you missed it. Wait. You missed this question. So hypothetically speaking, you meet a woman, she has kids, they're younger. You're gonna help raise them, right? At this point, let's say, right? In theory, I got it. He got it. We got it. Just listen to his question though. He's saying in that, because you're saying wanting their own kids, right? So that's what he's talking about, that phrase. So he's saying if you met a woman, or if a man met a woman, the woman has kids already, you get with the woman and you now are help raising the kids. How are those kids not your own kids?
I just, you know what? I can't what if this or hypothetically put this because I can't because I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't be there.
Oh no. Well, let me ask Six. Six, how are those kids not your kids?
Yeah, I wouldn't be there to know. So it's hard for me to what if that or a hypothetical that because I'm not gonna be there unless they grown, bro.
Okay, we got you. Six.
Unless they grown, out the house, out of college. You know, I'm not doing that. I don't want to be potentially having to, you know, if we break up, divorce or whatever, I don't want to be paying child support for somebody else's kids.
Yeah. Okay. So Six, what for somebody else's kids? You didn't answer the question. Go ahead, Six.
I just said that's a good question.
Yeah. How are they not your kids? That's what we're trying to understand.
I don't know if I can answer that.
Public, can I try to answer?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Alex.
It's patriarchy. It's the worship of the father figure. So that's why we're all so hung up on biology and biological lineages, because patriarchy teaches you that you have to have your own children in order to be a real man, basically.
I would agree.
Yeah, I can see that.
I would agree. And the thing is, the point that I was making is that, of course, everybody has a choice to decide whether they want to date someone with children or not, right? In the sense that, like, you're free to say, I don't want to be in a relationship with a woman with kids. And if you say that up front, then that's your decision, and we're not judging you for that. But the point that I was trying to make with the question was, if you decide to enter into a relationship with a woman that has children, and you say yes to that relationship, and you are seriously committed to a relationship with that woman knowing that she has kids, they are yours by default, whether you want to actually admit that or not. So the concept of the concept of those aren't my kids shouldn't exist if you're in a relationship with a woman with kids. They're yours once you commit.
I agree with that. For that man that decides to be in a relationship and she, divulged that, hey, I have young kids or whatever, I agree with that. But I am not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, no.
Okay.
Not going to do it. As many times as I want to, young lady.
I think, wait. I think the disconnect here is you think we're asking, why wouldn't you do it? That's not what we're asking. We're saying, remove yourself from the situation and just look at it objectively. For a different man, whatever the case may be, if you help raise the kids, how aren't they your kids? That's the question. It ain't got to be you. You ain't got to say, well, I would never. We get it.
I guess, well, I'm going to just answer it to help you out. I guess it would be his kids, but he'd be a simp.
See how weird that answer was? Why would he be a simp? And that's what and bingo. Thank you. And how is he a simp?
I just said it because I know that you don't like the word simp.
Nah, don't play that. Come on, Charlie. Charlie, come on, man.
Listen, to be honest, brother.
I don't even dislike the word. I don't care. I just think people use it. I don't think people use it effectively.
To be honest, I was a stepdad.
Oh my God.
I'm just not doing it now.
She broke your heart, huh, Charlie?
Say that again?
She broke your heart, huh?
Oh my God. Every live. How does this happen? This is crazy.
See?
What's she old to?
I wouldn't do it now.
Charlie.
Do it now, brother.
Charlie.
But yes.
What is Charlie?
Charlie.
Charlie. What is Charlie?
It's my stepdaughter.
Oh my God.
Yes. And that's
you really gotta be kidding me.
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. You guys don't see how this is crazy.
Are you lying to us?
You don't know, huh? You don't know, huh? You don't know if I'm lying. Let me tell you something.
I believe you.
You don't know. I got stories. You don't know, do you?
Charlie, you think we don't believe you? We wholeheartedly believe you. I was sniffing around. I was like, he seemed like he was a stepdad. I didn't want to make no assumptions, but then
Charlie, I have two questions. Okay.
Hold on, Tony.
I'm gonna ask them one at a time.
Tony, wait. Go ahead, Shan.
Yeah, real quick. This brings me back to my earlier point that I was making, that sometimes the old and the miserable come into these lives and they give bad advice to younger men because they screwed up their lives. And so they're bitter about how things turned out, and they give y'all bad advice, and that's what created the whole red pill manosphere BS and the dating pool that we have. And these are men that are way out of the dating league or dating age of the women that you're talking to. So they're poisoning your minds against young 20, 30-something-year-old women, and they 50, 60 years old, got one foot in the grave.
Yeah, why would you ever, the women that would have young kids, Charlie, they would be like in their 30s, probably. You know what I'm saying? Like what are you dating at 30? You 54 years old. You should be dating 45 to 60, maybe somewhere between there.
Even be in this conversation about single mothers.
I didn't say that. I said her kids had to be grown.
Yeah, I know. And then, but here's what I'm saying, Charlie. Hold on, DJ.
I didn't say I was chasing no young woman.
I know, but that's the point. That's what she's saying. So, but DJ, here's what I'm saying though. So you got up here saying what you were saying, and then a young man who doesn't have a girl, he's listening to you reinforce what he already thinks. So,
I have a girl. Who said that?
You said what?
You said I don't have a girl. Who said that?
No, I'm saying you don't. You don't.
Oh, you're disrespecting.
Come on, man. Y'all, come on, man. I'm saying you don't have.
Actually looks better than you since you want a girl.
Ah, here we go.
She does. I'm sure she's gorgeous. It's just getting late, y'all. Don't
light skin and curly hair.
I get like this when I get sleepy.
Put her on the.
He said light skin, curly hair.
Cam up and put her on it and put her up there right now. I want to see it right now.
None of that means
trying to
pretty,
poison
by the
her
way.
mind? Hell no.
No, I didn't say put her. Hold on.
This is a little cold.
Hold on. Six. You're in the cult, not us. But here's the thing. Can't put her picture up here. Let us see her. We'll be nice.
Why the hell would I put my girl's picture up there? That's crazy.
Cause you just made a wild assertion. So put her up there. Let's see it.
I'm not gonna put my girl's picture up here.
Why not?
That's crazy.
She bad. Put her up there.
She wouldn't even want me to do something like that. That's
Then keep that woman. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
Okay, I take that back. That was a little crazy.
Wait, six. If she wouldn't want to be put on the thing, then keep her name out your fucking mouth, then, right?
No, but I had to bring it up because
you didn't. I swear to God, you didn't.
Look. You were talking as if you knew me. So
I didn't even say you didn't have a girl. That's not what I was saying.
You did say that. You said a young man who doesn't have a girl. Those are the words out your mouth.
I was saying with the kid. I didn't get to finish. You said you followed. I don't even remember what I was saying about that. But my point was you are young and you don't have a wife. You don't got no kids. None of that shit, right?
You were trying to say what I was saying might discourage him.
Yes. Yeah. I was saying like he's listening to you, right? And you're reinforcing the cult of man with the cult, like the cult that Six is in and that a lot of men are in, most men are in. They already think this stuff. And DJ Charlie, an older man, gets up there. Even though I'm an older man, right? I'm older than him, but you're older than me. And I'm not saying that plays any role in this necessarily, but like but it's two older men. You got me saying like, what's wrong with being a stepdad? And then you got another man that's saying the thing that Six is conditioned to already believe. So you're just reinforcing his negative stereotypes. But the thing that Charlie is saying, I have grown kids. DJ Charlie saying, I have grown kids. I don't want to date a woman with small kids. That makes sense, DJ Charlie. But you didn't tell him the whole story. You didn't say, but yeah, when I was his age, I was a stepdad. That would have made more sense.
But look though, he did it. He lived through it. He's older, and he said it never worked out for him.
Did you say that, DJ Charlie?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. So why,
I didn't get that impression.
Wait. He's saying he would never do that. So it seems like
he didn't say he would never do it. He's saying now.
I did it in the dating phase, and a couple of women just didn't want me to tell their kids anything. But I'm spending my money. I'm buying beds. I'm buying school clothes, and I couldn't even tell this young lady stop drinking orange juice out the carton.
Why are you guys always obsessed with being able to control the children? Like you
I didn't say that was control, but I'm saying, if you put me, if we are, we wasn't married. Let's just keep it clear. We wasn't married, but it was basically a family. It wasn't a family. It wasn't like, it was a family setting, I'm picking this young lady up from school. I'm buying school clothes. I'm buying groceries. I
She don't have a dad around, so I'm the father figure, a dad. And if I can't tell this young lady basic life things, then I'm out of there.
What do you mean you can't tell her basic? Wait. What you mean you can't tell her basic life things? Those are two completely different statements.
Like clean your room, like, you know.
I ain't gonna even hold y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell you something real quick. I'm in the home with my babies, but my wife don't let me tell my sons anything either. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. Every time I tell my son something, my wife come right behind to say something different. Like I'll say 87% of the time, she got something to say, and right after I say it, she gonna be like, no, that's not the right. Dad's just playing something, right? So that just is what it is. It's part of it. It is what it is, brother. Don't worry about it.
That's a normal thing. That's what people do, whether it's your biological kids, that's just something that happens in general. But at the end of the day, it still worked out for you, DJ, because you still found a woman with a kid to marry.
Yeah. I ain't gonna
talk about the negative experiences and not talk about the one woman you found that had a kid and y'all had a happy, healthy marriage.
But to be fair, when you have these discussions, she says that wait, DJ Charlie. My wife tells me, and she made a valid point.
I'm sorry for calling you old. Let it go.
She is the primary. She spends more time with my kids, so she's like, you don't even know some of like what I'm trying to do with them sometimes. And sometimes you come in and you say stuff that's not on track with what I'm saying. I was like, all right, cool. So just to be clear, I don't want to throw her under the bus because she was looking at me weird. But anyways, my wife says that. So that's the same. That's what I'm saying, DJ Charlie. So it's not always like they don't want you to like not have any say so, but like sometimes you ain't as invested or you're not there as much. You may be working more, whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Like, but men are so obsessed with controlling the children, which I'm not obsessed with controlling my sons, but most men are obsessed and they feel like they feel emasculated when the woman does that, right? Like I get it. I sometimes I get that feeling too. But but I'm not obsessed with controlling my kids, and I believe most men are. Most men are really obsessed with controlling their children and children in general.
That doesn't describe me. I was just talking about basic household, stuff. Just basic, clean your room. Don't drink orange juice out the carton. Just
yeah.
Come on, just simple stuff that this young lady obviously wasn't taught.
And what was the mom saying when you would push back? When you would be like, "Hey, I want to can I, like what's going on? I do feel like I need to, communicate some things to her. Like how is that going to work?" What did she say? Don't talk to my daughter.
We don't do that over here. I mean, like, it was crazy. It was like, okay, no.
I'd have bought that girl her own carton of orange juice. I ain't gonna even. That type of parenting I'll be on. I'll be like, you know what, fuck it.
I told her that's your juice.
Yeah, I'd have wrote her name on it like this is your shit.
Yeah,
like
that's your juice. That's your juice. Listen, man.
Can I ask an obvious question?
What's that?
After you couldn't quote unquote discipline this lady's kids because they were doing things that you didn't agree with or you didn't teach them life things, did that end your relationship?
Is this other young lady talking to me?
That's BPG. Yeah, she talking to you.
Yeah, is she talking to me? Because I know she talk a lot. But let me see.
She ain't talked in 20 minutes.
She talk a lot.
BPG ain't talked in 20 minutes. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about every day, man. I'm up here now, so you got me.
Man, this man being disrespectful.
You just came up here to hate on women.
No, I didn't.
That's exactly what answer the question. You're not
whether I talk a lot or not. What was the question? What was the question? Because I didn't try to discipline her. I was just trying to show her life, household things. That's not. I'm not trying to overly discipline.
Did that end the relationship? That's what she asked. I don't like the pause.
I ended it.
Did
that end it?
End your relationship? That underline that.
No, not amongst other things. That solely no.
Okay, so this is the part that always makes me laugh because I mentioned this earlier. You said I talk a lot. I don't know if you was listening to all the talking I was doing earlier, but this is why I said that dudes will be in these relationships with these women
bad kids, good kids, no kids, with kids, without kids, whatever, because they want access to that woman. And they will deal with a whole bunch of stuff when it comes to kids based on if they have access to the mama. The kids was not ever the deal breaker. Like y'all don't have an issue with being the quote unquote stepdads, because let's be honest, y'all not doing much anyway. Like arguing about orange juice.
I don't know if it's a y'all. Just speak for yourself. Just speak for yourself, lady. Just speak for
She
yourself.
ain't a stepdaddy. What you talking about? She ain't no stepdaddy, DJ.
Because when I know off the rip, I know off the bat, if I come in the kitchen and my husband is yelling about orange juice, it ain't about orange juice. I already know that. If he walk in and he see the kids drinking from the carton, he's never gonna be yelling at them for drinking juice out the carton.
Orange juice out of the
Or
carton
not
is
cleaning
disgusting.
their room. Like that's not going to be what the main issue is.
That's fine.
Especially if it's from a carton, because it ain't a whole lot of stuff that's coming from a carton no more. Minute Maid ain't but what $1.50, $1.25 at Kroger or anywhere. Like if it's carton juice, it's already cheap juice. But I know that if he's arguing about that, it's a bigger issue. The problem is that y'all legit be wanting control over other people's kids. You want to come in the house and you want to have kids who are fearful of you, who when you walk in, they think that you the big bad wolf because y'all don't feel like the big bad wolf nowhere else. And that's part of the reason also why y'all won't see y'all. First of all, y'all can't even stay on mute. That's the other part. So because y'all, and honestly, that's a lot of the reason why I try to stay on mute, because I want y'all to be able to feel like the big bad wolf in these spaces, because God knows we don't need no more women or children subjected to having to deal with who feel the need to prove themselves. Like it's getting very frustrating. But the reason why you want to assert that authority over that woman and those kids is because you can't do it in any other area. So you come home and you argue about orange juice and how this lady who you already said you wasn't married to should be comfortable with you disciplining her kids, and you heard little one thing, you still an uncle. Them kids don't even know y'all go together. They calling you Uncle Charlie because they don't know that you mama's little friend that leave and not like, and you want to discipline them. That's weird. It's strange. Why do y'all want to do that?
Yeah. If you was that stepdaddy, you probably would have been able, if you'd have married that woman. Yeah. Let me go to Dreaded real quick. Dreaded, what you was in the, I always catch y'all saying crazy shit in the comments, man. Go on and reiterate the wild shit you was yapping about.
What I'm gonna say, bro, you sound like a weak ass man, and that's just being straightforward. And this whole control situation, y'all take the idea of control versus teaching. Like teaching a child not to do something that's wrong versus teaching a child to controlling a child, saying you can't do something for no reason at all. That's different. If you tell a child you can't do that at all, and you don't have no reason behind why you're telling them that, that's controlling. But if you say, hey, don't do that because that's wrong, that's teaching, because they have to go out in the world and interact with other people. Imagine this child at somebody else's job is eating somebody else's food, right? Because you got grown folks who do that. They go to somebody else's job, eat somebody else's food, and say, well, it was in the refrigerator. I get to do it at home all the time. My parents let me do it. So you would literally illustrate to someone to do something wrong because it's okay. You think they need to be coddled. No, they need to be taught. And y'all don't see the idea of someone being taught versus someone being controlled, actually. Y'all just go into this whole narratives and start spinning all this BS about, oh, men just want to do this and men just want to do that. Bro, when will all this BS in?
It's a shaming tactic.
Yeah.
It's not a shaming tactic.
So,
like, here's the thing, right? Since I've been listening to all these people talk, they've never said anything logical or real that actually happens in real life. They just come up with these fictional narratives from these long lists of BS that women created in their head that don't exist in reality, and then they try to enforce it on everybody else. I have never seen any of this stuff that half these females talk about happen. I've never seen any females do any of this stuff in real life. I just came from an event with my family. Nothing but black women out there celebrating being married with their husbands, having a good and great time. No man out there projecting any kind of, oh yeah, you women need to do this or you women need to do that. No man doing any of that stuff. Just everybody having a great time. How in the world is it that all these women always get online every freaking day and have all these sob stories, these sad things going on in their life? Yep. To me, it sounds like they're the problem.
Wait.
The accountability of being the problem. And then they come up here with these dumb stories about, oh, you're a stepfather. You don't want to do this. I'm going to tell you something. I've been a stepfather before. I've been a stepfather to many women's children. Never once in my life have I ever been some aggressive, overbearing. In fact, more times out of life, I enjoyed those children more than I enjoyed being with the women.
Pause. Hey, you was a boyfriend.
I got to raise. I got to see them grow. I got to see them come home from school and say, "Hey, I made this at school. Thank you for helping me with my homework.
Yeah.
Thank you for teaching me how to do this. Thank you for teaching me how to do that. Thank you for being there for me when my mother couldn't. Thank you for picking me up from school and dropping me off at school when I didn't have to. Thank you for filling the role that a father and a male is supposed to in a child's life." Well, I see it with all these women out here is talking all this BS narrative. And see, this really pisses me off because I've actually been a stepfather to a lot of women kids.
You said that.
I've never had I'm going to say something right now. I've never had a bad breakup relationship ever in my life. Every woman I've ever dated, we've been friends, we left, we stayed friends forever. They still call me and talk to me as a friend. I don't do none of that extra stuff. I don't like, hey, what you doing tonight? You want to do this, that? No, we're just friends. But at the same time, I've always been there for their kids. I've always been there to help them with their children. So to me, when you're coming with all this stepfather narratives and all this BS about control, man, shut the F up. For real.
Okay, so you got it. You got it. Let me respond real quick. You said something initially to me. You said that I was weak, right? I think that that's funny because I don't think you know what you're saying, right? So if I'm weak because I am willing to set my ego aside, right? Like to do the thing that's because it's easier to be a dreaded. Like the route that you're taking to let my ego run me, that's easy to do. I could do that any day of the week. That's par for the course, right? To be reactionary, to be emotional, to be irrational, I can do that. I could be just like you if I want to. It's actually harder to be, to do what I do, which is to set my ego aside and go, you know what? You're right. To my wife. That's the see how emotional you are? I let you just rant for 4 minutes straight and you couldn't let me get one fucking sentence out. You don't think that's weird?
I'm correcting you.
No. So I just wait. I'm not done yet. So in reality, in a strange turn of events, it is actually men like you who are weak. The men who talk the loudest and talk the fastest and are the most wrong are the weakest. It's not me. I'm not the weakest. I'm not the weak link for deferring to my wife, who actually was right when she said what she said. That doesn't make me weak. That takes strength. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so easy to be reactionary. It's so easy, right? It's so easy to feel attacked when somebody critiques you as a man and says something that is true, right? But for the betterment of my family, for the betterment of my children, guess what? I'm listening to my wife. That makes me weak? Make it make sense. You think that shows strength to not listen?
Well, I'm gonna ask you a question. If she comes and corrects them every time you them,
I was joking. She doesn't do it every time.
I look at you like, sir, why are you even here? You're sitting there talking for no reason. Your presence is unneeded then. You being in that whole situation at all, you're an irrelevant person.
What?
That's why you're weak.
What are you saying? What are you talking? What was you trying to say?
Your signal is weak, Jordan.
I said the simple fact of the matter is if every time she has to come in and correct you or go behind you and tell them something, that means you're irrelevant in the situation. That means you do not matter, sir. That means you being there has no point at all. So your whole
do fathers dreaded? Do fathers
existence in your relationship,
yeah.
sir?
Do fathers matter or not?
That's what that means.
Hold on. Do fathers matter or not?
You.
Do fathers matter or not?
Fathers matter, but not you, bro. Because fathers matter, but not you.
Okay.
Because you just said it.
Okay.
Anytime you tell them something, she comes back and correct.
Okay. So if fathers matter, right? And if I'm the father of my children, and I'm having and my wife is the mother of the children, and she spends more time with the children. The reason why she would talk to me about the things she's talking to me about is because I actually matter. What I say to them actually matters. My treatment of them actually matters, right? So her being like, hey, how you're talking to them, that's not the best way to talk to them. How you come in sometimes and you like, you know, how you do, like I was trying to you know, I had this thing going and you came in and was like, hey, everybody go to bed and you know what I'm saying, or whatever the case may be. Like, don't do that. That wasn't what I was doing right now, you know, so on and so forth, right? Like, that's what it is. So when you say, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Why am I there? I'm the father. So my words matter. That's why she was trying to help me understand.
Your words don't matter, sir. You just blatantly said that whenever you tell her something, she goes in right behind you and say, hey, don't say that.
Think about it logically. What I'm saying to my kids matters. The way I treat my kids matters to them. It affects them.
No, it doesn't.
That's stupid.
No, it doesn't, sir.
See how, wait, make it, hold on, Dre. Hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question. I don't think you understand what you're saying is that dumb. So you're telling me right now that what I say to my kids doesn't have an effect on my children? Is that what you're telling me?
That's what you just stated.
That's not what I stated. That's not what I stated, sir.
That's exactly
that's
what you
not
just
what
stated.
I stated. Listen, tell me how saying that whatever I say to my kids, right? If I say something to my children and it affected them already, the effect has been done, right? It's already taken place. Then if my wife goes, hey, to me, hey, I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like that, I wouldn't have handled it that way or whatever the case may be. Or like that's not what I was trying to do with them or whatever. I affected them. So what are you talking about? You're conflating two. One has nothing to do with the other.
You didn't affect them. What you did was
I did affect them.
You are a weak man and that you have
you
no
just,
power.
you.
Are you a father?
Yeah, he's we don't, hold on, wait. I'm going to tell you something, Chosen. We don't believe Dreaded. He's already been exposed as a liar. Like a blatant liar, right? So we don't know if he got kids or not. And if you look on his page, I don't see none of his kids. All I see is a bunch of videos of him complaining about women. So I don't know. I don't think he got a girl, a child in sight. To me, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't believe nothing this man says. Personally.
Why would you be fighting for power and control in your own household? Why is that why would you be doing that at home with your wife and kids, fighting over power and control?
That's exactly the point. Why would you be in your own household fighting for power and control? He has no power and control. He just stated it. So what is the point of his presence?
That's what you keep saying. You keep saying he has no power and control because he made one statement about something that goes on in his household. But why is that the most important thing to him? I'm pretty sure there's 50,000 more important things he needs to be doing as a father and husband than showing his power and control.
I don't care.
He said we was making it up about control, by the way, because after I said what I said, that men want control, because that's what I ended with, he said that us females were making that up, and then said the public does not have power and control in his house, because that's what a dad is supposed to have.
Yeah, he was contradicting himself. Also, Osa paid to drop him. So that's why he's gone.
Dang, Osa, I wanted to ask him if that event he was talking about was in the same place as his podcast.
Probably in the same building. Go ahead, Chosen. Shout out Osa. She saved us. Go ahead, Chosen.
Well, you want me to talk about the the panel?
The prompt? Yeah, you can address the prompt.
Okay. What is wrong with being a stepfather? Well, in my situation, you know, I have been one. It was actually a moment when I was trauma bonding, though. So, but clear-headed, I don't see what would be the problem with it currently. I have kids, so on and so. I'm not with the mother. So, I mean, if I'm able to find something, then I mean, I don't think I would have a problem doing the opposite. Let's see, only same stuff. I don't know. See, I'm unaware of that. Men only shame stepfathers, and I don't know. I mean, I guess overall, if the advice was taken, that might actually be a thing.
What?
I'm talking about men only shame stepfathers in an attempt to hurt women. Like, I mean, I have seen some people say that, oh, you know what I'm saying, it's weak, or I would never do that.
to a woman. Is that what you're talking about? Is it men that are saying to the women that they don't want to be stepfathers?
No.
Is that what you're referring to?
They're just saying they're actually saying that to the men to try to shame men who would otherwise be stepfathers. They're like, I wouldn't be a stepdad. Right. You stupid for being a stepdad, right. And then to stop other men from being stepdads.
Right. Yeah. I agree with that. I think I agree with that. Also, they're obsessed with disciplining the kids because it's typical stuff. The bio dad doesn't have any power. That I disagree with. But because in my situation that I was recently in, I wasn't obsessed with it. I was basically stepping in for the area that she was literally failing because she likes to befriend her kids. And so it wasn't that. It was just like really missing the effects of a father, a figure, or anything like that. It's just missing in a really
What does that
really
mean? I don't think father figures are the weirdest thing is for men to openly admit that they are the quote unquote disciplinarians, right? Because what I get from that is men are abusive and controlling because men they're not really good at discipline. They're not. They're really good at being abusive though. They're really good at being reactionary, but they're not really good at discipline because discipline is not yelling. Discipline is not spanking. Discipline is not putting the fear of God in that's not disciplining your kids. That's just you being a tyrant, right? And many men conflate being a tyrant with being good at intimidation. That's what men are good at because men are bigger. So the kids like, oh, I'm gonna meet you up. You gotta, that's what men are really good at. So I don't buy this idea that like, oh, they're missing a father figure. They're absolutely not. And that men will see children being treated like human beings by their mothers and come in and go, oh no, we can't have that. We got to come in and start abusing these kids and start treating them subhuman. That's what men want to do all the time.
No, it's not. Stop doing that, bro.
You are a child. Time out. You are a child. I've seen this before.
The other day you say I'm old as dirt.
You too old to act the way you act, but you don't know what you're talking about because you don't have a family and you've never been in this situation. So who the fuck are you to talk on it?
You always have to go to the worst of the worst. Like when we discipline our kids,
I don't go to the worst of the worst. I'm going to the average man. The problem that the disconnect here is that y'all hold on 6. The problem is that men don't understand that most men are the worst of the worst. You think I'm describing the worst of the worst when I'm not. I'm describing the average man. You think I'm describing the worst of the worst is a freaking a family annihilator. That's a worst of the worst.
Children is pretty worst of the worst to me.
Say what?
Somebody who abuses children is kind of
most parents abuse their kids though. What are you talking about?
What's abuse to you? You think
to me abuse? Or wait, spanking is abuse.
No, it's not.
See, that's dumb.
Spanking is absolutely abuse. Spanking is abuse.
It might be abuse. But if you take steps before that, it's not abuse, yo. Sometimes you have to go that far.
Yes, it is.
It's 100% abuse. Scientifically, it's abuse. The body doesn't know any different. The body doesn't recognize, like somebody was saying yesterday, if my 1-year-old touches the fire, I got to spank them so they won't touch the fire. Do you think a 1-year-old is going, oh, daddy or mommy needed to hit me so I don't touch the fire? No.
That's too young. I wouldn't agree with that, no.
Okay, so what age do you believe that you should be able to abuse your child? Give me the age. Yeah, you said 1 is too young. So what age?
Maybe like 10 years old.
Okay, 10 years old. You think you should be able to abuse your child. And why 10 years old?
What are you saying? But that's the thing. You do this thing. You guys do this thing where you like use the worst word, like abuse.
We just use the real word. Okay, so you want to say hit. So you said 10 years old to hit your child. Okay, cool. Why at 10 years old is it okay for you to hit your child?
Because they need to learn. That's why.
No. Why is it? Hold on. They need to learn at every age. Why is it okay at 10 years old to hit your child? Is the question.
Why is it okay at 10 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Because some kids need to feel.
Listen to what I'm saying. That's not the reason why. All kids need that according to you. Why at 10 years old, though, is it okay for you to hit a child? Why? You said one was too young. Why? Why is one too young?
I just feel like 10 is old enough. All right, 10 is old enough to know common sense.
Okay. But why is... You're not answering the question. If 1 year old is too young, right? I think any age is too young, but I agree definitely 1 year old. Why is 1 year old too young?
Because a 1 year old doesn't know shit.
What?
How am I not answering this question? A 1 year old doesn't know anything, so obviously don't hit the kid. It's 1 year old.
So listen to what I'm... So
10 years old, you should know. 10 years old, look, a 10-year-old knows not to put his hand on the stove.
Yeah, so I know, but you wouldn't be whooping a 10-year-old for putting their hand on the stove because most 10-year-olds ain't
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Listen to what I'm saying, Six, before you respond. A 10-year-old already knows by 10 years old to not put their hand on the stove, brother. That's my point. So you will be whooping up for something else that would probably be something that a 10-year-old would be likely to do. That's what I'm saying. So the same rule would apply from a 1 year old to a 10-year-old. Yeah.
A 10-year-old has way more common sense than a 1-year-old.
You're not listening. Six, stop, bro. Stop. Stop trying to argue and listen on some real shit. Listen to what I'm saying. Like, for real, try for 1 second. Don't be a troll. Think logically for 1 second. I promise. I'm not joking. I'm really going to try with you, right? For 1 second. A 1 year old, you're saying you wouldn't hit them because pretty much they don't know any better, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, a 10-year-old, they're not going to be doing they're not going to be trying to do the same stuff they're not going to be trying to put forks in sockets. They're not going to be trying to do the same stuff that little toddlers are doing, right? We all, like, if you are around kids, you know this. They're going to be doing different stuff. They're going to be doing stuff that 10-year-olds do. That's my point. So why would you expect because 10-year-olds are still learning, just like 1 year olds are still learning, just like a 1 year old is still learning, right? So why would the rules change for a 10-year-old versus a 1 year old? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
I just think a 10-year-old, it depends on what the kid's doing.
Exactly. So listen to what I'm going to make it clear for you. The same way 1 year olds are doing things that 1 year olds typically try to do, like cut on the stove, like knock cups over off the counter, like make a mess, like go get in the cupboard and open up the flour and go and eat a whole jar of Vaseline. They do stuff that 1 year olds, that's what a 1 year old does, right? A 10-year-old would not do that. If a 10-year-old did that type of stuff, you would go get them checked out. You would be like, that's not what 10-year-olds do, right? So 10-year-olds do other things. They're more, they do other things, right? They do stuff like you told them don't play a video game after a certain time. They play the video game, stuff like that.
Let me put it this way. Let's say a 12-year-old, that's grade 7, all right? Let's just say you got a call and he skipped school. You told him don't do it.
Yep.
He does it again and again and again and again.
Yep.
So you now decide, I'm going to give him a little spanking.
Mm-hmm.
Am I an abuser because of that?
Yes. And here's what I'm saying. 100% you're an abuser.
You guys are the type of people that raise school hitters.
No, those are
the people that raise school shooters.
The people that raise school
are the people that beat them.
They're the ones their kids are abused, bro. And also, wait, I got one more.
Hey, look at the stats. 7 out of 10 prisoners that are actually in prison were beaten as children.
I got you, Chosen. Hold on. So here's the thing, 6. Also, if you had a wife, would you hit your wife?
Hell no.
Okay. Why wouldn't you hit your wife?
Because that's a grown adult.
And okay, which that's going to make my point. So you see her as a human being, right? She's an adult, but you don't see it. But you don't. You don't see. Then why do you hit your kids and not your wife?
Because, as I said before, some kids they need a.
Hold on, I'll make it easy for you. Do you think even with your girlfriend? I know you're probably gonna lie, but with your girlfriend, did you guys argue sometimes?
We argue all the time.
You argue all the time. So often your girl does things that you don't want her to do, that you don't like or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So wouldn't it be wrong for you to hit her, even though she's doing things you don't want her to do? That would be abusive, right? But listen, she's your girlfriend, and she's doing things that you don't want her to do, right?
She's still an adult. That she's an adult. It's different.
Why is it different?
Because she's an adult and one's a child.
That's not. Hell? Why is it different? Can adults not look? Who do you hurt more if you hit them, an adult or a child?
It depends.
No, it doesn't depend. Super easy. A child. When you talk, they're smaller. She's an adult.
Maybe if you're a weak kid, I got beatings 1-2 times. It didn't shit to me.
God, man, this dude is. Anyways, finish, Chosen. This guy is cuckoo.
Can I say something? I'm about to drop.
Okay, go ahead, BBG.
Because for one, I think he just proved that it did a lot. But the other thing is,
you don't know my life, bro. Stop talking like that.
I think we seeing the effects.
What a waste, man.
What are the facts? What are the facts? Tell me.
You were abused. You were abused as a child, and now you suffer from cognitive dissonance.
I'm not no weak little white boy, bro. If you get beaten, it's not that serious. It's not abuse. Sometimes you have to teach your kid. You have to feel to learn. Sometimes some kids you can tell them no, and they're gonna continue to do what they're doing until something really happens.
Go ahead, BBG.
Anyway, the reason why people who are like this have kids who 1-year-olds and 10-year-olds do the same thing if they have parents who behave in this way. Because if you teach at a 1-year-old, because I think we had this conversation either yesterday or the day before, whatever, when the other dude used the same exact example about the stove. If a 1-year-old to maybe I'll say a 5-6-year-old is somebody that you don't allow into a kitchen because they will go in there and they are curious. They want to learn things at a rapid rate, so they won't touch everything. You know this because you done had small kids. Shan got a small kid. You don't allow for them to be in a kitchen unsupervised ever because they touch things, because there are cleaners in there and sharp objects. You don't allow for those kids to be in those spaces. Once they get bigger, you teach them how those spaces work. You teach them this is a sharp object that will hurt you. This is an object that if you turn this knob or this button or whatever, that heat will come out of it. It will hurt you. You teach them that you don't go into this place or spray this thing because this you teach it. Please don't. You teach them how these things work so that when they go into a kitchen, they know, oh no, Mommy and Daddy told me I can't touch the stove because the last time when they taught me how to touch the stove, it got really hot and I didn't like that. They know. So by the time they're 10, 11, 12 years old, they know not to do that thing because they have the experience of their parents guiding them in the correct way of how to use these things, so they don't want to play with them. The reason why a 10-year-old would go to play with a stove is because the only discipline they ever had wasn't redirecting. It was, if you touch the stove, I will hit you. So they don't know that the consequence of touching a stove is that it's hot. They think that the consequence of touching the stove is because of this person is around is going to hit me. So guess what happens when the person isn't around?
They touch the stove.
They do the thing. It's the same thing with the street analogy. It's the same thing with the light socket analogy or whatever.
As soon as you're not looking, they do it.
They do it.
That's what they do.
12-year-olds who are hit upside their head by their parents, the moment they get to school, guess what they do? They
act up. They be the kids who aren't abused. Guess what? They're the most behaved kids. The kids who are abused, they be at school throwing papers and jumping off the wall and shit like that. Like Six was. Without a doubt, that boy was in class wreaking havoc. You know it without a doubt. Yeah, you. Nah, bruh.
Because I'm in the throes of teenagehood with my kids. Okay, literally like at the cusp. Okay, I have a 14-year-old. I have not had an issue yet with my child going someplace and people complaining about how they behave because I can set clear-cut boundaries. This is what you do. This is what you don't do. This is how you stay safe, blah, 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 blah. So when it's time to take them to a mall or a museum or wherever it is that, they want to go, I don't have to deal with, that that child running off or doing a thing because I'm not looking, because we've already gone down the list of how these things operate. You don't have to beat a kid into redirecting them. But the more interesting part is the same kind of people who will say you need to beat your kids, every single time we get into these lives, they do the same thing that they couldn't do as kids. They jump, they scream, they shout. Can't stay on mute. I gotta say this. You talking to me? You I bet you wouldn't say that to my face. I bet you wouldn't do. And it's like, baby, we hear you. You're bigger now, okay? You can protect yourself. It's safe here. Mm-hmm. You don't have to prove to us that you big and strong because you didn't feel big and strong as a child. We hear everything that you say.
I wasn't a weak little boy. I'm not a weak man. Cool, bro.
I ain't weak. That whooping didn't do nothing to me. We hear you. We hear you. We understand. We get it. But it's a never ending cycle, and like I said, that's the reason why they feel the need to have power and control over kids, because they know they can't do that junk with adults. Because even a woman, it's plenty of women. And I grew up on the east side of Detroit. You can try that with some of these women here, talking about you about to get in her face and tell her what to do, and I promise you, you will wake up on the ground. Because these women will go right back upside your head with you. You can't play that game with adults, so they do it with kids so that they can get that power back.
Yep. I'll let Chosen go, and then Ambassador, you can go after Chosen. Go ahead, Chosen.
Okay, so like, I guess according to you guys, I was abused as a kid. I was a well-behaved kid.
Real quick, brother. Not according to us, according to science. Yeah, you were abused. Yeah. That's not my opinion about what it is. Literally, it's abuse. But go ahead. I'm listening. I want to be clear. I want to be as clear as day. This is not public's opinion. This ain't Shan's opinion. It wasn't BPG's opinion. We just read about it. And scientifically, it is abuse. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. It is definitely abuse. But go ahead.
So, okay. Because I almost want to ask you, like, what is, you're just saying, like, getting a swat or getting tapped or
getting hit is abusive.
That's all abuse.
That's all abuse.
Because I've been in a room where they were talking about abuse, and like it was because the parent hauled off and just hit him. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, it seems like we have different ideas. But anyways, I was a well-behaved kid all through my life. You know what I'm saying? I basically said the worst thing that I have on my record is DUI.
Chosen. Hold on, wait, brother. Yeah. Your mic is really low. Really low. Muffled as hell.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. All right. But yeah, I was never obsessed with disciplining someone else's child. You know what I'm saying? I actually, you know what I'm saying, wasn't in a relationship like that. Where she was failing or where she had not done, it actually turned into things like being called meltdowns or him punching a hole through the wall or you know what I'm saying? Him coming after you if you grab his Xbox and you're like, okay, we're gonna take this. He was willing to be physical, and his younger brother is going the same route that he did. I can't really get to the bottom of what this kid's record is, but it's worse than mine. Stealing, had the money. Anyways, in dealing with him, there were times that I felt that it was necessary to, swat or show him something that wasn't working before I had actually got there. It wasn't right when I got there. It was just right when it was like, you're old enough to understand such and such. You know what I'm saying? Why are you still acting a particular way? You know what I'm saying? So I never was impulsively doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me see. I'm gonna have to wait. I never impulsively did anything though.
You still listen. Yeah, you still talk.
Okay. Yeah, I never impulsively did anything to those kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying if you took something from it, his understanding was he's gonna come after you, even if it wasn't like tough or anything. He'd be coming for you. So I mean, he might have got a spanking or two in that time or whatever, and same with her other child or whatever. I'm just saying it's the way I was raised, and I never felt like it was abuse. It kind of just kept me in check. But I did also want to ask, what what is your opinion of what role would you take? How would you deal with something instead of actually spanking, spanking or anything like that? What works for you guys?
Talking to your kids. If they're really young, you just have to. It's whatever they're doing when they're young. It's your fault anyway. Like if your kids could get to the kitchen and turn on the fire, you should have been watching them better, right? So why you should slap yourself. If you know what I mean, like if you're gonna slap anybody, slap your fucking self for allowing your baby to run in the kitchen and cut the fire on. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Honestly, the things he described sounds like some of those were like bigger issues, like being willing to like get physical and fight, and when you take away the PlayStation or whatever, like some of those things sounded like there were much bigger issues that maybe you and the mom should have like been working together to get to the bottom of, than just resorting to more violence to show him that he shouldn't be violent when he's not getting his way.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, she's the friend type of mom. She wanted to be the friend, or
that's what y'all say. She's just not. She's not being a friend. She just wasn't being an authoritarian. And I can't stand when men say that, or when people say that when a person just isn't being abusive. When people aren't being abusive, they're not trying to be their friends. They're just not being abusive. Right? You know what I'm saying?
She weaponized me in that way, sitting back, even with her own children, telling me, "Hey, would you get him to stop doing it?" You know what I'm saying? Because she literally didn't want to do any of that. She didn't want to be perceived as the bad parent. That's outright exactly what it was. It happened on several occasions. That's how she dealt with it. She weaponized whatever man she was with to say, "Hey, go, you know what I'm saying, get this under control." Stood by me. It's to a degree in those decisions that I make, like, okay, we need to get to the bottom of it. You know what I'm saying? Kids punching holes in the walls and doing all that, and you calling it a meltdown. He's gonna be like, "Hey, mom's gonna be like, I had a meltdown," and they acted however they desired. Even one day, he's been known to have kicked his grandfather from the back seat while he's driving.
How old was this kid?
This kid was like 14 to 15. You know what I'm saying? It was out of control.
Bro, that baby,
I would love to know how public would deal with that, though.
That child, I have a child that, I have an autistic child. Trust me, I know how to deal with that. But yeah, that child has that child had behavioral issues. He has something going on. You can't beat that out of a child. There's not enough whoopings in the world that's gonna get rid of that. That's the reality.
Never had one to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like,
yeah, that's what I was saying. It doesn't matter how many he had. That was a bigger behavioral problem. Like kids don't just act like that for no reason. Is what we're telling you.
Yeah, not a 14-year-old kid. Go ahead, Ambassador.
So I don't know who that was saying they wanted to figure out how you would handle this situation, but can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Barely. You muffled too. But that was chosen.
Does that sound better?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So let me ask you this. As far as your child, you say your child's autistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you learn the psychology behind it? Like, did you learn like what is involved with being an autistic child or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, my wife is a psychologist. Yeah.
Okay, so that's to answer that question. Whoever asked that question, that's how you would handle that situation, is learning about whatever symptoms that your child is dealing with. That's the best way to figure out how to handle your child. But I just wanted to say this real quick. I'm gonna drop because I got some things I'm taking care of. But I was just like Chosen. I was also
hold on, Ambassador. Let me read this super chat. Tawana said these men are making up these stories. He sounds like a liar. Go ahead, Ambassador. They weren't talking about you. They were talking about Chosen. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was saying that I was also abused as a child as well. I think as many of us, we all were.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I carried that on into my adult life with my stepson, because I had a stepson, and for a time I handled him just like how my dad handled me, and that was because that was the only thing that I knew to do. But when I started having my own kids, I was also kind of doing it with them too as well. But I eventually learned along the way, because I was like, you know what, it's got to be a better way to handle my kids, because the way they was responding to me, they were responding to me in fear, and not the kind of fear that I wanted them to have. I wanted them to have respect for me, but not in the way where, they don't want to have anything to do with me because I'm handling them any kind of way or in the wrong way or whatever. So I ended up starting, reading psychology books about how to handle people and stuff like that. And then from there, that's when I started getting a little bit better, because I did discipline them for like the first, I said between 3 and 5, and I didn't like how I was disciplining them. And so, like I said, I learned the psychology books, and I just soon realized that, hey, you know what? The best way to handle my kids is because you got to understand, kids, they got to grow up to be adults. And adults, you're not being beat on all the time. And so, and that's not even the way of life. And so I said, you know what? Let me handle them like many adults. And so I talk to them like they're my best friend. I handle them like they're my best friend. And so when I, be on the phone with them, just conversating with them, whatever the case may be, and we just having a good time, and they still have respect for me. I don't have to assert any type of dominance over them to get them to do what I want them to do. It's they automatically do it because it's more like that friendship, brotherhood type.
Just treat them like a human being. That's the most important thing, right? Yeah. Like friend or not, like treating them like a human, treating them like you would want to be treated, whatever you want to say. I think that is the most important thing. But so many men don't see what's his name? 6 doesn't see children as human beings. He thinks he sees them as an extension of himself. He sees them as, things to be controlled and playthings or whatever you want to say.
Allegations.
And
I'm gonna say this one last thing. I don't know who that young lady was earlier. That
BPG. BPG.
BPG. Yeah, she said something that really stood out to me, and I agree with her on this, because the moment you start disciplining your kids and physically, what happens is it does promote them to want to do bad behavior. So if you do it the total opposite, you actually get better kids. Like whooping them all the time is not going to do the justice. It's just, it's really not. It's going to cause them to rebel even more.
Yep.
So
that's facts. Hey, Ambassador, I appreciate you coming up, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Bama.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to clock a couple things. First off, 6 said, "I ain't no little white dude." Like he was.
Hold on. I knew you were gonna come up.
Wait, bro. He ain't said nothing this whole time. Let that man speak. Damn, don't prove to us that them whoopings is the thing that got you all jumbled up right now, fam. Prove us wrong. Prove that the whoopings worked. Go ahead.
Well, like I said, just that. And so if anybody wants to apologize about it, I'm not concerned about it. But what I'm saying is we just got work to do, right? Because if grown men are looking at other grown men and the first thing they want to use is a derogatory skin tone as a cut down, that's not cool. And then the second thing is he did say that he said, "I got whoopings and it didn't work." So he's actually clocking his own self. He admitted that they didn't work.
I didn't say that though.
You did. We can replay it tomorrow.
I never said. What are you talking about?
Settle down. It'll be on the YouTube.
You're right.
It'll be on the YouTubes. Go check it out, because you said, "I got whoopings and they didn't work." That's what you said.
Okay, we'll look back.
Yeah. So, and then the last thing is, if you think that it's okay to physically harm a small person, and you're not giving them you're not looking at them as human, but you're looking as grown adults as humans, then that's an issue within yourself. And it's showing that you are wanting to just inflict violence on someone else. And that's all that it's really showing, is that the whoopings didn't work, right? And just because it happened to you, because I got plenty of them, and a lot of us here got plenty of them, that doesn't mean that we need to perpetuate generational violence to other generations. We don't need to allow them to grow up in trauma. And we can't blame our parents for not knowing something. Chosen was that way. And also, the last thing is, Chosen, you said that your girlfriend was weaponizing you to children, and if you don't understand it, if you don't understand the language in that, you said she is weaponizing you to the children. So she is using you as a weapon against the children. You should understand that that means that is physical violence, because a weapon is used for violence. So if you're using those words and you understand those words, then you know, because you were in a you were in a sticky pickle because you didn't want to physically abuse those children, and you didn't. So you were caught in the middle, basically. So you didn't know how to parent the child. She didn't know how to parent the child. So all y'all did was what was done to you, which was abuse.
No. Well,
it's okay. It's okay if you got abused.
Weaponized, maybe I could have used a better word. You know what I'm saying? She figured like you probably have better control than me. She would utilize my existence to handle.
Nah, the word salad. I'm sorry, Chosen. That's some bullshit. Come on, brother. Just say what it was. She weaponized. Yeah, just call a spade, man. It is what it is.
I know that it comes from weapon. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like it means violence all the time. That's not something that I handle every single situation with.
It is that. And then the last thing before I mute back up is, Rachel, if you were in a basement and it's echoing, you got to cam up and show us something, because you're in a center block jail cell right now. Every time you come on these lives at midnight, I feel like you done been locked up for the day, and the bars has done been shut up, and for some reason you'll never cam up and you'll never show yourself. If you in the jail cell,
like you live in poverty, your whole state represents poverty and Forrest Gump. Shut up.
Don't try to weaponize my name in Alabama. I'm fine with that, but the jail Wi-Fi be popping at night. I'm just saying.
Wi-Fi be high.
Hey, the jail Wi-Fi do be hot though. That jail Wi-Fi do be jumping though. No joke.
Block 87 Wi-Fi high.
Yeah, man. I don't know what it is about that jail Wi-Fi, but it's something about them hotspots in jail. Them motherfuckers be jumping.
So you talk to your boyfriends in jail and you want to brag about how good their Wi-Fi is? I don't get it.
Huh?
What about your boyfriend being in jail?
I missed that. That was crazy. Go ahead, Chosen. Finish up, and then we go.
Talking about his pen pals in prison and stuff, like talking about their Wi-Fi is good, and they send good D pictures to him. Like, what the hell?
If I man, y'all gonna keep this a little.
Let Bama, let Chosen go, man. I want that man to finish what he was saying.
I'm just saying that she would use me to be the person that dealt with the problems that she didn't want to. She never wanted to be perceived as the person that was less than a friend, if you ask me. She wanted to be the easygoing, nurturing type. Although some of the things that her and her family and relatives have done were far worse than anything that I actually did. You know what I'm saying? Like the haul off and hit physically, hands. Me, it's like, okay, I'm not mad at, or the way my parents handled me. I'm not mad, I'm going to calm down, say, give it a second. All right, I'm saying, that you did this wrong, saying this is how we're going to deal with this. That was me. I think I might have utilized like a little span or a spoon or a spatula or something, and like pop my kids' hands with it a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? That's the gist of it. It has to warrant the idea that, okay, you know what I'm saying? Because honestly, to me, why should I not be that discipline in my kids' life before they get out there and feel just as free as anybody else, and then wind up getting shot or pew-pewed or wind up in jail? If I don't do that,
that's a lie.
I hate that logic so much.
That lie is so diabolical. That lie of I gotta whoop them before the police do is crazy. That shit is such the biggest. Who told you that? Seriously, who told you that? Where did you get that from? What scientific study did you get? Like, where did y'all get that from?
It's not. It became my understanding that when they CPS and all them stepped in saying, you can't do this anymore. Children are headed down the wrong path right now. Like, look at our youngest generation.
Lord, free us.
Never deal with them.
Free us.
Freedom babies.
Them babies.
Look at our youngest generation right now. Even
Freedom,
CPS,
they're doing better.
they don't bruise.
Yeah. The younger generation is doing a lot better than the Gen X and millennials before them, who normalized spankings, whoopings, corporal punishment. The generation we are in right now, the least amount of teen pregnancies, the least amount of violent crime, the least amount of STDs, the least amount of a whole lot of shit that our Gen X parents were doing.
Yep. And that came from.
I mean, that's my take. You know, it's okay if you disagree. I'm just saying it worked for me. I don't got no.
It didn't work for you.
It's a fact.
It didn't.
I know. I'm just talking about me. You know what I'm saying? You say it was abuse and everything.
It was abusive.
I was never hauled off and hit. And it was always, you know what I'm saying, done in a modest amount. You know what I'm saying? It was never when they were angry. Hey, hurry up, put your hands on the wall. You know. Or anything like that. I'm just saying, I was a very well.
What was it? What was the prerequisite? Wait. What was the prerequisite for a spanking?
What was the prerequisite for a spanking for me? Let me see.
When you would hit the kids.
Let me see if I remember. If I can recall. So many. It was a couple years ago.
But you know, it's crazy.
I really
remember every second of that moment.
Hold on, let him. That's
actually weird. You don't know why you put your hands on something.
That shit crazy. Y'all not. You don't think that's crazy, Chosen?
Outside of their life, man.
So what? You was wait. Hold on. If you was laying your hands and feet on these babies, you better 100%. You should know. That shit should be itemized, damn near. You should have been crying. You should have been fucking journaling that shit.
I can remember one situation.
What?
Okay, it was my daughter who knew how to pee inside of the potty. You know, during potty training, would purposely
she would be putting your hands on a girl.
She purposely would not do it. She had it figured out, but she wanted to remain as young as her younger sister. And so she would react that way. It's like, you know what to do. You've done it several times. So now you're feeling a certain way about being the oldest, and you want to still be your mama and your daddy's baby.
That's normal, Chosen. That's so normal. I want to cry for that baby. That's so normal.
Okay.
It's a regression because she had a little sibling, and she was afraid. It's literally natural instinct. Because they're afraid that they won't be cared for anymore. Their needs won't be met anymore because there's a new baby around. That was her natural instinct.
Damn, bro. You was hitting on that baby. And that's what I'm saying, y'all. Y'all be hit. Hold on, Chosen. Hold on. Y'all be hit. Hold on, Chosen. Y'all be hitting on these babies for being babies. Racial. Hold on, bro. Y'all be hitting on these babies for being babies. And that shit will never make sense to me. That will never set. I don't understand that. They are babies doing baby shit. They're literally doing the most normal. Like, what the fuck? Why would you do that?
Okay, don't go so far though, because I want to know what should be done instead in certain situations. That's all. I would like to know how you would handle certain situations. I see them in the corner. They turn around. That's usually the alternative punishment for them. You go sit in the corner.
That's abusive too.
No. Sitting in the corner.
Yeah, that's abuse too. What the fuck? Y'all only know how to abuse your kids, huh? Like, that's all we got. It's like fucking just abuse. All we know is abuse. Like, what the hell?
Regardless of the punishment you choose, punishing a child for something that is within the age group of their development is like literally punishing a child for development, regardless of the punishment is abusive. That is how children develop. Crazy. Like when we specifically when people try to talk about like y'all don't be understanding parenting, this is what we be talking about. There are certain like markers when it comes to progression that children do. Are they annoying markers? I don't even got kids. Are they annoying markers? Probably fucking Lee. Like they really, really are. But they're markers to development, and this is what we. You know what? I'm gonna give y'all my one.
Hey, Chosen, hold on. Wait, real quick, Lux. I will say something. I respect you for being honest, but that don't change the fact that you was abusing them babies. I'm sorry.
I'm willing to respect them. You don't put hands on kids.
Not only this, but this to this very, very subject and point. The reason that I advocate for y'all not touching kids is because y'all don't know how to discipline kids and when to discipline kids. Aside from
Racial.
Let
Racial.
Wicked word.
Y'all gotta let Lux go, man. God damn.
Wicked word.
Y'all tripping.
But it's so crazy to me. The reason that I specifically advocate for it is because I would, even though it's abuse point blank period, let's say I did give y'all the benefit of the doubt and it wasn't. It is. Let's just, it is off the point. If it wasn't, y'all still don't know when it is time to discipline children. Like, even if, remove hitting off the table, remove abuse, y'all don't know when to discipline them kids because you guys genuinely, all the markers of growing up for children, y'all think they kids growing up fast, they're being rebellious, they're purposefully being contrarian to your authority. Like, they are young people without their faculties developing.
Damn, man.
I don't think y'all understand. Like,
this shit is crazy.
And thank y'all for being honest, because I told y'all a few years ago, like, listen, y'all know this for the people that be on the panel. I'm Haitian. I grew up in the Caribbean. In the Caribbean, if an elder see you in the street acting wrong, they could whoop you, and your parents wouldn't flinch an eye. Thank you for taking care of my kid like that. But what they don't realize is a lot of the behaviors and negative things that they carry through life, like, it is abusive because a lot of those things are genuinely just developmental stages. Like, I told y'all, my mama is a foster parent now, and she grew out of the hitting when I was young. I'm her only child, but I was very, very young when my parents stopped hitting me. I was probably like 7. And ever since then, like I told you, I grew up and I saw my mom not, smacking the kids for doing things. And I'm like, dang, I got smacked for doing that. Why? They are developmental things, and she grew out of it. So if she grew, I gotta grow mentally. If I gotta grow mentally, y'all gotta grow mentally. Stop hitting them babies for development. This is wicked. I don't. Not right now. Real quick. I promise you, Rachel. You the last person.
You've been going for an hour. Okay,
love you, but you the last person. I don't care. It is wicked. It is just it. Y'all just continuously prove that y'all don't know when to discipline them kids. So just keep your hands off of them. Period. Point blank. Just keep your hands off them kids. And that's it. That's all.
Look, the problem I be having though, right, is that they'll put their hands on a baby, but if a man disrespect them to their face, they ain't gonna do ish.
Wow.
Now, what kind of world is we living in where you will touch a child, but you ain't gonna touch a man running his mouth at you? True,
I agree with Rachel for once. That's true. Y'all build up at kids more than adults. I will say that.
You be getting punked in your own hood. You be getting like
looking up at anyone, violence towards anyone. Dudes don't respect you. More at kids.
Yeah. Hey man, I ain't gonna hold you.
All I've heard so far is to be explaining to your child and talking them through it.
What more do you need to hear, Chosen?
All right, nobody's told me anything except for that's what you.
I know what that's it though. That's what you need. Like, what did you expect? We that's hard. That's a tough parent. Whooping your kid, easy parenting. There's
redirection. There's other tools. Like, yeah, you can talk, you can redirect.
Yeah.
You can get to the bottom of the issue.
Positive reinforcements. You could do that. Yeah.
Exactly. Rewards. There's a lot of different things you can do, but none of them involve violence. That's all we're telling you. Like, there's books on this. There's so much research.
Okay,
you can read books on different parenting.
I'm not gonna read books on how to discipline kids. So let's be honest.
It's not violent to put them in the corner, but even that's wrong. So what is it to you?
Abuse isn't just physical, Chosen. Neglect is also.
I don't think you really want to know, because I was just trying to tell you, and y'all.
Well, I don't want to know from somebody that doesn't have children.
She has children.
I do have a child. I'm the one who said I don't have kids. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I see. I said that. You're not listening.
No, I wasn't watching which box was faster. That's all. Go ahead.
Hold on, look. I'll be right back.
Shenanigans. What? So how do you deal with your or never mind. I can't even ask Lex how she does it again. shenanigans.
That was never Lutz. It was me.
Right. So do you have an idea?
I'll let somebody else. I'll let somebody else who knows more tell you.
Cedar,
Listen the first time.
Cedar, go ahead.
Okay. Turn your mic on.
Okay.
You can't turn your mic on.
No, okay. People have to listen.
Then let me just talk.
Okay.
I said, do read a child development book. It's called Early Childhood Education.
All right, Rachel.
It's not a child development book.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Cedar.
Sorry, I couldn't listen anymore. Chosen gave a really perfect example to learn from with the child who peed their pants when they had already learned to be potty trained, when they were seeing that their younger sibling likely was getting a lot of attention when they were going potty. So this is what we call an attention-seeking behavior. And so, like Shan was saying, this is natural for them. They're seeing that another child is starting to get attention. And they're like, from doing the same behavior. And they're worried that they're not going to get the attention that they need. And so they are displaying the same behavior of peeing in their pants. And so beating them or hitting them is not going to teach them what they need to know. What will teach them what they need to know, you'd be surprised how much kids can understand if you explain it to them at their developmental level. If you explain to them that this behavior is not okay, but if you behave in this way, by teaching them an appropriate behavior where they can get your attention, or ensuring them that they're still going to get a lot of attention, then that will resolve that behavior in a way that they're actually learning and they're actually understanding how to not display this behavior anymore. So by hitting them, you're taking away the opportunity to teach them. And it could be inadvertently a way that you are reinforcing the behavior because they are getting negative behavior. And a lot of times when we see that children who are more easily able to get negative behavior, they are the ones who act or negative attention when they exhibit negative behavior. They're the ones that act out the most. And they're the ones who later on in life, a lot of the kids who are like more impulsive, the more ADHD type, the ones who often are getting spanked and hit all the time, they're the ones who learn, I can't get attention when I behave positive because it's too hard for me. But I do get attention all the time by my negative behavior.
That's true.
And so this is constantly being reinforced, and it causes this behavior to continue. So children are able to understand if we speak to them at their level, and they can learn a lot at 3, at 4, at 5. We can teach them. We just have to say it in a way that they understand. And we can show them, look, I'm still going to give you attention. And you're still going to get attention, even though, they may be feeling jealousy from the sister. It's up to the parent. Yeah, now I need to put a little more effort into showing the older child some more attention.
Facts.
I can't disagree. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's a learning in progress, and you know what I'm saying, you guys are giving me some different ideas, but I wanted to tell you that at this point, or at the point that they understand that I'm the more serious parent, they walk on their mother and look at me to okay it, pretty much. Like, is dad gonna say something? Because all I have to do is say something at this point. All I have to do is say something or give them a particular look to let them know, you know what I'm saying, you know where this could come to. I'm not at the point where I can even do any of that technically, during visitation. So, does it happen? I'm just letting you know that it happened in the past. It's happened to me. It happened to me, and I was a well-behaved kid. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say. So I'm only doing what I've learned. But I understand that parenting is a learning experience. So I'm glad that I was able to get some input and maybe enact those. But like I said, it wasn't my first go-to. There was a talking that came first. It's in case that you're just like you're being I'm not getting through to you with just explaining things to you. You know what I'm saying? So
if you could talk to the children and they can understand, then why would you hit them?
No. I've talked to them, and the message didn't get through. Is what I'm saying. So it's not the spanking is not.
Let me ask you. Wait, Chosen. So when you spanked them, all you had to do was spank them one time, and they never did the thing again.
They took me more serious than their mother.
No. Let me hold on. Let's go back.
Right.
All you had to do was spank them one time, and they never did the thing again. Is that what you're telling me?
Let me see. I mean, like I said, with the situation with the
wait. How is this hard to? No. But Chosen, hold on. This got to be a yes or no, brother. Once again, when you spanked them one time, did they correct their actions and not do the thing again? Yes or no?
I can't say that with the child that was knew how to go on the
potty. So the answer is no. Right? So no. So the answer is no. So what is the difference? Because you just tried to make the excuse for, well, when I talked to them, they didn't do the thing that I needed. They didn't do it when you spanked them either. So the spanking wasn't what you see what I'm saying? Like to me, it just proves with beyond the shadow of a doubt that most men are just abusive. Like men just want to we just want to physically harm kids. We don't see kids as human beings. We want to physically harm them. But out of our own anger and out of our own frustration and out of our own laziness, that is what men want to do.
Not out of anger. I'm
telling you, you cannot sell me on. I'm a parent. Bam is a parent. We are Chosen. I'm Chosen. I promise you.
Stop making excuses.
Yeah, I promise.
I appreciate y'all for the extra input. That's all I said. Parenting is a learning experience.
And you're not learning anything.
Frustrating.
Check this out. Okay, combine the people on the panel, including someone that has years of experience in schooling of learning, higher education, to understand how the brain works at a young age, and you are denying what they're saying. So at what point should we give
denying what they're saying?
Wait. At what point should we give you a whooping because you don't want to listen to people that know more than you do? You're saying parenting is a learning experience.
I have not denied
on a panel and you were refusing to learn.
Kind of.
You're refusing to learn. Go read.
I have not denied one thing that they said. I took what they said. I just continuously asked, what would you do in this situation? He said explain. He said that he'd explain. I thought the girl that was saying something else. Most of what I heard is don't spank. I'm like,
okay, cool.
It's not like it's happened 10 times. You know what I'm saying? It's not even like it happened a whole bunch of times. Like I said, at one point, I didn't have to do anything. You know, I'm still on even visitation. Still with even visitation. They will.
Wait, I thought these was I thought these was your stepkids. What you talking about? Visitation?
No. Okay. The situation started with the stepkids. I have 3 of my own in that situation also.
But you were saying the mom. But wait, y'all. You were saying the mother of your children was weaponizing you against your children, or was the stepmom weaponizing you against your stepkids? That's what because that's who you started off mentioning.
All of them.
So wait. Oh, time out. So you're telling us that both mothers, the mother of your biological children and the mother of your stepchildren were both weaponizing you against the children?
They are the same woman, yes.
Oh, it was the same woman. Okay, I was getting confused. Okay.
I mean, when I got into the relationship, she
already had kids. Yeah, right? And then you had 3 kids with her after the fact.
Then we had 3 kids also. So at first it was me dealing with them. I never had to deal with them like that when they were younger because, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't like that. But say somebody, you know, so-and-so did this or he didn't go to school. Okay, well, I'm going to go get the Xbox or whatever. And I'm out, you know what I'm saying? This is what kids coming after me for
That's how
taking
you do
his
it. You go grab the games. You go take their stuff from them. That's exactly how you do it.
Oh, okay, so you know what I'm saying? I didn't feel comfortable putting my hands on her kids, especially anyways. You know what I'm saying? So
they wasn't your.
That's what I did. That's what I.
Them kids wasn't your kids. Them kids wasn't your kids.
Touch my kids.
Chosen. Those kids wasn't your kids.
The first two she already had were not my kids. I mean, yes, I was a stepfather role.
It was your kids.
They wasn't. But the eldest didn't like that. Once I stopped being friendly with him, because we used to get down on the 2K together. Once he realized that I was going to be an authoritative type figure in his life, he was just nah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And his whole attitude changed. We stopped, you know what I'm saying, connecting on
us. Like the other dudes that just came by that ran through moms. He didn't know you was gonna stick around.
No, he already had kids, bro. He had kids by this point with the woman. What?
Nah, look, he was a stepdad at that point, right? So those other dudes have been in and out the house, but the kid didn't know that he was actually gonna stick around. He didn't know that this.
Nah, bro, that's not. That ain't. I don't buy that. Nah.
I mean, I could tell you the whole story so you guys can get it.
Nah, I don't want the whole story. It's gonna take too long. But that ain't what it was, though.
I know that's what it was.
That wasn't what it was, bro. He had 3 kids with this woman. They was not worried about him leaving. That wasn't what it was.
Who was that dude? You can't tell me.
We don't care who you are.
That's not hard to believe.
Yeah. You ran in and out of somebody's house.
That dude too. Public with your ass. You probably was that dude.
Oh my God.
I know that. When they were young, I you know what I'm saying? I was shied away, but at the same time, I was only stepping into the relationship. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how to deal with everything until it just became a situation that mom's not doing anything to discipline them. Okay, well, I take the Xbox, kids coming towards me, swinging his hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do say that's a mental problem, but, you know, like, that's what I was dealing with. And then guess who would be the first person to ask me for his thing back if I was like, okay, it's going to be a week and a half? The mom. You know what I'm saying? He would get in his mom's ear, and then mom would act like, oh, yes, I'm on your side, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So when are you going to give him the game back? I'm like, okay, so he doesn't even have to go through his full punishment. So
why do you keep blaming the mom for all of this stuff? It's so weird. This is so crazy.
Because that's how she was parenting before I got there.
Hey, Chosen, real quick.
I'm sorry.
Real quick, like you keep asking for like answers. Could we just get? Are you still?
No, I already got the answers there. I mean, I've gotten answers enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, like, have you dedicated? Are you going to read a book or anything like that about parenting in this manner without physical abuse? Will you do that? Will you tell us that
you need some recommendations?
Also, there's a song on here.
I'm not saying I am. I'll just go off the advice that you guys are telling me works for you. I mean, I guess.
Hey, there's a song on here where this dude be like,
like I said, I
goes
no
another
longer
one.
have to do that. They have there's an understanding that we have where I just give them a look and they know where it can go and it doesn't so it doesn't happen. They understand.
So
when I say not
that's
to
the
do something,
respect.
that's it.
That's the respect
level.
So they fear you.
You ain't gotta do nothing.
That's what you want to say. That's what you want to say. They love me to death.
They fear you just like you. They think you're the police.
Bro.
They think you're the police.
Me to death. I didn't require respect.
Chosen. Listen, they tell you that because they are fearing of what you'll do if they say, I don't like you.
What?
You kind of want that, though. You kind of want the mom to discipline them and you to be the last person and them fear you so much they just listen. That's what I want. I don't even want them to even do nothing. I want them when she calls me, they be like, oh.
That's fear.
Go ahead and do what she said to do.
I'm not even in their life half the time, bro.
Keep muting me like a hoe? But like, keep muting me, though.
What? Why you always gotta say some super duper disrespectful shit?
Constantly muting me like some hoe.
Stop talking so much. People is talking, you interrupting them.
If I can get my final point across, I am willing to learn. I am willing to look at other ways to actually deal with it. For sure. But like I said, off the fact that I was ever spanking or whatever, there's things that they know that they're doing wrong or whatever. It's mostly with their mom, you know what I'm saying? Because they're not even respectful to their mom at all. They'll look at me for confirmation that, oh, You know what I'm saying? Like, are you, you know what I'm saying? Are you going to step in or say something? And that's not really something that I feel like I should be doing, because the mom's she's not an authoritative figure in their life enough. Like I said, she befriends her kids. This is a
Okay, Chosen. At this point, you're kind of repeating
Yeah.
yourself.
I just saw.
like, you haven't heard anything. Da, 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 da.
We got it. We got it, Chosen. Hold on, man. We gotta let somebody else talk. Also, I want to play the song for you.
I'm done. That's
Yeah,
okay.
you gotta listen to the song. Hey, keep your hands off that baby. Keep your hands off that child.
Hey, why probably look like the lead singer from Soul For Real 50 years later?
Hey, but why would you play that for me? I already said I'm gonna go about it a different way. You know what I'm saying? I already said I reached the point where I didn't have
Chosen,
to do
we
that
heard,
anymore.
brother. We heard you, brother. I got you.
Okay, so
I just like the song. I think it was an appropriate time to play that song.
Okay.
All right. 6 didn't hear it. 6 needed to hear it. Okay. Look, see what's happening right now. This, hold on. We gonna help you out, Rachel. We gonna help you out. So Rachel, he clearly was an abused child, and he's doing what Cedar was talking about, where he's seeking attention, right? Because he only gets attention when he does negative things, right? That's the problem, right? So here we are. Now we got to deal. Now we got to deal with Rachel as an adult being, unhinged. Go ahead, Rachel. We hear you, brother. No, stop muting him. Let him go. Go ahead, Rachel. We gonna give Rachel the attention he needs. Go ahead, brother. We listening. What you want to say, man?
Unless you want to hear it, I ain't gonna sing, man. I was trying to give you, like, I'm saying, a concert for the free, for the Lolo.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Nah, really though, you look like the homie. Like, you look like the homie from So For Real mixed with like Tevin Campbell. Like 50 years later though.
Mm-hmm.
You know what Tevin Campbell is? Brody.
Why you breathing so heavily? You overweight, huh?
Yo, Brody.
Hold on, wait. Rachel. You over. Hold on, wait, Rachel. You overweight, huh? Be honest.
Yeah, I'm over here smoking.
Oh, that boy overweight. That's crazy. Okay, that explains some stuff. I got you. Now I get a little glimpse.
If you asking me, am I like a toothpick like you? Hell nah, I'm big body. I'm a big dude. I'm 6'3". You're like what, 5'8"?
No.
Rachel, I feel like you should be funnier than you are.
No, bro, how tall are you?
You look like you should be funnier.
Bro, how tall are you? No, seriously, public, how tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Seriously though.
I'm whatever height you think I am. But that's crazy though. So
dude, like the person you could compare me to from your city, his name DW Flame. I'm like his size, D-Dub Flame from Insane. I'm like his size. That's a tweaker, bro.
DW Flame is.
When he said he was 6'3", I was like, damn. I'm like, we the same height, same size. Like, yeah, D-Dub.
Cam up.
Yeah, is he the same one that had them 95s on or something? He had them penny loafers. He had them Jordans on. What he have? That was the son that
the penny loafers.
Nah, not DW.
Bringing it back.
Cam up, Rachel.
Hey, yo, she said you sound like you from Oakland. I'm from Sacktown. I'm from Sacktown. I ain't from Oakland.
Show yourself. Don't be scared. Show yourself.
Cam up, Rachel.
I think it's fruity when dudes be asking.
Nah. Cam up.
You're scared. You sound scared as hell.
Cam up, bro.
Hey man, listen. Peer pressure has never been a problem over here, man.
All right. I'll be being from Sac is wild. You said your mom was a multimillionaire living in Sacramento?
I'm from Sacktown, man. Like, you feel me?
So your mom was worth millions of dollars in Sacramento?
Man, I ain't even gonna talk about my people. See, that's your problem. Stop bringing up my minds, though. Remember last time, man? Stop doing that.
Well, what do I remember about last time? You crashed out?
Yeah, I don't play with the minds. Like, I really air something out. I'm trying to tell you, just chill.
You'll air something out? What do you mean? You'll yell on the internet?
In real life, man. In real life, though.
Ain't you in the jail cell right now? I can hear it in the
He already in there. He want to stay locked down forever. This is crazy, bro. You don't ever want to get out?
He said, when I get out on parole, I'm gonna tell you something. Wait till my PO officer get his anklet on for me. That's why he don't want to show us his shoes, because he got an anklet on.
Come on, man. Damn. No, he got them slides on. He got them prison karate shoes, them slip-ons. He got them prison chucks on.
You know what's not funny though? I remember I was in the county jail for my first offense, right? And I remember
I knew it.
This is years ago, right? I remember it said Bob Barker. I was like, yo, the price is right. I'm like, they making money off of people being falsely accused and arrested. I'm like, they really making money off this. That's when I realized, I'm like, yo, these mayonnaise monsters.
He did. I don't know if he was falsely accused, but you was accused.
I realized these mayonnaise monsters is crazy. I'm like, they purposely arrest brothers just to make money off of it. Whether you're guilty or innocent, they purposely do this shit. Then I found out they have prisons that you could buy stocks into, and I'm like, they just playing with brothers out here.
Not the county, though.
Really playing with brothers' lives out here. This is crazy.
Not just us, though. It's everybody, middle class and lower.
Yeah, man, this is crazy talk. I ain't gonna even hold you. We lost the plot, so we gonna be. We got to spin the block. This is wild, man. That man said his first offense.
You gotta think about it, right? Like when you innocent, right? And then it's hard. I ain't gonna. Well, it's not no double jeopardy. I can't be tried twice, but listen. When a European American does a crime and they want you to be the guilty one so bad that they put it like you don't know how corrupt this system is.
Hey, what they accuse you of, Rachel?
You don't know how corrupt this system is. I promise you.
Hey, Rachel, what they accuse you of?
I promise you, you do not know how corrupt this system is. You just don't know it. You don't know it.
It didn't corrupt you. We know that.
Listen, that's why I was going to be a lawyer. Listen, initially I wanted to be a lawyer, and I took hella law classes, right?
Hold on.
And I know hella shit about law. I was going to go pro.
Hold on. I got to clock something real quick. Hold on, Rachel. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I don't care. I got to say something real quick. So you told us 2 days ago you was a millionaire. Then 5 minutes ago, you said you would air this bitch out. That be the thing that makes me believe you are indeed poor, like living in poverty. Because only a man that lives in poverty would talk like that, who ain't got nothing to lose. You got millions of dollars, fuck it. You got tens of thousands of dollars. You wouldn't talk like that because you got something to live for.
Break you down, but I'm not. See, with me, like I'm not even gonna talk about my personal stuff. I'm too complex for you to understand. But just because someone would air something out doesn't mean that they don't have wealth. Doesn't mean they don't come from a wealthy family.
1,000%. That's what it means.
Listen. Just because someone is willing to air something out doesn't mean that they don't come from wealth or have a wealthy family or has ever touched.
I know some people from wealthy families, man. They ain't never said they was gonna air nothing out. Hey, hold on, y'all. Hey.
You've never touched money.
Hey. Hey, you ever seen that episode of what's the name of the Boondocks? Rachel remind me of those two white dudes that was on there, and they was like remember their parents was like one of their parents was like a politician, and like and they was still, that's what they was robbing banks and shit. That's what he think he is. Like, what the fuck?
No, it was Jen Rummy and
they were
Chancellor Jr. Those are the two. Jen Rummy and John Chancellor Jr. Some Chancellor Jr. Those two niggas.
He trying to tell her he trying to sell us on. He out here doing committing acts of violence because he just bored. Like, nigga, please stop.
I ain't never seen anybody go from. You don't know. I did law school. I did county. So hard about you.
I was sitting in county thinking to myself, I should break out of here and be a lawyer.
You don't know street dudes. That's the problem with you. You don't know street dudes. And it's like, that's why it doesn't make sense to you.
Hold on, Rachel. You just said, hold on, Rachel. Your mom can't be a millionaire and you be a street dude.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I'm saying. Listen. They keep muting me so I can't be heard on purpose, and I'm sure you're with it. But listen, you don't know the dynamics of certain groups of people. You don't understand people's lifestyles and how people were raised. Not everyone has to fit in a category or a bubble. I know you want it to be like that, but that's not how it works.
Hey, he don't want to mute up. Hey, he don't want it. This what Rachel look like. 100% chance.
Listen, I'm not gonna explain nothing. I'm not gonna explain nothing.
Hey, get the one with the bulletproof vest. Man, look, get the one with the bulletproof vest.
Put it this way. Look, listen, I'm not even offended by that.
Hey, man, this ain't. He trying to tell us he needs to do.
It's that you obviously don't know people from the streets. Like, you obviously don't know people. That
This shit crazy, bro. Hey, this who this man think he is in real life.
You say, I don't. I air you out in real life. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh my God, bro. What is wrong with him?
This guy's a spiller. You'll be talking on this app.
This dude crazy.
Like, that's how it will really happen for you in real life. You'll be talking on this app thinking it's cute, and it's not, bro. Yeah. I promise to God. I promise to God, it's not cute. You care about.
This is crazy. Hey, Rachel, man, I really do hope you go get the help you need, brother, because you got some problems, man.
Nah, so the thing about
getting on the app and being a habitual liar for hours and hours and hours on end, it gotta stop at some point in time. It's too diabolical, bro. It don't make no sense, man. On some real shit. I really hope you go get the help you need. You said you was in the military. I hope you can go get some help. You know what I'm saying? Through that way. Hit your millionaire parents up. You know what I'm saying? Like something, bro. Like you got to go get some help, though. Some real shit. Because something is going on. Or maybe you just trolling and you think this is funny. I don't know.
Yeah. But we know you got nothing to prove to you. I got nothing to prove. I'm being 100 with you. I got nothing to prove to you, bro.
Okay.
Nothing to prove. Get up here and try to prove something. That's all you do.
Listen, I don't even talk about shit on social media. People that know me in real life, some of them follow me. Some of them follow me. People that know me in real life know what's up.
How can you be this unhinged?
Lost dogs be together. You feel me?
People that know me in real life. You say what?
Lost dogs be together, okay? Just because someone follows you, they know where the hell they going either.
Listen.
Lost dogs be ganged up. They none of them be eating nothing, though. Hey, all of them be hungry.
Hey, man, a mayonnaise monster trying to clown me is crazy. But, I mean, I'm just not you, bro. I'm not you, bro.
I know, and I'm thankful for that every day that we're not the same person. I'm thankful for that every day I wake up. Every day I wake up and I thought about you the other day and I said, I'm glad I'm not you. Good Lord.
Listen, on Jerusalem, I know what you're really trying to say. You really dissing certain groups of people.
On Jerusalem?
I know what you're really saying. But they so stupid, they don't get
what you say. Did you say on Jerusalem?
They so dumb, they don't even get what you say.
Oh, my God. I done heard it all.
Get what you saying.
Hey, this man said on Jerusalem. That's crazy. Not Jerusalem.
Jerusalem is wicked.
Not the holy city.
Listen, they so busy trying to defend you. They so busy trying to defend you and clown me. They don't even know what you just said.
Oh my God.
That's how dumb these Negroes is.
Let me tell you how dark this joke's finna be. Rachel, we finna call you 9/11 because all you do is crash out on his ass.
They
shouldn't call Bin Laden. They should call him Ben Hiding. Hey, that boy don't never came up either.
You know, I take real offense to that. My mom was leaving the Pentagon when that happened. You dumbass. My mom was actually leaving the Pentagon when that happened. You a goofball.
Is she okay? Is she okay?
Yeah, she's still alive. All praise be to Allah.
Calling your mom out your name then. Your mama's dying.
Did you say all praise be to Allah and then put it on Jerusalem?
You gonna put it on Jerusalem, but not your mama? Put your mom
y'all
on the
so
phone.
stupid. Y'all don't even know that Israel plays a role in Islam. That's what I'm saying. Y'all morons.
Mm-hmm.
Jerusalem holds weight for
Right,
Islam.
so y'all from Sacramento.
Jerusalem
What was
is
your mama
important
doing
when it comes
at
to
the Twin
Islam.
Towers?
Like y'all stupid. That's what I'm saying. Y'all
Just
don't
say anything. He didn't even say his mama. Hold on, y'all. He didn't say his mama was in New York. He said his mama was at the Pentagon. He said his mama was at the Pentagon.
She was leaving the Pentagon. She was leaving the Pentagon when that happened.
He said his mama was leaving the Pentagon.
Man, it don't even matter what she did.
This mug, hey, bro, these lies
you
is
somewhere if you don't work there, you dumb bitch.
great.
How you leaving from somewhere if you don't work there, bitch?
Drop.
Yeah, there it is. You wildin'.
Yeah, you can go on
the
it.
mayonnaise monster go, but that's too far.
Yeah, I let the man. Hey, that was kind of cute.
I liked it.
Yeah, that one I'll let go. The beat you gotta go.
If he's still in here, call me a sunscreen queen tomorrow, okay?
Not like some of them be kind of funny. They be eating a little bit. Mayonnaise Monster ate a little. He ate that one a little bit. That one ate a little bit. But nah, that other shit crazy.
Use that one. It's not on Just, but I'm gonna use it though. I'm not gonna use it on my dog.
And that man said, "Leave my mom out of it."
B-word racial. Just put bad in front of it.
I just want to. All I'm trying to figure out is why do you keep bringing your mama up and then get mad when we ask you about your mama? We didn't even know you had a mama. We thought you sprung up out the ground.
It's a real life crash out.
We thought that man.
Say, quit talking about me. We're not bringing my personal into this. So you done talked about your personal the whole time you've been here. The only thing we've been talking about is your personal, your mama, where she was at on 9/11.
How tall you are. He got it. He got a crush on DW Flame. He said he looked like DW Flame because he think DW cute. That's crazy. He said, you know that cute dude from your city? I look just like him. That's what I look like. Cam up. I'll let you come back up here just to cam up. That's crazy. My mama left the Pentagon. Crazy work. That boy think he a rapper. Damn. He says, what'd he say?
My mom's out.
He said, you know that baddie from your city.
Hey, Rachel, we're gonna give you a little game right here. Apostrophe S means possessive, okay? So that means your mama's out in the comments.
Your
right?
Bob's is out, man. Hey, I love that for him though, man. Hey, on some real shit though. We on our 5th hour and 22nd minute in the year of our Lord and Savior. I put that on Jerusalem. I love y'all. Thanks.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never seen someone use Jerusalem as a set.
That was crazy. I respect y'all. Thanks for coming up. Hey, man. We made it, y'all. We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. We made it to the end. Oh, man. That man a millionaire. The private school parolee of Bethlehem. The private school parolee of Bethlehem. Damn, that's crazy. Oh, man. Hey, Shan was up here doing her mod duties tonight. When she be up here, she really be modding. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. She be really modding. Shout out to all the old subs, all the new subs, man. Rocks with y'all on Jerusalem. Everybody that hit the super chat, I appreciate y'all. Erica, Menace, really, Morgan, honk, straight up Pookie. I missed that one. Osa, Mod, Tawana. I appreciate y'all, man. Everybody that bang the cash app, man. Bang it one more time on the way out. Keep the live alive, man. Damn, that was funny. I liked it. AK by this time next week. Hopefully, Heidi. Hopefully. But we did it. That was fun. Best mods in the business, man. I appreciate y'all on Jerusalem. Malibu's Most Wanted close out the show with a bang. Hey, that boy, man. Damn. Hey man, somebody, man, help that boy get some meds or something. All right. If Tara's in the house, can we get a on Jerusalem emote? I tried to find y'all emotes. I couldn't find them. I did. I swear to God, I couldn't find it. To approve them, I'm gonna try again tonight. That's crazy though. Tawana said this one is on Jerusalem. One more super chat to end the night. She said this one on Jerusalem. That's crazy. Yeah, we need an on Jerusalem one, man. That was classic. I like that shit. Man. He wasn't offended until a woman clowned him. That shit is crazy. He got on that invisible cloak of Jesus around him. He bulletproof. Jeff. He called you. He didn't call you a bitch. He called you with the hard ER. That shit. He was trying to go in. No, she didn't bring up your mother. I brought up your mother. What are you talking about? I brought your mom up. I said, how did you have a millionaire mom, but also be a crash dummy? You don't see the connection? I was listening. And then you went further and talked about your mom being in the Pentagon, which we all know is a lie. I just be tripping off of how much y'all be lying. I don't know, man. The amount of lies y'all be telling is crazy. It's yeah, we got to do something about that. The lies have to stop, man. His mama was in the Pentagon from Sacktown. He said, I guess. He was talking about airing stuff out. He instantly reverted to the idle online threats, which I always find to be funny. Appreciate you, Natasha, for the Jerusalem gang. For the Jerusalem gang. All right. Hey,